Section 1 of Father Goriot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Carson. Father Goriot by Honoré BALZAC. Translated by Ellen Marriage. Section 1. To the great and illustrious Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, a token of admiration for his works and genius. De Balzac. Father Goriot. Madame Vainqueur, née de Conflans, is an elderly person who for the past 40 years has kept a lodging-house in the Rue Neuve Sainte-Geneviève, in the district that lies between the Latin Quarter and the Faubourg Saint-Marcel. Her house, known in the neighborhood as the Maison Vainqueur, receives men and women, old and young, and no word has ever been breathed against her respectable establishment. But at the same time it must be said that as a matter of fact no young woman has been under her roof for 30 years, and that if a young man stays there for any length of time, it is a sure sign that his allowance must be of the slenderest. In 1819, however, the time when this drama opens, there was an almost penniless young girl among Madame Vainqueur's boarders. That word drama has been somewhat discredited of late. It has been overworked and twisted to strange uses in these days of dolorous literature. But it must do service again here, not because this story is dramatic in the restricted sense of the word, but because some tears may perhaps be shed entre et extra muros before it is over. Will anyone without the walls of Paris understand it? It is open to doubt. The only audience who could appreciate the results of close observation, the careful reproduction of minute detail and local color, are dwellers between the heights of Montrouge and Montmartre, in a vale of crumbling stucco watered by streams of black mud, a vale of sorrows which are real, and joys too often hollow. But this audience is so accustomed to terrible sensations that only some unimaginable and well-nigh impossible woe could produce any lasting impression there. Now and again there are tragedies so awful and so grand, by reason of the complication of virtues and vices that bring them about, that egotism and selfishness are forced to pause and are moved to pity, but the impression that they receive is like a luscious fruit, soon consumed. Civilization, like the car of a Juggernaut, is scarcely stayed perceptibly in its progress by a heart less easy to break than the others that lie in its course. This also is broken, and civilization continues on her course triumphant. And you too will do the like, you who with this book in your white hand will sink back among the cushions of your armchair and say to yourself, "Perhaps this may amuse me." You will read the story of Father Goriot's secret woes, and dining thereafter with an unspoiled appetite, will lay the blame of your insensibility upon the writer, and accuse him of exaggeration, of writing romances. Ah! Once for all, this drama is neither a fiction nor a romance. All is true, so true that every one can discern the elements of the tragedy in his own house, perhaps in his own heart. The lodging-house is Madame Vainqueur's own property. It is still standing in the lower end of the Rue Neuve Sainte-Geneviève, just where the road slopes so sharply down to the Rue de l'Arbalète that wheeled traffic seldom passes that way because it is so stony and steep. This position is sufficient to account for the silence prevalent in the streets shut in between the dome of the Pantheon and the dome of the Val de Grace, two conspicuous public buildings which give a yellowish tone to the landscape and darken the whole district that lies beneath the shadow of their leaden-hued cupolas. In that district pavements are clean and dry, there is neither mud nor water in the gutters, grass grows in the chinks in the walls. The most heedless passer-by feels the depressing influences of a place where the sound of wheels creates a sensation. There is a grim look about the houses, a suggestion of a jail about those high garden walls. A Parisian straying into a suburb, apparently composed of lodging houses and public institutions, would see poverty and dullness, old age lying down to die, and joyous youth condemned to drudgery. It is the ugliest quarter of Paris, and, it may be added, the least known. But before all things, the Rue Neuve Sainte Genevieve is like a bronze frame for a picture for which the mind cannot be too well prepared by the contemplation of sad hues and sober images. Even so, step by step the daylight decreases, and the cicerone's droning voice grows hollower as the traveler descends into the catacombs. The comparison holds good. Who shall say which is more ghastly, the sight of the bleached skulls or of dried up human hearts? The front of the lodging-house is at right angles to the road, and looks out upon a little garden, so that you see the side of the house in section, as it were, from the Rue Neuve Sainte Genevieve. Beneath the wall of the house front there lies a channel a fathom wide, paved with cobblestones, and beside it runs a gravelled walk bordered by geraniums and oleanders and pomegranates set in great blue and white glazed earthenware pots. Access to the gravelled walk is afforded by a door, above which the words Maison Vainqueur may be read, and beneath in rather small letters, lodgings for both sexes, etc. During the day a glimpse into the garden is easily obtained through a wicket to which a bell is attached. On the opposite wall, at the farther end of the gravelled walk, a green marble arch was painted once upon a time by a local artist, and in this semblance of a shrine a statue representing Cupid is installed. A Parisian Cupid, so blistered and disfigured that it looks like a candidate for one of the adjacent hospitals, and might suggest an allegory to lovers of symbolism. The half obliterated inscription on the pedestal beneath determines the date of this work of art, for it bears witness to the widespread enthusiasm felt for Voltaire on his return to Paris in 1777. "Whoe'er thou art, thy master see, he is, or was, or ought to be." At night the wicket gate is replaced by a solid door. The little garden is no wider than the front of the house. It is shut in between the wall of the street and the partition wall of the neighboring house. A mantle of ivy conceals the bricks and attracts the eyes of passers-by to an effect which is picturesque in Paris, for each of the walls is covered with trellised vines that yield a scanty, dusty crop of fruit, and furnish besides a subject of conversation for Mme. Vainqueur and her lodgers. Every year the widow trembles for her vintage. A straight path beneath the walls on either side of the garden leads to a clump of lime trees at the farther end of it. Lime trees, as Mme. Vainqueur persists in calling them, in spite of the fact that she was a déconfance, and regardless of repeated corrections from her lodgers. The central space between the walls is filled with artichokes and rows of pyramid fruit trees, and surrounded by a border of lettuce, pot herb, and parsley. Under the lime trees there are a few green painted garden seats and a wooden table, and hither, during the dog days, such of the lodgers as are rich enough to indulge in a cup of coffee come to take their pleasure, though it is hot enough to roast eggs even in the shade. The house itself is 3 stories high, without counting the attics under the roof. It is built of rough stone, and covered with the yellowish stucco that gives a mean appearance to almost every house in Paris. There are 5 windows in each story in the front of the house. All the blinds visible through the small square panes are drawn up awry, so that the lines are all at cross purposes. At the side of the house there are but 2 windows on each floor, and the lowest of all are adorned with a heavy iron grating. Behind the house a yard extends for some 20 feet, a space inhabited by a happy family of pigs, poultry, and rabbits. The woodshed is situated on the farther side, and on the wall between the woodshed and the kitchen window hangs the meat safe, just above the place where the sink discharges its greasy streams. The cook sweeps all the refuse out through a little door into the Rue Neuve Sainte Genevieve, and frequently cleanses the yard with copious supplies of water under pain of pestilence. The house might have been built on purpose for its present uses. Access is given by a French window to the first room on the ground floor, a sitting room which looks out upon the street through the 2 barred windows already mentioned. Another door opens out of it into the dining room, which is separated from the kitchen by the well of the staircase, the steps being constructed partly of wood, partly of tiles, which are colored and beeswaxed. Nothing can be more depressing than the sight of that sitting room. The furniture is covered with horsehair woven in alternate dull and glossy stripes. There is a round table in the middle, with a purplish red marble top, on which there stands, by way of ornament, the inevitable white china tea service, covered with a half effaced gilt network. The floor is sufficiently uneven, the wainscot rises to elbow height, and the rest of the wall space is decorated with a varnished paper, on which the principal scenes from Télémaque are depicted, the various classical personages being colored. The subject between the 2 windows is the banquet given by Calypso to the son of Ulysses, displayed thereon for the admiration of the boarders, and has furnished jokes these 40 years to the young men who show themselves superior to their position by making fun of the dinners to which poverty condemns them. The hearth is always so clean and neat that it is evident that a fire is only kindled there on great occasions. The stone chimney-piece is adorned by a couple of vases filled with faded artificial flowers imprisoned under glass shades, on either side of a bluish marble clock in the very worst taste. The first room exhales an odor for which there is no name in the language, and which should be called an odeur de pension. The damp atmosphere sends a chill through you as you breathe it. It has a stuffy, musty, and rancid quality. It permeates your clothing. After dinner scents seem to be mingled in with smells from the kitchen and scullery, and the reek of a hospital. It might be possible to describe it if some one should discover a process by which to distill from the atmosphere all the nauseating elements with which it is charged by the catarrhal exhalations of every individual lodger, young or old. Yet in spite of these stale horrors, the sitting room is as charming and as delicately perfumed as a boudoir, when compared with the adjoining dining room. The paneled walls of that apartment were once painted some color, now a matter of conjecture, for the surface is encrusted with accumulated layers of grimy deposit, which cover it with fantastic outlines. A collection of dim-ribbed glass decanters, metal discs with a satin sheen on them, and piles of blue-edged earthenware plates of Touraine ware cover the sticky surfaces of the sideboards that line the room. In a corner stands a box containing a set of numbered pigeonholes, in which the lodger's table napkins, more or less soiled and stained with wine, are kept. Here you see that indestructible furniture never met with elsewhere, which finds its way into lodging houses much as the wrecks of our civilization drift into hospitals for incurables. You expect in such places as these to find the weather house whence a Capuchin issues on wet days. You look to find the execrable engravings which spoil your appetite, framed every one in a black varnished frame, with a gilt beading round it. You know the sort of tortoise shell clock case inlaid with brass, the green stove, the argand lamps covered with oil and dust. The oilcloth which covers the long table is so greasy that a waggish extern will write his name on the surface, using his thumbnail as a style. The chairs are broken down invalids. The wretched little hempen mats slip away from under your feet without slipping away for good. And finally, the foot warmers are miserable wrecks, hingeless, charred, broken away about the holes. It would be impossible to give an idea of the old, rotten, shaky, cranky, worm-eaten, halt, maimed, one-eyed, rickety, and ramshackle condition of the furniture without an exhaustive description, which would delay the progress of the story to an extent that impatient people would not pardon. The red tiles of the floor are full of depressions brought about by scouring and periodical renewings of color. In short, there is no illusory grace left to the poverty that reigns here. It is dire, parsimonious, concentrated, threadbare poverty. As yet it has not sunk into the mire, it is only splashed by it, and though not in rags as yet, its clothing is ready to drop to pieces. This apartment is in all its glory at 7 o'clock in the morning, when Madame Vauquer's cat appears, announcing the near approach of his mistress, and jumps upon the sideboards to sniff the milk in the bowls, each protected by a plate, while he purrs his morning greeting to the world. A moment later the widow shows her face. She is tricked out in a net cap attached to a false front set on awry, and shuffles into the room in her slipshod fashion. She is an oldish woman, with a bloated countenance, and a nose like a parrot's beak set in the middle of it. Her fat little hands, she is as sleek as a church rat, and her shapeless, slouching figure are in keeping with the room that reeks of misfortune, where hope is reduced to speculate for the meanest stakes. Madame Vauquer alone can breathe that tainted air without being disheartened by it. Her face is as fresh as a frosty morning in autumn. There are wrinkles about the eyes that vary in their expression, from the set smile of a ballet dancer to the dark, suspicious scowl of a discounter of bills. In short, she is at once the embodiment and interpretation of her lodging-house, as sure as her lodging-house implies the existence of its mistress. You can no more imagine the one without the other than you can think of a jail without a turnkey. The unwholesome corpulence of the little woman is produced by the life she leads, just as typhus fever is bred in the tainted air of a hospital. The very knitted woolen petticoat that she wears beneath a skirt made of an old gown, with the wadding protruding through the rents in the material, is a sort of epitome of the sitting-room, the dining-room, and the little garden. It discovers the cook, it foreshadows the lodgers. The picture of the house is completed by the portrait of its mistress. Madame Vauquer, at the age of 50, is like all women who have seen a deal of trouble. She has the glassy eyes and innocent air of a trafficker in flesh and blood, who will wax virtuously indignant to obtain a higher price for her services, but who is quite ready to betray a Georges or a Pichegru if a Georges or a Pichegru were in hiding and still to be betrayed, or for any other expedient that may alleviate her lot. Still, she is a good woman at bottom, said the lodgers, who believed that the widow was wholly dependent upon the money that they paid her, and sympathized when they heard her cough and groan like one of themselves. What had M. Vauquer been? The lady was never very explicit on this head. How had she lost her money? Through trouble, was her answer. He had treated her badly, had left her nothing but her eyes to cry over his cruelty, the house she lived in, and the privilege of pitying nobody, because, so she was wont to say, she herself had been through every possible misfortune. Sylvie, the stout cook, hearing her mistress's shuffling footsteps, hastened to serve the lodgers' breakfasts. Beside those who lived in the house, Madame Vauquer took boarders who came for their meals. But these externes usually only came to dinner, for which they paid 30 francs a month. At the time when this story begins, the lodging-house contained 7 inmates. The best rooms in the house were on the first story, Madame Vauquer herself occupying the least important, while the rest was let to Madame Couture, the widow of a commissary general in the service of the Republic. With her lived Victorine Taillefer, a schoolgirl, to whom she filled the place of mother. These 2 ladies paid 1,800 francs a year. The 2 sets of rooms on the second floor were respectively occupied by an old man named Poiret, and a man of 40 or thereabouts, the wearer of a black wig and dyed whiskers, who gave out that he was a retired merchant, and was addressed as Monsieur Vautrin. 2 of the 4 rooms on the third floor were also let, one to an elderly spinster, a Mademoiselle Michonneau, and the other to a retired manufacturer of vermicelli, Italian paste, and starch, who allowed the others to address him as Father Goriot. The remaining rooms were allotted to various birds of passage, to impecunious students, who, like Father Goriot and Mademoiselle Michonneau, could only muster 45 francs a month to pay for their board and lodging. Madame Vauquer had little desire for lodgers of this sort. They ate too much bread, and she only took them in default of better. At that time one of the rooms was tenanted by a law student, a young man from the neighborhood of Angoulême, one of a large family who pinched and starved themselves to spare 1,200 francs a year for him. Misfortune had accustomed Eugene de Rastignac, for that was his name, to work. He belonged to the number of young men who know as children that their parents' hopes are centred on them, and deliberately prepare themselves for a great career, subordinating their studies from the first to this end, carefully watching the indications of the course of events, calculating the probable turn that affairs will take, that they may be the first to profit by them. But for this observant curiosity, and the skill with which he managed to introduce himself into the salons of Paris, this story would not have been colored by the tones of truth which it certainly owes to him, for they are entirely due to his penetrating sagacity and desire to fathom the mysteries of an appalling condition of things, which was concealed as carefully by the victim as by those who had brought it to pass. Above the third story there was a garret, where the linen was hung to dry, and a couple of attics. Christophe, the man of all work, slept in one, and Sylvie, the stout cook, in the other. Beside the 7 inmates thus enumerated, taking one year with another, some 8 law or medical students dined in the house, as well as 2 or 3 regular comers who lived in the neighborhood. There were usually 18 people at dinner, and there was room, if need be, for 20 at Mme. Vauquer's table. At breakfast, however, only the 7 lodgers appeared. It was almost like a family party. Everyone came down in dressing gown and slippers, and the conversation usually turned on anything that had happened the evening before. Comments on the dress or appearance of the dinner contingent were exchanged in friendly confidence. These 7 lodgers were Mme. Vauquer's spoiled children. Among them she distributed, with astronomical precision, the exact proportion of respect and attention due to the varying amounts they paid for their board. One single consideration influenced all these human beings thrown together by chance. The 2 second-floor lodgers only paid 72 francs a month. Such prices as these were confined to the Faubourg Saint-Michel and the district between La Bourbe and Salpêtrière, and as might be expected, poverty, more or less apparent, weighed upon them all, Mme. Couture being the sole exception to the rule. The dreary surroundings were reflected in the costumes of the inmates of the house. All were alike threadbare. The color of the men's coats was problematical. Such shoes, in more fashionable quarters, are only to be seen lying in the gutter. The cuffs and collars were worn and frayed at the edges. Every limp article of clothing looked like the ghost of its former self. The women's dresses were faded, old-fashioned, dyed and re-dyed. They wore gloves that were glazed with hard wear, much mended lace, dingy ruffles, crumpled muslin fichu. So much for their clothing, but for the most part their frames were solid enough. Their constitutions had weathered the storms of life. Their cold, hard faces were worn like coins that had been withdrawn from circulation, but there were greedy teeth behind the withered lips. Dramas brought to a close or still in progress are foreshadowed by the sight of such actors as these, not the dramas that are played before the footlights and against a background of painted canvas, but dumb dramas of life, frost-bound dramas that sear hearts like fire, dramas that do not end with the actors' lives. Mademoiselle Michonneau, that elderly young lady, screened her weak eyes from the daylight by a soiled green silk shade with a rim of brass, an object fit to scare away the angel of pity himself. Her shawl, with its scanty, draggled fringe, might have covered a skeleton, so meagre and angular was the form beneath it. Yet she must have been pretty and shapely once. What corrosive had destroyed the feminine outlines? Was it trouble, or vice, or greed? Had she loved too well? Had she been a second-hand clothes dealer, a frequenter of the back stairs of great houses, or had she been merely a courtesan? Was she expiating the flaunting triumphs of a youth overcrowded with pleasures by an old age in which she was shunned by every passer-by? Her vacant gaze sent a chill through you. Her shriveled face seemed like a menace. Her voice was like the shrill thin note of a grasshopper, sounding from the thicket when winter is at hand. She said that she had nursed an old gentleman, ill of catarrh of the bladder, and left to die by his children, who thought that he had nothing left. His bequest to her, a life annuity of 1,000 francs, was periodically disputed by his heirs, who mingled slander with their persecutions. In spite of the ravages of conflicting passions, her face retained some traces of its former fairness and fineness of tissue. Some vestiges of the physical charms of her youth still survived. M. Poiret was a sort of automaton. He might be seen any day sailing like a gray shadow along the walks of the Jardin des Plantes. On his head a shabby cap, a cane with an old yellow ivory handle in the tips of his thin fingers. The outspread skirts of his threadbare overcoat failed to conceal his meagre figure. His breeches hung loosely on his shrunken limbs. The thin blue-stockinged legs trembled like those of a drunken man. There was a notable breach of continuity between the dingy white waistcoat and crumpled shirt frills, and the cravat twisted about a throat like a turkey gobbler's. Altogether his appearance set people wondering whether this outlandish ghost belonged to the audacious race of the sons of Japhet who flutter about on the Boulevard Italien. What devouring kind of toil could have so shriveled him? What devouring passions had darkened that bulbous countenance, which would have seemed outrageous as a caricature? What had he been? Well, perhaps he had been part of the machinery of justice, a clerk in the office to which the executioner sends in his accounts. So much for providing black veils for parricides, so much for sawdust, so much for pulleys and cord for the knife. Or he might have been a receiver at the door of a public slaughter-house, or a sub-inspector of nuisances. Indeed, the man appeared to have been one of the beasts of burden in our great social mill, one of those Parisian ratons whom their Bertrands do not even know by sight, a pivot in the obscure machinery that disposes of misery and things unclean. One of those men, in short, at sight of whom we are prompted to remark that, after all, we cannot do without them. Stately Paris ignores the existence of these faces bleached by moral or physical suffering, but then Paris is in truth an ocean that no line can plumb. You may survey its surface and describe it, but no matter how numerous and painstaking the toilers in this sea, there will always be lonely and unexplored regions in its depths, caverns unknown, flowers and pearls and monsters of the deep overlooked or forgotten by the divers of literature. The Maison Vauquer is one of these curious monstrosities. Two, however, of Madame Vauquer's boarders formed a striking contrast to the rest. There was a sickly pallor, such as is often seen in anemic girls, in Mademoiselle Victorine Taillefer's face, and her unvarying expression of sadness, like her embarrassed manner and pinched look, was in keeping with the general wretchedness of the establishment in Rue Neuve Sainte Genevieve, which forms a background to this picture. But her face was young, there was youthfulness in her voice and elasticity in her movements. This young misfortune was not unlike a shrub newly planted in an uncongenial soil, where its leaves have already begun to wither. The outlines of her figure, revealed by her dress of the simplest and cheapest materials, were also youthful. There was the same kind of charm about her too slender form, her faintly colored face and light brown hair, that modern poets find in medieval statuettes, and a sweet expression, a look of Christian resignation in the dark gray eyes. She was pretty by force of contrast. If she had been happy, she would have been charming. Happiness is the poetry of woman, as the toilette is her tinsel. If the delights of a luxurious life had brought the color to the wan cheeks that were slightly hollowed already, if love had put sight into the sad eyes, then Victorine might have ranked among the fairest. But she lacked the two things which create woman a second time, pretty dresses and love letters. A book might have been made of her story. Her father was persuaded that he had sufficient reason for declining to acknowledge her, and allowed her a bare 600 francs a year. He had further taken measures to disinherit his daughter, and had converted all his real estate into personality, that he might leave it undivided to his son. Victorine's mother had died broken-hearted in Mme. Couture's house, and the latter, who was a near relation, had taken charge of the little orphan. Unluckily, the widow of the Commissary General to the armies of the Republic had nothing in the world but her jointure and her widow's pension, and some day she might be obliged to leave the helpless, inexperienced girl to the mercy of the world. The good soul, therefore, took Victorine to mass every Sunday, and to confession once a fortnight, thinking that, in any case, she would bring her ward to be devout. She was right. Religion offered a solution of the problem of the young girl's future. The poor child loved the father who refused to acknowledge her. Once every year she tried to see him to deliver her mother's message of forgiveness, but every year hitherto she had knocked at that door in vain. Her father was inexorable. Her brother, her only means of communication, had not come to see her for 4 years, and had sent her no assistance. Yet she prayed to God to unseal her father's eyes and to soften her brother's heart, and no accusations mingled with her prayers. Mme. Couture and Mme. Vauquer exhausted the vocabulary of abuse, and failed to find words that did justice to the banker's iniquitous conduct. But while they heaped execrations on the millionaire, Victorine's words were as gentle as the moan of the wounded dove, and affection found expression even in the cry drawn from her by pain. Eugene de Rastignac was a thoroughly Southern type. He had a fair complexion, blue eyes, black hair. In his figure, manner, and his whole bearing it was easy to see that he had either come of a noble family, or that, from his earliest childhood, he had been gently bred. If he was careful of his wardrobe, only taking last year's clothes into daily wear, still upon occasion he could issue forth as a young man of fashion. Ordinarily he wore a shabby coat and waistcoat, the limp black cravat untidily knotted, that students affect, trousers that matched the rest of his costume, and boots that had been resoled. Vautrin, the man of 40 with the dyed whiskers, marked a transition stage between these two young people and the others. He was the kind of man that calls forth the remark, "He looks a jovial sort." He had broad shoulders, a well-developed chest, muscular arms, and strong square-fisted hands. The joints of his fingers were covered with tufts of fiery red hair. His face was furrowed by premature wrinkles. There was a certain hardness about it in spite of his bland and insinuating manner. His bass voice was by no means unpleasant, and was in keeping with his boisterous laughter. He was always obliging, always in good spirits. If anything went wrong with one of the locks, he could soon unscrew it, take it to pieces, file it, oil and clean, and set it in order, and put it back in its place again. "I am an old hand at it," he used to say. Not only so, he knew all about ships, the sea, France, foreign countries, men, business, law, great houses, and prisons. There was nothing that he did not know. If any one complained rather more than usual, he would offer his services at once. He had several times lent money to Mme. Vauquer or to the boarders, but somehow those whom he obliged felt that they would sooner face death than fail to repay him. A certain resolute look, sometimes seen on his face, inspired fear of him, for all his appearance of easy good nature. In the way he spat there was an imperturbable coolness, which seemed to indicate that this was a man who would not stick at a crime to extricate himself from a false position. His eyes, like those of a pitiless judge, seemed to go to the very bottom of all questions, to read all natures, all feelings and thoughts. His habit of life was very regular. He usually went out after breakfast, returning in time for dinner, and disappeared for the rest of the evening, letting himself in about midnight with a latchkey, a privilege that Mme. Vauquer accorded to no other boarder. But then he was on very good terms with the widow; he used to call her mamma, and put his arm around her waist, a piece of flattery perhaps not appreciated to the full. The worthy woman might imagine this to be an easy feat, but, as a matter of fact, no arm but Vautrin's was long enough to encircle her. It was a characteristic trait of his generosity to pay 15 francs a month for the cup of coffee with a dash of brandy in it, which he took after dinner. Less superficial observers than young men engulfed by the whirlpool of Parisian life, or old men who took no interest in anything that did not directly concern them, would not have stopped short at the vaguely unsatisfactory impression that Vautrin made upon them. He knew or guessed the concerns of every one about him, but none of them had been able to penetrate his thoughts, or to discover his occupation. He had deliberately made his apparent good nature, his unfailing readiness to oblige, and his high spirits into a barrier between himself and the rest of them. But not seldom he gave glimpses of appalling depths of character. He seemed to delight in scourging the upper classes of society with the lash of his tongue, to take pleasure in convicting it of inconsistency, in mocking at law and order with some grim jest worthy of Juvenal, as if some grudge against the social system rankled in him, as if there were some mystery carefully hidden away in his life. Mademoiselle Taillefer felt attracted, perhaps unconsciously, by the strength of the one man and the good looks of the other. Her stolen glances and secret thoughts were divided between them, but neither of them seemed to take any notice of her, although some day a chance might alter her position, and she would be a wealthy heiress. For that matter, there was not a soul in the house who took any trouble to investigate the various chronicles of misfortune, real or imaginary, related by the rest. Each one regarded the others with indifference, tempered by suspicion. It was a natural result of their relative positions. Practical assistance not one could give, this they all knew, and they had long since exhausted their stock of condolence over previous discussions of their grievances. They were in something the same position as an elderly couple who have nothing left to say to each other. The routine of existence kept them in contact, but they were parts of a mechanism which wanted oil. There was not one of them but would have passed a blind man begging in the street, not one that felt moved to pity by a tale of misfortune, not one who did not see in death the solution of the all-absorbing problem of misery, which left them cold to the most terrible anguish in others. The happiest of these hapless beings was certainly Mme. Vauquer, who reigned supreme over this hospital, supported by voluntary contributions. For her the little garden, which silence and cold and rain and drought combined to make as dreary as an Asian steppe, was a pleasant shaded nook. The gaunt yellow house, the musty odors of a back shop, had charms for her, and for her alone. Those cells belonged to her. She fed those convicts condemned to penal servitude for life, and her authority was recognized among them. Where else in Paris could they have found wholesome food in sufficient quantities at the prices she charged them, and the rooms which they were at liberty to make, if not exactly elegant or comfortable, at any rate clean and healthy? If she had committed some flagrant act of injustice, the victim would have borne it in silence. Such a gathering contained, as might have been expected, the elements out of which a complete society might be constructed, and as in a school, as in the world itself, There was among the 18 men and women who met round the dinner table a poor creature, despised by all the others, condemned to be the butt of all their jokes. At the beginning of Eugene de Rastignac's second 12th month, his figure suddenly started out into bold relief against the background of human forms and faces, among which the law student was yet to live for another 2 years to come. This laughing stock was the retired vermicelli merchant, Father Goriot, upon whose face a painter, like the historian, would have concentrated all the light in his picture. How had it come about that the boarders regarded him with a half malignant contempt? Why did they subject the oldest among their number to a kind of persecution, in which there was mingled some pity, but no respect for his misfortunes? Had he brought it on himself by some eccentricity or absurdity, which is less easily forgiven or forgotten than more serious defects? The question strikes at the root of many a social injustice. Perhaps it is only human nature to inflict suffering on anything that will endure suffering, whether by reason of its genuine humility or indifference or sheer helplessness. Do we not, one and all, like to feel our strength even at the expense of some one or of something? The poorest sample of humanity, the street Arab, will pull the bell handle at every street door in bitter weather, and scramble up to write his name on the unsullied marble of a monument. In the year 1813, at the age of 69 or thereabouts, Father Goriot had sold his business and retired to Mme. Vauquer's boarding-house. When he first came there, he had taken the rooms now occupied by Mme. Couture. He had paid 1,200 francs a year like a man to whom 5 louis more or less was a mere trifle. For him Mme. Vauquer had made various improvements in the 3 rooms destined for his use, in consideration of a certain sum paid in advance, so it was said, for the miserable furniture, that is to say, for some yellow cotton curtains, a few chairs of stained wood covered with Utrecht velvet, several wretched colored prints in frames, and wall-papers that a little suburban tavern would have disdained. Possibly it was the careless generosity with which Father Goriot allowed himself to be overreached at this period of his life, they called him Monsieur Goriot very respectfully then, that gave Mme. Vauquer the meanest opinion of his business abilities. She looked on him as an imbecile where money was concerned. Goriot had brought with him a considerable wardrobe, the gorgeous outfit of a retired tradesman who denies himself nothing. Mme. Vauquer's astonished eyes beheld no less than 18 cambric-fronted shirts, the splendor of their fineness being enhanced by a pair of pins each bearing a large diamond, and connected by a short chain, an ornament which adorned the vermicelli maker's shirt-front. He usually wore a coat of cornflower blue. His rotund and portly person was still further set off by a clean white waistcoat, and a gold chain and seals which dangled over that broad expanse. When his hostess accused him of being a bit of a beau, he smiled with the vanity of a citizen whose foible is gratified. His cupboards, armoires, as he called them in the popular dialect, were filled with a quantity of plate that he brought with him. The widow's eyes gleamed as she obligingly helped him to unpack the soup ladles, tablespoons, forks, cruet stands, tureens, dishes, and breakfast services, all of silver, which were duly arranged upon shelves, besides a few more or less handsome pieces of plate, all weighing no inconsiderable number of ounces. He could not bring himself to part with these gifts that reminded him of past domestic festivals. "This was my wife's present to me on the first anniversary of our wedding day," he said to Mme. Vauquer, as he put away a little silver posset dish with 2 turtle doves billing on the cover. "Poor dear, she spent on it all the money she had saved before we were married. Do you know, I would sooner scratch the earth with my nails for a living, madame, than part with that. But I shall be able to take my coffee out of it every morning for the rest of my days, thank the Lord. I am not to be pitied. There's not much fear of my starving for some time to come." Finally, Mme. Vauquer's magpie's eyes had discovered and read certain entries in the list of shareholders in the funds, and, after a rough calculation, was disposed to credit Goriot, worthy man, with something like 10,000 francs a year. From that day forward, Mme. Vauquer, née de Conflans, who, as a matter of fact, had seen 48 summers, though she would only own to 39 of them, Mme. Vauquer had her own ideas. Though Goriot's eyes seemed to have shrunk in their sockets, though they were weak and watery, owing to some glandular affection which compelled him to wipe them continually, she considered him to be a very gentlemanly and pleasant-looking man. Moreover, the widow saw favorable indications of character in the well-developed calves of his legs and in his square-shaped nose, indications still further borne out by the worthy man's full-moon countenance and look of stupid good nature. This, in all probability, was a strongly built animal, whose brains mostly consisted in a capacity for affection. His hair, worn in ailes de pigeon, and duly powdered every morning by the barber from the École Polytechnique, described 5 points on his low forehead, and made an elegant setting to his face. Though his manners were somewhat boorish, he was always as neat as a new pin, and he took his snuff in a lordly way, like a man who knows that his snuff-box is always likely to be filled with maccaboy, so that when Mme. Vauquer lay down to rest on the day of M. Goriot's installation, her heart, like a larded partridge, sweltered before the fire of a burning desire to shake off the shroud of Vauquer and rise again as Goriot. She would marry again, sell her boarding-house, give her hand to this fine flower of citizenship, become a lady of consequence in the quarter, and ask for subscriptions for charitable purposes. She would make little Sunday excursions to Choisy, Soissy, Gentilly. She would have a box at the theatre when she liked, instead of waiting for the author's tickets that one of her boarders sometimes gave her in July. The whole El Dorado of a little Parisian household rose up before Mme. Vauquer in her dreams. Nobody knew that she herself possessed 40,000 francs, accumulated sou by sou. That was her secret. Surely, as far as money was concerned, she was a very tolerable match. "And in other respects I am quite his equal," she said to herself, turning as if to assure herself of the charms of a form that the portly Sylvie found moulded in down feathers every morning. For 3 months from that day Mme. Veuve Vauquer availed herself of the services of M. Goriot's coiffeur, and went to some expense over her toilette, expense justifiable on the ground that she owed it to herself and her establishment to pay some attention to appearances when such highly respectable persons honored her house with their presence. She expended no small amount of ingenuity in a sort of weeding process of her lodgers, announcing her intention of receiving henceforward none but people who were in every way select. If a stranger presented himself, she let him know that M. Goriot, one of the best known and most highly respected merchants in Paris, had singled out her boarding-house for a residence. she drew up a prospectus headed Maison Vauquer, in which it was asserted that hers was one of the oldest and most highly recommended boarding houses in the Latin Quarter. "From the windows of the house," thus ran the prospectus, "there is a charming view of the Val des Gobelins, so there is from the third floor, and a beautiful garden, extending down to an avenue of lindens at the further end. Mention was made of the bracing air of the place and its quiet situation." It was this prospectus that attracted Madame la Comtesse de Mesnil, a widow of 36, who was awaiting the final settlement of her husband's affairs, and of another matter regarding a pension due her as the wife of a general who had died on the field of battle. On this, Mme. Vauquer saw to her table lighted a fire daily in the sitting room for nearly 6 months, and kept the promise of her prospectus, even going to some expense to do so; and the Countess, on her side, addressed Mme. Vauquer as "my dear," and promised her 2 more boarders, the Baron de Vaumerland and the widow of a colonel, the late Comte de Piquoisie, who were about to leave a boarding house in the Marais, where the terms were higher than at Maison Vauquer. Both these ladies, moreover, would be very well to do when the people at the War Office had come to an end of their formalities. But government departments are always so dilatory, the lady added. After dinner the 2 widows went together up to Mme. Vauquer's room and had a snug little chat over some cordial and various delicacies reserved for the mistress of the house. Mme. Vauquer's ideas as to Goriot were cordially approved by Mme. de Mesnil. It was a capital notion, which, for that matter, she had guessed from the very first. In her opinion, the vermicelli maker was an excellent man. "Ah, my dear lady, such a well preserved man of his age, as sound as my eyesight, a man who might make a woman happy," said the widow. The good natured Countess turned to the subject of Mme. Vauquer's dress, which was not in harmony with her projects. "You must put yourself on a war footing," said she. After much serious consideration, the 2 widows went shopping together. They purchased a hat adorned with ostrich feathers and a cap at the Palais Royal, and the Countess took her friend to the Magasin de la Petite Jeannette, where they chose a dress and a scarf. Thus equipped for the campaign, the widow looked exactly like a prize animal hung out for a sign above an a la mode beef shop. But she herself was so much pleased with the improvement, as she considered it, in her appearance, that she felt that she lay under some obligation to the Countess; and, though by no means open handed, she begged the lady to accept a hat that cost 20 francs. The fact was that she needed the Countess' services on the delicate mission of sounding Goriot. The Countess must sing her praises in his ears. Mme. de Mesnil lent herself very good naturedly to this manoeuvre, began her operations, and succeeded in obtaining a private interview. But the overtures that she made, with a view to securing him for herself, were received with embarrassment, not to say a repulse. She left him, revolted by his coarseness. "My angel," said her to her dear friend, "you will make nothing of that man yonder. He is absurdly suspicious, and he is a mean curmudgeon, an idiot, a fool. You would never be happy with him." After what had passed between M. Goriot and Mme. de Mesnil, the Countess would no longer live under the same roof. She left the next day, forgot to pay for 6 months' board, and left behind her wardrobe cast-off clothing to the value of 5 francs. Eagerly and persistently as Mme. Vauquer sought Her quondam lodger, the Comtesse de Lambermesnil, was never heard of again in Paris. The widow often talked of this deplorable business, and regretted her own too confiding disposition. As a matter of fact, she was as suspicious as a cat, but she was like many other people who cannot trust their own kin, and put themselves at the mercy of the next chance comer, an odd but common phenomenon, whose causes may readily be traced to the depths of the human heart. Perhaps there are people who know that they have nothing more to look for from those with whom they live. They have shown the emptiness of their hearts to their housemates, and in their secret selves they are conscious that they are severely judged, and that they deserve to be judged severely, but still they feel an unconquerable craving for praises that they do not hear, or they are consumed by a desire to appear to possess, in the eyes of a new audience, the qualities which they have not, hoping to win the admiration or affection of strangers, at the risk of forfeiting it again some day. Or once more, there are other mercenary natures who never do a kindness to a friend or a relation simply because they have a claim upon them, while a service done to a stranger brings its reward to self-love. Such natures feel but little affection for those who are nearest to them. They keep their kindness for remoter circles of acquaintance, and show most to those who dwell on its utmost limits. Madame Vauquer belonged to both these essentially mean, false, and execrable classes. "If I had been there at the time," Vautrin would say at the end of the story, "I would have shown her up, and that misfortune would not have befallen you. I know that kind of phiz." End of section 1. Section 2 of Father Goriot by Honoré de BALZAC, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 2. Like all narrow natures, Madame Vauquer was wont to confine her attention to events, and did not go very deeply into the causes that brought them about. She likewise preferred to throw the blame of her own mistakes on other people. So she chose to consider that the honest vermicelli maker was responsible for her misfortune. It had opened her eyes, so she said, with regard to him. As soon as she saw that her blandishments were in vain, and that her outlay on her toilette was money thrown away, she was not slow to discover the reason of his indifference. It became plain to her at once that there was some other attraction, to use her own expression. In short, it was evident that the hope she had so fondly cherished was a baseless delusion, and that she would never make anything out of that man yonder, in the Countess's forcible phrase. The Countess seemed to have been a judge of character. Madame Vauquer's aversion was naturally more energetic than her friendship, for her hatred was not in proportion to her love, but to her disappointed expectations. The human heart may find here and there a resting place short of the highest height of affection, but we seldom stop in the steep downward slope of hatred. Still, M. Goriot was a lodger, and the widow's wounded self-love would not vent itself in an explosion of wrath. Like a monk harassed by the prior of his convent, she was forced to stifle her sighs of disappointment, and to gulp down her craving for revenge. Little minds find gratification for their feelings, benevolent or otherwise, by a constant exercise of petty ingenuity. The widow employed her woman's malice to devise a system of covert persecution. She began by a course of retrenchment. Various luxuries which had found their way to the table appeared there no more. No more gherkins, no more anchovies. "They had made a fool of me," she said to Sylvie one morning, and they returned to the old bill of fare. The thrifty frugality necessary to those who mean to make their way in the world had become an inveterate habit of life with M. Goriot. Soup, boiled beef, and a dish of vegetables had been, and always would be, the dinner he liked best; so Mme. Vauquer's found it very difficult to annoy a boarder whose tastes were so simple. He was proof against her malice, and in desperation she spoke to him and of him slightingly before the other lodgers, who began to amuse themselves at his expense, and so gratified her desire for revenge. Towards the end of the first year the widow's suspicions had reached such a pitch that she began to wonder how it was that a retired merchant, with a secure income of 7,000 or 8,000 livres, the owner of such magnificent plate and jewelry handsome enough for a kept mistress, should be living in her house. Why should he devote so small a proportion of his money to his expenses? Until the first year was nearly at an end, Goriot had dined out once or twice every week, but these occasions came less frequently, and at last he was scarcely absent from the dinner table twice a month. It was hardly expected that Mme. Vauquer should regard the increased regularity of her boarder's habits with complacency, when those little excursions of his had been so much to her interest. She attributed the change not so much to a gradual diminution of fortune as to a spiteful wish to annoy his hostess. It is one of the most detestable habits of a Lilliputian mind to credit other people with its own malignant pettiness. Unluckily, towards the end of the second year, M. Goriot's conduct gave some color to the idle talk about him. He asked Mme. Vauquer to give him a room on the second floor, and to make a corresponding reduction in her charges. Apparently, such strict economy was called for, that he did without a fire all through the winter. Mme. Vauquer asked to be paid in advance, an arrangement to which M. Goriot consented, and thenceforward she spoke of him as Father Goriot. What had brought about this decline and fall? Conjecture was keen, but investigation was difficult. Father Goriot was not communicative. In the sham countess' phrase, he was a curmudgeon. Empty-headed people who babble about their own affairs because they have nothing else to occupy them, naturally conclude that if people say nothing of their doings, it is because their doings will not bear being talked about. So the highly respectable merchant became a scoundrel, and the late beau was an old rogue. Opinion fluctuated. Sometimes, according to Vautrin, who came about this time to live at the Maison Vauquer, Father Goriot was a man who went on 'change and dabbled, to use the sufficiently expressive language of the Stock Exchange, in stocks and shares after he had ruined himself by heavy speculation. Sometimes it was held that he was one of those petty gamblers who nightly play for small stakes until they win a few francs. A theory that he was a detective in the employ of the Home Office found favor at one time, but Vautrin urged that Goriot was not sharp enough for one of that sort. There were yet other solutions. Father Goriot was a skinflint, a shark of a money-lender, a man who lived by selling lottery tickets. He was by turns all the most mysterious brood of vice and shame and misery. Yet, however vile his life might be, the feeling of repulsion which he aroused in others was not so strong that he must be banished from their society. He paid his way. Besides, Goriot had his uses, everyone vented his spleen or sharpened his wit on him. He was pelted with jokes and belabored with hard words. The general consensus of opinion was in favor of a theory which seemed the most likely. This was Mme. Vauquer's view. According to her, the man so well preserved at his time of life, as sound as her eyesight, with whom a woman might be very happy, was a libertine who had strange tastes. These are the facts upon which Mme. Vauquer's slanders were based. Early one morning, some few months after the departure of the unlucky countess, who had managed to live for 6 months at the widow's expense, Mme. Vauquer, not yet dressed, heard the rustle of a silk dress and a young woman's light footstep on the stair. Some one was going to Goriot's room. He seemed to expect the visit, for his door stood ajar. The portly Sylvie presently came up to tell her mistress that a girl too pretty to be honest, dressed like a goddess, and not a speck of mud on her laced cashmere boots, had glided in from the street like a snake, had found the kitchen, and asked for M. Goriot's room. Mme. Vauquer and the cook, listening, overheard several words affectionately spoken during the visit, which lasted for some time. When M. Goriot went downstairs with the lady, the stout Sylvie forthwith took her basket and followed the lover-like couple under pretext of going to do her marketing. "M. Goriot must be awfully rich, all the same, madame," she reported on her return, "to keep her in such style. Just imagine it! There was a splendid carriage waiting at the corner of the Place de l'Estrapade, and she got into it." While they were at dinner that evening, Mme. Vauquer went to the window and drew the curtain as the sun was shining into Goriot's eyes. "You are beloved of fair ladies, M. Goriot. The sun seeks you out," she said, alluding to his visitor. "Peste! You have good taste. She was very pretty." "That was my daughter," he said, with a kind of pride in his voice, and the rest chose to consider this as the fatuity of an old man who wishes to save appearances. A month after this visit, M. Goriot received another. The same daughter, who had come to see him that morning, came again after dinner, this time in evening dress. The boarders, in deep discussion in the dining room, caught a glimpse of a lovely, fair-haired woman, slender, graceful, and much too distinguished looking to be a daughter of Father Goriot's. "Two of them!" cried the portly Sylvie, who did not recognize the lady of the first visit. A few days later, and another young lady, a tall, well moulded brunette, with dark hair and bright eyes, came to ask for M. Goriot. "Three of them," said Sylvie. Then the second daughter, who had first come in the morning to see her father, came shortly afterwards in the evening. She wore a ball dress and came in a carriage. "Four of them," commented Mme. Vauquer and her plump handmaid. Sylvie saw not a trace of resemblance between this great lady and the girl in her simple morning dress who had entered her kitchen on the occasion of her first visit. At that time Goriot was paying 1,200 francs a year to his landlady, and Mme. Vauquer saw nothing out of the common in the fact that a rich man had 4 or 5 mistresses. Nay, she thought it very knowing of him to pass them off as his daughters. She was not at all inclined to draw a hard and fast line, or to take umbrage at his sending for them to the Maison Vauquer. Yet, inasmuch as these visits explained her boarder's indifference to her, she went so far, at the end of the second year, as to speak of him as an ugly old wretch. When at length her boarder declined to 900 francs a year, she asked him very insolently what he took her house to be, after meeting one of these ladies on the stairs. Father Goriot answered that the lady was his eldest daughter. "So you have 2 or 3 dozen daughters, have you?" said Mme. Vauquer sharply. "I have only 2," her boarder answered meekly, like a ruined man who is broken in to all the cruel usage of misfortune. Towards the end of the 3rd year Father Goriot reduced his expenses still further. He went up to the 3rd story, and now paid 45 francs a month. He did without snuff, told his hairdresser that he no longer required his services, and gave up wearing powder. When Goriot appeared for the first time in this condition, an exclamation of astonishment broke from his hostess on the color of his hair, a dingy olive gray. He had grown sadder day by day under the influence of some hidden trouble. Among all the faces round the table, his was the most woebegone. There was no longer any doubt. Goriot was an elderly libertine, whose eyes had only been preserved by the skill of the physician from the malign influence of the remedies necessitated by the state of his health. The disgusting color of his hair was the result of his excesses, and of the drugs which he had taken that he might continue his career. The poor old man's mental and physical condition afforded some grounds for the absurd rubbish talked about him. When his outfit was worn out, he replaced the fine linen by calico at 14 sous the ell. His diamonds, his gold snuff box, watch chain, and trinkets disappeared one by one. He had left off wearing the cornflower blue coat, and was sumptuously arrayed, summer as well as winter, in a coarse chestnut brown coat, a plush waistcoat, and doeskin breeches. He grew thinner and thinner, his legs were shrunken, his cheeks, once so puffed out by contented bourgeois prosperity, were covered with wrinkles, and the outlines of the jawbone were distinctly visible. There were deep furrows in his forehead. In the 4th year of his residence in the Rue Neuve Sainte Genevieve, he was no longer like his former self. The hale vermicelli manufacturer, 62 years of age, who had looked scarce 40, the stout, comfortable, prosperous tradesman, with an almost bucolic air, and such a brisk demeanor that it did you good to look at him. The man with something boyish in his smile had suddenly sunk into his dotage, and had become a feeble, vacillating septuagenarian. The keen, bright blue eyes had grown dull and faded to a steel gray color. The red inflamed rims looked as though they had shed tears of blood. He excited feelings of repulsion in some and of pity in others. The young medical students who came to the house noticed the drooping of his lower lip and the conformation of the facial angle, and after teasing him for some time to no purpose, they declared that cretinism was setting in. One evening after dinner, Mme. Vauquer said half banteringly to him, "So those daughters of yours don't come to see you any more, eh?" meaning to imply her doubts as to his paternity. But Father Goriot shrank as if his hostess had touched him with a sword point. "They come sometimes," he said in a tremulous voice. "Ah, you still see them sometimes?" cried the students. "Bravo, Father Goriot!" The old man scarcely seemed to hear the witticisms at his expense that followed on the words. He had relapsed into the dreamy state of mind that the superficial observers took for senile torpor, due to his lack of intelligence. If they had only known, they might have been deeply interested by the problem of his condition. But few problems were more obscure. It was easy, of course, to find out whether Goriot had really been a vermicelli manufacturer. The amount of his fortune was readily discoverable, but the old people, who were most inquisitive as to his concerns, never went beyond the limits of the quarter. and lived in the lodging-house much as oysters cling to a rock. As for the rest, the current of life in Paris daily awaited them, and swept them away with it. So soon as they left the Rue Neuve Sainte Genevieve, they forgot the existence of the old man, their butt at dinner. For those narrow souls, or for careless youth, the misery in Father Goriot's withered face and its dull apathy were quite incompatible with wealth or any sort of intelligence. As for the creatures whom he called his daughters, all Madame Vauquer's boarders were of her opinion. With the faculty of severe logic, sedulously cultivated by elderly women during long evenings of gossip, till they can always find an hypothesis to fit all circumstances, she was wont to reason thus: if Father Goriot had daughters of his own as rich as those ladies who came here seemed to be, he would not be lodging in my house on the third floor at 45 francs a month, he would not go about dressed like a poor man. No objection could be raised to these inferences. So by the end of the month of November 1819, at the time when the curtain rises on this drama, every one in the house had come to have a very decided opinion as to the poor old man. He had never had either wife or daughter. Excesses had reduced him to his sluggish condition. He was a sort of human mollusc, who should be classed among the Capulidae, so one of the dinner contingent, an employé at the Museum, who had a pretty wit of his own. Poiret was an eagle, a gentleman compared with Goriot. Poiret would join the talk, argue, answer when he was spoken to. As a matter of fact, his talk, arguments, and responses contributed nothing to the conversation, for Poiret had a habit of repeating what the other said in different words. Still, he did join in the talk. He was alive, and seemed capable of feeling, while Father Goriot, to quote the Museum official again, was invariably at 0 degrees. Réaumur. Eugene de Rastignac had just returned to Paris in a state of mind not unknown to young men who are conscious of unusual powers, and to those whose faculties are so stimulated by a difficult position that for the time being they rise above the ordinary level. Rastignac's first year of study for the preliminary examinations in law had left him free to see the sights of Paris and to enjoy some of its amusements. A student has not much time on his hands if he sets himself to learn the repertory of every theatre, and to study the ins and outs of the labyrinth of Paris. To know its customs, to learn the language, and become familiar with the amusements of the capital, he must explore its recesses, good and bad, follow the studies that please him, and form some idea of the treasures contained in galleries and museums. At this stage of his career a student grows eager and excited about all sorts of follies that seem to him to be of immense importance. He has his hero, his great man, a professor at the College de France, paid to talk down to the level of his audience. He adjusts his cravat, and strikes various attitudes for the benefit of the women in the first galleries at Opera Comique. As he passes through all these successive initiations and breaks out of his sheath, the horizons of life widen around him, and at length he grasps the plan of society with the different human strata of which it is composed. If he begins by admiring the procession of carriages on sunny afternoons in the Champs Elysees, he soon reaches the further stage of envying their owners. Unconsciously, Eugene had served his apprenticeship before he went back to Angoulême for the long vacation after taking his degrees as Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Law. The illusions of childhood had vanished, so also had the ideas he brought with him from the provinces. He had returned thither with an intelligence developed, with loftier ambitions, and saw things as they were at home in the old manor house. His father and mother, his 2 brothers and 2 sisters, with an aged aunt, whose whole fortune consisted in annuities, lived on the little estate of Rastignac. The whole property brought in about 3,000 francs, and though the amount varied with the season, as must always be the case in a vine-growing district, they were obliged to spare an unvarying 1,200 francs out of their income for him. He saw how constantly the poverty, which they had generously hidden from him, weighed upon them. He could not help comparing the sisters, who had seemed so beautiful to his boyish eyes, with women in Paris, who had realized the beauty of his dreams. The uncertain future of the whole family depended upon him. It did not escape his eyes that not a crumb was wasted in the house, nor that the wine they drank was made from the second pressing. A multitude of small things, which it is useless to speak of in detail here, made him burn to distinguish himself, and his ambition to succeed increased tenfold. He meant, like all great souls, that his success should be owing entirely to his merits. But his was preeminently a Southern temperament. The execution of his plans were sure to be marred by the vertigo that seizes on youth when youth sees itself alone in a wide sea, uncertain how to spend its energies, whither to steer its course, how to adapt its sails to the winds. At first he determined to fling himself heart and soul into his work, but he was diverted from this purpose by the need of society and connections. Then he saw how great an influence women exert in social life, and suddenly made up his mind to go out into this world to seek a protectress there. Surely a clever and high-spirited young man, whose wit and courage were set off to advantage by a graceful figure and the vigorous kind of beauty that readily strikes a woman's imagination, need not despair of finding a protectress. These ideas occurred to him in his country walks with his sisters, whom he had once joined so gaily. The girls thought him very much changed. His aunt, Madame de Marcillac, had been presented at court, and had moved among the brightest heights of that lofty region. Suddenly the young man's ambition discerned in those recollections of hers, which had been like nursery fairy tales to her nephews and nieces, the elements of a social success at least as important as the success which he had achieved at the École de Droit. He began to ask his aunt about those relations. Some of the old ties might still hold good. After much shaking of the branches of the family tree, the old lady came to the conclusion that of all persons who could be useful to her nephew among the selfish genus of rich relations, the Vicomtesse de Beauseant was the least likely to refuse. To this lady, therefore, she wrote in the old-fashioned style, recommending Eugene to her, pointing out to her nephew that if he succeeded in pleasing Madame de Beauseant, the Vicomtesse could introduce him to other relations. A few days after his return to Paris, therefore, Rastignac sent his aunt's letter to Madame de Beauseant. The Vicomtesse replied by an invitation to a ball for the following evening. This was the position of affairs at the Maison Vauquer at the end of November 1819. A few days later, after Madame de Beauseant's ball, Eugene came in at 2:00 in the morning. The persevering student meant to make up for the lost time by working until daylight. It was the first time that he had attempted to spend the night in this way in that silent quarter. The spell of a factitious energy was upon him. He had beheld the pomp and splendor of the world. He had not dined at the Maison Vauquer, The boarders probably would think that he would walk home at daybreak from the dance, as he had done sometimes on former occasions, after a fete at the Prado or a ball at the Odeon, splashing his silk stockings thereby and ruining his pumps. It so happened that Christophe took a look into the street before drawing the bolts of the door, and Rastignac coming in at that moment could go up to his room without making any noise, followed by Christophe, who made a great deal. Eugene exchanged his dress suit for a shabby overcoat and slippers, kindled a fire with some blocks of patent fuel, and prepared for his night's work in such a sort that the faint sounds he made were drowned by Christophe's heavy tramp on the stairs. Eugene sat absorbed in thought for a few moments before plunging into his law books. He had just become aware of the fact that the Vicomtesse de Beauseant was one of the queens of fashion, that her house was thought to be the pleasantest in the Faubourg Saint Germain; and not only so, she was, by right of her fortune and the name she bore, one of the most conspicuous figures in that aristocratic world. Thanks to the aunt, thanks to Mme. de Marcillac's letter of introduction, the poor student had been kindly received in that house before he knew the extent of the favor thus shown to him. It was almost like a patent of nobility to be admitted to those gilded salons. He had appeared in the most exclusive circle in Paris, and now all doors were open for him. Eugene had been dazzled at first by the brilliant assembly, and had scarcely exchanged a few words with the Vicomtesse. He had been content to single out a goddess among this throng of Parisian divinities, one of those women who are sure to attract a young man's fancy. The Comtesse Anastasie de Restaud was tall and gracefully made. She had one of the prettiest figures in Paris. Imagine a pair of great dark eyes, a magnificently moulded hand, a shapely foot. There was a fiery energy in her movements. The Marquis de Ronquerolles had called her a thoroughbred, a pure pedigree. These figures of speech have replaced the heavenly angel and oceanic nomenclature. The old mythology of love is extinct, doomed to perish by modern dandyism. But for Rastignac, Madame Anastasie de Restaud was the woman for whom he had sighed. He had contrived to write his name twice upon the list of partners upon her fan, and had snatched a few words with her during the first quadrille. "Where shall I meet you again, madame?" he asked abruptly, and the tones of his voice were full of the vehement energies that women like so well. "Oh, everywhere," said she. "In the Bois, at the Bouffons, in my own house." With the impetuosity of his adventurous southern temper, he did all he could to cultivate an acquaintance with this lovely countess, making the best of his opportunities in the quadrille and during a waltz that she gave him. When he told her that he was a cousin of Madame de Beauseant, the countess, whom he took for a great lady, asked him to call at her house, and after her parting smile, Rastignac felt convinced that he must make this visit. He was so lucky as to light upon some one who did not laugh at his ignorance, a fatal defect among the gilded and insolent youth of that period. The coterie of Maulincourt, Maximes de Trailles, de Marseilles, Ronquerolles, Ajuda Pintos, and Vandenesse, who shone there in all the glory of coxcombry among the best dressed women of fashion in Paris. Lady Brandon, the Duchesse de Langeais, the Comtesse de Kergarouët, Madame de Zezy, the Duchesse de Carigliano, the Comtesse Ferraud, Madame de Lanty, Marquis de Anglemont, Madame Firmiani, the Marquis de Listomere, and the Marquis d'Espard, the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse, and the Grandlieu. Luckily, therefore, for him, the novice happened upon the Marquis de Montriveau, the lover of the Duchesse de Langeais, a general as simple as a child. From him Rastignac learned that the Comtesse lived in the Rue du Helder. Ah, what it is to be young, eager to see the world, greedily on the watch for any chance that brings you nearer the woman of your dreams, and behold two houses open their doors to you. To set foot in the Vicomtesse de Beauseant's house in the Faubourg Saint Germain, to fall on your knees before the Comtesse de Restaud in the Chaussées d'Antin, to look at one glance across a vista of Paris drawing-rooms, conscious that, possessing sufficient good looks, you may hope to find aid and protection there in a feminine heart. To feel ambitious enough to spurn the tight rope on which you must walk with the steady head of an acrobat for whom a fall is impossible, and to find in a charming woman the best of all balancing poles. He sat there with his thoughts for a while, law on the one hand and poverty on the other, beholding a radiant vision of a woman rise above the dull, smouldering fire. Who would not have paused and questioned the future as Eugene was doing? Who would not have pictured it full of success? His wondering thoughts took wings. He was transported out of the present into that blissful future. He was sitting by Mme. de Restaud's side, when a sort of sigh, like the grunt of an overburdened Saint Joseph, broke the silence of the night. It vibrated through the student, who took the sound for a death groan. He opened his door noiselessly, went out upon the landing, and saw a thin streak of light under Father Goriot's door. Eugene feared that his neighbor had been taken ill. He went over and looked through the keyhole. The old man was busily engaged in an occupation so singular and so suspicious that Rastignac thought he was only doing a piece of necessary service to society to watch the self-styled vermicelli maker's nocturnal industries. The table was upturned, and Goriot had doubtless in some way secured a silver plate and cup to the bar before knotting a thick rope round them. He was pulling at this rope with such enormous force that they were being crushed and twisted out of shape. To all appearance he meant to convert the richly wrought metal into ingots. "Peste! What a man!" said Rastignac, as he watched Goriot's muscular arms. There was not a sound in the room while the old man, with the aid of the rope, was kneading the silver like dough. Was he then indeed a thief, or a receiver of stolen goods, who affected imbecility and decrepitude, and lived like a beggar, that he might carry on his pursuits the more securely? Eugene stood for a moment revolving these questions, then he looked again through the keyhole. Father Goriot had unwound his coil of rope. He had covered the table with a blanket, and was now employed in rolling the flattened mass of silver into a bar, an operation which he performed with marvelous dexterity. "Why, he must be as strong as Augustus, the King of Poland," said Eugene to himself when the bar was nearly finished. Father Goriot looked sadly at his handiwork. Tears fell from his eyes. He blew out the dip which had served him for a light when he manipulated the silver, and Eugene heard him sigh as he lay down again. "He is mad," thought the student. "Poor child!" Father Goriot said aloud. Rastignac, hearing these words, concluded to keep silence. He would not hastily condemn his neighbor. He was just in the doorway of his room when a strange sound from the staircase below reached his ears. It might have been made by two men coming up in list slippers. Eugene listened. 2 men there certainly were; he could hear their breathing. Yet there had been no sound of opening the street door, no footsteps in the passage. Suddenly, too, he saw a faint gleam of light on the second story. It was M. Vautrin's room. "There are a good many mysteries here for a lodging house," he said to himself. He went part of the way downstairs and listened again. The rattle of gold reached his ears. In another moment the light was put out, and again he distinctly heard the breathing of 2 men, but no sound of a door being opened or shut. The 2 men went downstairs, the faint sounds growing fainter as they went. "Who is there?" cried Mme. Vauquer out of her bedroom window. "I, Mme. Vauquer," answered Vautrin's deep bass voice. "I'm coming in." "That is odd. Christophe drew the bolts," said Eugene, going back to his room. "You have to sit up at night, it seems, if you really mean to know all that is going on about you in Paris." These incidents turned his thought from his ambitious dreams. He betook himself to his work, but his thought wandered back to Father Goriot's suspicious occupation. Mme. de Restaud's face swam again and again before his eyes like a vision of a brilliant future, and at last he lay down and slept with clenched fists. When a young man makes up his mind that he will work all night, the chances are that 7 times out of 10 he will sleep till morning. Such vigils do not begin before we are turned 20. The next morning Paris was wrapped in one of the dense fogs that throw the most punctual people out in their calculations as to the time. Even the most businesslike folk fail to keep their appointments in such weather, and ordinary mortals wake up at noon and fancy it is 8 o'clock. On this morning it was 9:30, and Mme. Vauquer still lay abed. Christophe was late, Sylvie was late, but the 2 sat comfortably taking their coffee as usual. It was Sylvie's custom to take the cream off the milk destined for the boarders' breakfast for her own, and to boil the remainder for some time, so that madame should not discover this illegal exaction. "Sylvie," said Christophe as he dipped a piece of toast into the coffee, "M. Vautrin, who is not such a bad sort, all the same, had 2 people come to see him again last night. If madame says anything, mind you say nothing about it." "Has he given you something?" "He gave me a 5-franc piece this month, which is as good as saying, 'Hold your tongue.' Except him and Mme. Couture, who doesn't look twice at every penny, there's no one in this house that doesn't try to get back with the left hand all that they give with the right at New Year," said Sylvie. "And after all," said Christophe, "what do they give you? A miserable 5-franc piece. There is Father Goriot, who has cleaned his shoes himself these 2 years past. There is that old beggar Poiret, who goes without blacking altogether. He would sooner drink it than put it on his boots. Then there is that whippersnapper of a student, who gives me a couple of francs. 2 francs will not pay for my brushes, and he sells his old clothes, and gets more for them than they are worth. Oh, they're a shabby lot." "Pooh!" said Sylvie, sipping her coffee. "Our places are the best in the quarter, that I know. But about that great big chap Vautrin, Christophe, has any one told you anything about him?" "Yes, I met a gentleman in the street a few days ago. He said to me, 'There's a gentleman in your place, isn't there? A tall man that dyes his whiskers?' I told him, 'No, sir, they aren't dyed. A gay fellow like him hasn't the time to do it.' And when I told M. Vautrin about it afterwards, he said, 'Quite right, my boy, that is the way to answer them. There is nothing more unpleasant than to have your little weaknesses known. It might spoil many a match.'" "Well, and for my part," said Sylvie, "a man tried to humbug me at the market, wanting to know if I had seen him put on his shirt. Such bosh! There," she cried, interrupting herself, "that's 10:15 striking at the Val de Grace, and not a soul stirring. Pooh! They are all gone out. Mme. Couture and the girl went out at 8 o'clock to take the wafer at Saint Etienne. Father Goriot started off somewhere with a parcel, and the student won't be back from his lecture till 10 o'clock. I saw them go while I was sweeping the stairs. Father Goriot knocked up against me, and his parcel was as hard as iron. What is the old fellow up to, I wonder? He is as good as a plaything for the rest of them. They can never let him alone. But he is a good man all the same, and worth more than all of them put together. He doesn't give you much himself, but he sometimes sends you with a message to ladies who fork out famous tips. They are dressed grandly, too. His daughters, as he calls them, eh? There are a dozen of them. I have never been to more than two, the two who came here. There is madame moving overhead. I shall have to go, or she will raise a fine racket. Just keep an eye on the milk, Christophe. Don't let the cat get at it." Sylvie went up to her mistress's room. "Sylvie, how is this? It's nearly 10 o'clock, and you let me sleep like a dormouse. Such a thing has never happened before." "It's the fog. It is that thick you could cut it with a knife." "But how about breakfast?" "Bah, the boarders are possessed, I'm sure. They all cleared out before there was a wink of daylight." "Do speak properly, Sylvie," Mme. Vauquer retorted. "Say a blink of daylight." "Ah, well, madame, whichever you please. Anyhow, you can have breakfast at 10 o'clock. La Michonnette and Poiret have neither of them stirred. There are only those two upstairs, and they are sleeping like the logs they are." "But, Sylvie, you put their names together as if—" "As if what?" said Sylvie, bursting into a guffaw. "The two of them make a pair. It is a strange thing, isn't it, Sylvie, how M. Vautrin got in last night after Christophe had bolted the door?" "Not at all, madame. Christophe heard M. Vautrin and went down and undid the door, and here you are imagining that." "Give me my bodice, and be quick, and get breakfast ready. Dish up the rest of the mutton with the potatoes, and you can put the stewed pears on the table, those at 5 a penny." A few moments later Mme. Vauquer came down, just in time to see the cat knock down a plate that covered a bowl of milk and begin to lap it in all haste. "Mr. Gris!" she cried. The cat fled, but promptly returned to rub against her ankles. "Oh, yes, you can wheedle, you old hypocrite," she said. "Sylvie, Sylvie!" "Yes, madame, what is it?" "Just see what the cat has done." "It is all that stupid Christophe's fault. I told him to stop and lay the table. What has become of him? Don't you worry, madame. Father Goriot shall have it. I will fill it up with water, and he won't know the difference. He never notices anything, not even when he eats." "I wonder where the old heathen can have gone," said Mme. Vauquer, setting the plates round the table. "Who knows? He is up to all sorts of tricks." "I have overslept myself," said Mme. Vauquer. "But madame looks as fresh as a rose all the same." The doorbell rang at that moment, and Vautrin came through the sitting room, singing loudly. "'Tis the same old story everywhere, a roving heart and a roving glance." "Oh, Mamma Vauquer, good morning!" he cried at the sight of his hostess, and he put his arm gaily round her waist. "There, have done!" "Impertinence, say it!" he answered. "Come, say it! Now, isn't that what you really mean? Stop a bit, I will help you set the table. Ah, I am a nice man, am I not? For the locks of brown and the golden hair, a sighing lover. Oh, I have just seen something so funny, led by chance." "What?" asked the widow. "Father Goriot in the goldsmith's shop in the Rue Dauphine, at 8:30 this morning. They buy old spoons and forks and gold lace there, and Goriot sold a piece of silver plate for a good round sum. It had been twisted out of shape very nearly by a man that's not used to the trade." "Really? You don't say so?" "Yes, one of my friends is expatriating himself. I had been to see him off on board the Royal Mail steamer, and was coming back here. I waited after that to see what Father Goriot would do. It is a comical affair. He came back to this quarter of the world, to the Rue de Grace, and went into a moneylender's house. Everybody knows him, Gobseck, a stuck-up rascal that would make dominoes out of his father's bones, a Turk, a heathen, an old Jew, a Greek. It would be a difficult matter to rob him, for he puts all his coin into the bank." "Then what was Father Goriot doing there?" "Doing?" said Vautrin. "Nothing. He was bent on his own undoing. He is a simpleton, stupid enough to ruin himself by running after—" "There he is!" cried Sylvie. "Christophe," said Father Goriot's voice, "come upstairs with me." Christophe went up, and shortly afterwards came down again. "Where are you going?" Mme. Vauquer asked of her servant. "Out on an errand for M. Goriot." "What may that be?" said Vautrin, pouncing a letter in Christophe's hand. "Madame la Comtesse Anastasie de Restaud," he read. "Where are you going with it?" he added, as he gave the letter back to Christophe. "To the Rue de Helda. I have orders to give this into her hands myself." "What is there inside it?" said Vautrin, holding the letter up to the light. He peered into the envelope. "A receipt account!" he cried. "My word, 'tis a gallant old dotard. Off with you, old chap," he said, bringing down a hand on Christophe's head and spinning the man round like a thimble. "You will have a famous tip." By this time the table was set, Sylvie was boiling the milk, Mme. Vauquer was lighting a fire in the stove with some assistance from Vautrin, who kept humming to himself, "The same old story everywhere, a roving heart and a roving glance." When everything was ready, Mme. Couture and Mlle. Taillefer came in. "Where have you been this morning, fair lady?" said Mme. Vauquer, turning to Mme. Couture. "We have just been to say our prayers at Saint Etienne du Mont. To day is the day when we must go to see M. Taillefer. Poor little thing, she is trembling like a leaf," Mme. Couture went on, as she seated herself before the fire and held the steaming soles of her boots to the blaze. "Warm yourself, Victorine," said Mme. Vauquer. "It is quite right and proper, mademoiselle, to pray to Heaven to soften your father's heart," said Vautrin, as he drew a chair nearer to the orphan girl. "But that is not enough. What you want is a friend who will give the monster a piece of his mind, a barbarian that has 3 millions, so they say, and will not give you a dowry. A pretty girl needs a dowry nowadays." "Poor child," said Mme. Vauquer. "Never mind, my pet, your wretch of a father is going just the way to bring trouble upon himself." Victorine's eyes filled with tears at the words, and the widow checked herself at a sign from Mme. Couture. "If we could only see him," said the Commissary General's widow. "If I could speak to him myself and give him his wife's last letter. I have never dared to run the risk of sending it by post. He knew my handwriting." "Oh, woman, persecuted and injured innocent!" exclaimed Vautrin, breaking in upon her. "So that is how you are, is it? In a few days' time I will look into your affairs, and it will be all right, you shall see." "Oh, sir," said Victorine, with a tearful but eager glance at Vautrin, who showed no sign of being touched by it, "if you know of any way of communicating with my father, please be sure and tell him that his affection and my mother's honor are more to me than all the money in the world. If you can induce him to relent a little towards me, I will pray to God for you. You may be sure of my gratitude." "The same old story everywhere," sang Vautrin, with a satirical intonation. At this juncture Goriot, Mademoiselle Michonneau, and Poiret came downstairs together, possibly the scent of the gravy which Sylvie was making to serve with the mutton had announced breakfast. The seven people thus assembled bade each other good morning, and took their places at the table. The clock struck 10, and the student's footstep was heard outside. "Ah, here you are, Monsieur Eugene," said Sylvie. "Every one is breakfasting at home to day." The student exchanged greetings with the lodgers and sat down beside Goriot. "I have just met with a queer adventure," he said, as he helped himself abundantly to the mutton and cut a slice of bread which Mme. Vauquer's eyes gauged as usual. "An adventure?" queried Poiret. "Well, and what is there to astonish you in that, old boy?" Vautrin asked of Poiret. "Monsieur Eugene is cut out for that kind of thing." Mademoiselle Taillefer stole a timid glance at the young student. "Tell us about your adventure," demanded M. Vautrin. "Yesterday evening I went to a ball given by a cousin of mine, the Vicomtesse de Beauseant. She has a magnificent house; the rooms are hung with silk. In short, it was a splendid affair, and I was as happy as a king." "Fisher!" put on Vautrin, interrupting. "What do you mean, sir?" said Eugene sharply. "I said fisher, because kingfishers see a good deal more fun than kings." "Quite true. I would much rather be the little careless bird than a king," said Poiret, the dittoist. "Because " "In fact," the law student cut him short, "I danced with one of the handsomest women in the room, a charming countess, the most exquisite creature I have ever seen. There was peach blossom in her hair, and she had the loveliest bouquet of flowers, real flowers that scented the air. But there, it is no use trying to describe a woman glowing with the dance. You ought to have seen her. Well, and this morning I met this divine countess about 9 o'clock on the foot in the Rue de Gres. Oh, how my heart beat! I began to think " "That she was coming here," said Vautrin, with a keen look at the student. "I expect that she was going to call on old Gobseck, a money lender. If ever you explore a Parisian woman's heart, you will find the money lender first, and the lover afterwards. Your countess is called Anastasie de Restaud, and she lives in the Rue des Heldes." The student stared hard at Vautrin. Father Goriot raised his head at the words, and gave the two speakers a glance so full of intelligence and uneasiness that the lodgers beheld him with astonishment. "Then Christophe was too late, and she must have gone to him," cried Goriot, with anguish in his voice. "It is just as I guessed," said Vautrin, leaning over to whisper in Mme. Vauquer's ear. Goriot went on with his breakfast, but seemed unconscious of what he was doing. He had never looked more stupid nor more taken up with his own thoughts than he did at that moment. "Who the devil could have told you her name, Monsieur Vautrin?" asked Eugene. "Ah, there you are," answered Vautrin. "Old Father Goriot there knew it quite well, and why should I not know it too?" "Monsieur Goriot?" the student cried. "What is it?" asked the old man. "So she was very beautiful, was she, yesterday night?" "Who?" "Mme. de Restaud." "Look at the old wretch," said Mme. Vauquer, speaking to Vautrin. "How his eyes light up!" "Then does he really keep her?" said Mlle. Michonneau in a whisper to the student. "Oh, yes, she was tremendously pretty," Eugene answered. Father Goriot watched him with eager eyes. "If Mme. de Beauseant had not been there, my divine countess would have been the queen of the ball. None of the younger men had eyes for any one else. I was 12th on her list, and she danced every quadrille. The other women were furious. She must have enjoyed herself, if ever creature did. It is a true saying that there is no more beautiful sight than a frigate in full sail, a galloping horse, or a woman dancing. "So the wheels turn," said Vautrin. "Yesterday night at a duchess' ball, this morning in a money lender's office, on the lowest rung of the ladder, just like a Parisienne. If their husbands cannot afford to pay for their frantic extravagance, they will sell themselves; or, if they cannot do that, they will tear out their mothers' hearts to find something to pay for their splendor. They will turn the world upside down. Just a Parisienne through and through." End of section 2. Section 3 of Father Goriot by Honoré BALZAC, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 3. Father Goriot's face, which had shone at the student's words like the sun on a bright day, clouded over all at once at this cruel speech of Vautrin's. "Well," said Madame Vauquer, "but where is your adventure? Did you speak to her? Did you ask her if she wanted to study law?" "She did not see me," said Eugene. "But only think of meeting one of the prettiest women in Paris in the Rue de Gres at 9 o'clock. She could not have reached home after the ball till 2 o'clock this morning. Wasn't it queer? There is no place like Paris for this sort of adventures." "Pshaw! Much funnier things than that happen here," exclaimed Vautrin. Mademoiselle Taillefer had scarcely heeded the talk, she was so absorbed by the thought of the new attempt that she was about to make. Madame Couture made a sign that it was time to go upstairs and dress. The two ladies went out, and Father Goriot followed their example. "Well, did you see?" said Madame Vauquer, addressing Vautrin and the rest of the circle. "He is ruining himself for those women, that is plain." "Nothing will ever make me believe that that beautiful Comtesse de Restaud is anything to Father Goriot," cried the student. "Well, and if you don't," broke in Vautrin, "we are not set on convincing you. You are too young to know Paris thoroughly yet. Later on you will find out that there are what we call men with a passion." Mademoiselle Michonneau gave Vautrin a quick glance at these words. They seemed to be like the sound of a trumpet to a trooper's horse. "Aha!" said Vautrin, stopping in his speech to give her a searching glance. "So we have had our little experiences, have we?" The old maid lowered her eyes like a nun who sees a statue. "Well," he went on, "when folk of that kind get a notion into their heads they cannot drop it. They must drink the water from some particular spring. It is stagnant as often as not, but they will sell their wives and families, they will sell their own souls to the devil to get it. For some this spring is play, or the Stock Exchange, or music, or a collection of pictures, or insects; for others it is some woman who can give them the dainties they like. You might offer these last all the women on earth, they would turn up their noses, they will have the only one who can gratify their passion. It often happens that the woman does not care for them at all, and treats them cruelly; they buy their morsels of satisfaction very dear. But no matter, the fools are never tired of it; they will take their last blanket to the pawnbroker's to give their last 5-franc piece to her. Father Goriot here is one of that sort. He is discreet, so the Countess exploits him, just the way of the gay world. The poor old fellow thinks of her and of nothing else. In all other respects, you see, he is a stupid animal; but get him on that subject, and his eyes sparkle like diamonds. That secret is not difficult to guess. He took some plate himself this morning to the melting pot, and I saw him at Daddy Gobseck's in the Rue de Gres. And now, mark what follows. He came back here, and gave a letter for the Comtesse de Restaud to that noodle of a Christophe, who showed us the address. There was a receipted bill inside it. It is clear that it was an urgent matter if the Comtesse also went herself to the old moneylender. Father Goriot has financed her handsomely. There is no need to tack a tale together. The thing is self-evident. So that shows you, Sir Student, that all the time your countess was smiling, dancing, flirting, swaying her peach-flower crowned head, with her gown gathered into her hand. Her slippers were pinching her, as they say. She was thinking of her protested bills, or her lover's protested bills. "You have made me wild to know the truth," cried Eugene. "I will go to call on Mme. de Restaud tomorrow." "Yes," echoed Poiret, "you must go and call on Mme. de Restaud. And perhaps you will find Father Goriot there, who will take payment for the assistance he politely rendered." Eugene looked disgusted. "Why, then, this Paris of yours is a slough." "And an uncommonly queer slough, too," replied Vautrin. "The mud splashes you as you drive through it in your carriage. You are a respectable person; you go afoot and are splashed. You are a scoundrel. You are so unlucky as to walk off with something or other belonging to somebody else, and they exhibit you as a curiosity in the Place du Palais de Justice. You steal 1,000,000, and you are pointed out in every salon as a model of virtue. And you pay 30 millions for the police and the courts of justice for the maintenance of law and order. A pretty slate of things it is." "What!" cried Mme. Vauquer, "has Father Goriot really melted down his silver posset dish?" "There were 2 turtle doves on the lid, were there not?" asked Eugene. "Yes, there were." "Then was he fond of it?" said Eugene. "He cried while he was breaking up the cup and plate. I happened to see him by accident." "It was dear to him as his own life," answered the widow. "There, you see how infatuated the old fellow is," cried Vautrin. "The woman yonder can coax the soul out of him." The student went up to his room. Vautrin went out, and a few moments later Mme. Couture and Victorine drove away in a cab which Sylvie had called for them. Poiret gave his arm to Mlle. Michonneau, and they went together to spend the 2 sunniest hours of the day in the Jardin des Plantes. "Well, those 2 are as good as married," was the portly Sylvie's comment. "They are going out together to day for the first time. They are such a couple of dry sticks that if they happen to strike against each other, they will draw sparks like flint and steel." "Keep clear of Mlle. Michonneau's shawl, then," said Mme. Vauquer, laughing. "It would flare up like tinder." At 4 o'clock that evening, when Goriot came in, he saw, by the light of 2 smoky lamps, that Victorine's eyes were red. Mme. Vauquer was listening to the history of the visit made that morning to M. Taillefer. It had been made in vain. Taillefer was tired of the annual application made by his daughter and her elderly friend. He gave them a personal interview in order to arrive at understanding with them. "My dear lady," said Mme. Couture, addressing Mme. Vauquer, "just imagine it, he did not even ask Victorine to sit down; she was standing the whole time. He said to me quite coolly, without putting himself in a passion, that we might spare ourselves the trouble of going there, that the young lady (he would not call her his daughter) was injuring her cause by importuning him. Importuning once a year, the wretch! That as Victorine's mother had nothing when he married her, Victorine ought not to expect anything from him. In fact, He said the most cruel things that made the poor child burst out crying. The little thing threw herself at her father's feet and spoke up bravely. She said that she only persevered in her visits for her mother's sake, that she would obey him without a murmur, but that she begged him to read her poor dead mother's farewell letter. She took it up and gave it to him, saying the most beautiful things in the world, most beautifully expressed. I do not know where she learned them. God must have put them in her head, for the poor child was inspired to speak so nicely that it made me cry like a fool to hear her talk. And what do you think the monster was doing all the time? Cutting his nails. He took the letter that poor Madame Taillefer had soaked with tears and flung it on to the chimney-piece. "That is all right," he said. He held out his hands to raise his daughter, but she covered them with kisses, and he drew them away again. Scandalous, isn't it? And his great booby of a son came in and took no notice of his sister. "What inhuman wretches they must be," said Father Goriot. And then they both went out of the room. Mme. Couture went on, without heeding the worthy vermicelli maker's exclamation. Father and son bowed to me and asked me to excuse them on account of urgent business. That is the history of our call. Well, he has seen his daughter at any rate. How he can refuse to acknowledge her, I cannot think, for they are as alike as two peas. The boarders dropped in one after another, interchanging greetings and empty jokes that certain classes of Parisians regard as humorous and witty. Dullness is their prevailing ingredient, and the whole point consists in mispronouncing a word or a gesture. This kind of argot is always changing. The essence of the jest consists in some catchword suggested by a political event, an incident in the police courts, a street song, or a bit of burlesque at some theatre, and forgotten in a month. Anything and everything serves to keep up a game of battledore and shuttlecock with words and ideas. The diorama, a recent invention which carried an optical illusion a degree further than panoramas, has given rise to a mania among art students for ending every word with rama. The Maison Vauquer had caught the infection from a young artist among the boarders. "Well, Monsieur Poiret," said the employe from the museum, "how is your health-orama?" Then, without waiting for an answer, he turned to Mme. Couture and Victorine with a "Ladies, you seem melancholy." "Is dinner ready?" cried Horace Bianchon, a medical student and a friend of Rastignac's. "My stomach is sinking, usque ad Toulonnaise." "There is an uncommon frozen-rama outside," said Vautrin. "Make room there, Father Goriot. Confound it, your foot covers the whole front of the stove." "Illustrious Monsieur Vautrin," put in Bianchon, "why do you say frozen-rama? It is incorrect. It should be frozen-rama." "No, it shouldn't," said the official from the museum. "Frozen-rama is right by the same rule that you say, 'My feet are froze.' Aha! Here is his Excellency the Marquis de Rastignac, doctor of the law of contraries," cried Bianchon, seizing Eugene by the throat and almost throttling him. "Hallo there, hallo!" Mademoiselle Michonneau came noiselessly in, bowed to the rest of the party, and took her place beside the three women without saying a word. "That old bat always makes me shudder," said Bianchon in a low voice, indicating Mademoiselle Michonneau to Vautrin. "I have studied Gall's system, and I am sure she has the bump of Judas." "Then you have seen a case before?" said Vautrin. "Who has not?" answered Bianchon. "Upon my word, that ghastly old maid looks just like one of the long worms that will gnaw a beam through, given them time enough." "That is the way, young man," returned he of the 40 years and the dyed whiskers. "The rose has lived the life of a rose. a morning's space. "Aha! Here is a magnificent soup aroma!" cried Poiret, as Christophe came in bearing the soup with cautious heed. "I beg your pardon, sir," said Mme. Vauquer, "it is the soup aux choux." All the young men roared with laughter. "Had you there, Poiret!" "Poirerette, she had you there!" "Score 2 points for Mama Vauquer," said Vautrin. "Did any of you notice the fog this morning?" asked the official. "It was a frantic fog," said Bianchon, "a fog unparalleled, doleful, melancholy, sea green, asthmatical, a Goriot of a fog." "A Goriorama," said the art student, "because you couldn't see a thing in it." "Hey, Milord Goriot, they air talking about you." Father Goriot, seated at the lower end of the table, close to the door through which the servant entered, raised his face. He had smelt at a scrap of bread that lay under his table napkin, an old trick acquired in his commercial capacity that still showed itself at times. "Well," Mme. Vauquer cried in sharp tones that rang above the rattle of spoons and plates and the sound of other voices, "is there anything the matter with the bread?" "Nothing whatever, madame," he answered. "On the contrary, it is made of the best quality of corn, flour from Etampes." "How could you tell?" asked Eugene. "By the color, by the flavor." "You knew the flavor by the smell, I suppose," said Mme. Vauquer. "You have grown so economical, you will find out how to live on the smell of cooking at last." "Take out a patent for it, then," cried the museum official. "You could make a handsome fortune." "Never mind him," said the artist. "He does that sort of thing to delude us into thinking that he was a vermicelli maker." "Your nose is a corn sampler, it appears?" inquired the official. "Corn what?" asked Bianchon. "Cornel, cornet, cornelian, cornice, cornucopia, corncrake, corncockle, cornorama." The 8 responses came like a rolling fire from every part of the room, and the laughter that followed was more uproarious because poor Father Goriot stared at the others with a puzzled look, like a foreigner trying to catch the meaning of words in a language which he does not understand. "Corn," he said, turning to Vautrin, his next neighbor. "Corn on your foot, old man," said Vautrin, and he drove Father Goriot's cap over his eyes by a blow on the crown. The poor old man, thus suddenly attacked, was for a moment too bewildered to do anything. Christophe carried off his plate, thinking that he had finished his soup, so that when Goriot had pushed back his cap from his eyes, his spoon encountered the table. Every one burst out laughing. "You are a disagreeable joker, sir," said the old man, "and if you take any further liberties with me—" "Well, what then, old boy?" Vautrin interrupted. "Well, then, you shall pay dearly for it some day." "Down below, eh?" said the artist, "in the little dark corner where they put naughty boys." "Well, mademoiselle," Vautrin said, turning to Victorine, "you are eating nothing. So papa was refractory, was he?" "A monster," said Mme. Couture. "Mademoiselle might make application for aliment pending her suit. She is not eating anything. Hey, hey, just see how Father Goriot is staring at Mademoiselle Victorine." The old man had forgotten his dinner, he was so absorbed in gazing at the poor girl. The sorrow in her face was unmistakable, the slighted love of a child whose father would not recognize her. "We are mistaken about Father Goriot, my dear boy," said Eugene in a low voice. "He is not an idiot, nor wanting in energy. Try your Gall system on him, and let me know what you think. I saw him crush a silver dish last night as if it were made of wax. There seems to be something extraordinary going on in his mind just now, to judge by his face. His life is so mysterious that it must be worth studying. Oh, you may laugh, Bianchon, I am not joking." "The man is a subject, is he?" said Bianchon. "All right, I will dissect him if he will give me the chance." "No? Feel his bumps. His stupidity might perhaps be contagious." The next day Rastignac dressed himself very elegantly, and about 3 o'clock in the afternoon went to call on Mme. de Restaud. On the way thither he indulged in the wild intoxicating dream which fill a young head so full of delicious excitement. Young men at his age take no account of obstacles nor of dangers; they see success in every direction. Imagination has free play, and turns their lives into a romance. They are saddened or discouraged by the collapse of one of the visionary schemes that have no existence save in their heated fancy. If youth were not ignorant and timid, civilization would be impossible. Eugene took unheard of pains to keep himself in a spotless condition, but on his way through the streets he began to think about Mme. de Restaud and what he should say to her. He equipped himself with wit, rehearsed repartees in the course of an imaginary conversation, and prepared certain neat speeches a la Talleyrand, conjuring up a series of small events which should prepare the way for the declaration on which he had based his future. And during these musings the law student was bespattered with mud, and by the time he reached the Palais Royal he was obliged to have his boots blacked and his trousers brushed. "If I were rich," he said, as he changed the 5-franc piece he had brought with him in case anything might happen, "I would take a cab, then I could think at my ease." At last he reached the Rue du Helder and asked for the Comtesse de Restaud. He bored the contemptuous glances of the servants, who had seen him cross the court on foot, with the cold fury of a man who knows that he will succeed some day. He understood the meaning of the glances at once, for he had felt his inferiority as soon as he entered the court, where a smart cab was waiting. All the delights of life in Paris seemed to be implied by this visible and manifest sign of luxury and extravagance. A fine horse in magnificent harness was pawing the ground, and all at once the law student felt out of humor with himself. Every compartment in his brain which he had thought to find so full of wit was bolted fast. He grew positively stupid. He sent up his name to the Countess, and waited in the antechamber, standing on one foot before a window that looked out upon the court. Mechanically he leaned his elbow against the sash and stared before him. The time seemed long. He would have left the house but for the southern tenacity of purpose which works miracles when it is single-minded. "Madame is in her boudoir and cannot see any one at present, sir," said the servant. "She gave me no answer, but if you will go into the drawing-room, there is some one already there." Rastignac was impressed with a sense of the formidable power of the lackey who can accuse or condemn his masters by a word. He coolly opened the door by which the man had just entered the antechamber, meaning, no doubt, to show these insolent flunkeys that he was familiar with the house; but he found that he had thoughtlessly precipitated himself into a small room full of dressers, where lamps were standing, and hot water pipes on which towels were being dried. A dark passage and a back staircase lay beyond it. Stifled laughter from the antechamber added to his confusion. "This way to the drawing-room, sir," said the servant, with the exaggerated respect which seemed to be one more jest at his expense. Eugene turned so quickly that he stumbled against a bath. By good luck he managed to keep his hat on his head, and saved it from immersion in the water. But just as he turned, a door opened at the further end of the dark passage, dimly lighted by a small lamp. Rastignac heard voices and the sound of a kiss. One of the speakers was Mme. de Restaud, the other was Father Goriot. Eugene followed the servant through the dining room into the drawing room. He went to a window that looked out into the courtyard, and stood there for a while. He meant to know whether this Goriot was really the Goriot that he knew. His heart beat unwontedly fast. He remembered Vautrin's hideous insinuations. A well-dressed young man suddenly emerged from the room almost as Eugene entered it, saying impatiently to the servant who stood at the door, "I am going, Maurice. Tell Madame la Comtesse that I waited more than half an hour for her." Whereupon this insolent being, who, doubtless, had a right to be insolent, sang an Italian trill, and went towards the window where Eugene was standing, moved thereto quite as much by a desire to see the student's face as by a wish to look out into the courtyard. "But Monsieur le Comte had better wait a moment longer. Madame is disengaged," said Maurice, as he returned to the antechamber. Just at that time Father Goriot appeared close to the gate. He had emerged from a door at the foot of the back staircase. The worthy soul was preparing to open his umbrella, regardless of the fact that the great gate had opened to admit a tilbury, in which a young man with a ribbon at his buttonhole was seated. Father Goriot had scarcely time to start back and save himself. The horse took fright at the umbrella, swerved, and dashed forward towards the flight of steps. The young man looked round in annoyance, saw Father Goriot, and greeted him as he went out with constrained courtesy, such as people usually show to a money lender so long as they require his services, or the sort of respect they feel it necessary to show for some one whose reputation has been blown upon, so that they blush to acknowledge his acquaintance. Father Goriot gave him a little friendly nod and a good-natured smile. All this happened with lightning speed. Eugene was so deeply interested that he forgot that he was not alone till he suddenly heard the Countess' voice. "Oh, Maxime, were you going away?" she said reproachfully, with a shade of pique in her manner. The Countess had not seen the incident nor the entrance of the tilbury. Rastignac turned abruptly and saw her standing before him, coquettishly dressed in a loose white cashmere gown, with knots of rose-colored ribbons here and there. Her hair was carelessly coiled about her head, as is the wont of Parisian women in the morning. There was a soft fragrance about her; doubtless she was fresh from a bath. Her graceful form seemed more flexible, her beauty more luxuriant. Her eyes glistened. A young man can see everything at a glance. He feels the radiant influence of a woman as a plant discerns and absorbs its nutriment from the air. He did not need to touch her hands to feel their cool freshness. He saw faint rose tints through the cashmere of the dressing gown. It had fallen slightly open, giving glimpses of a bare throat, on which the student's eyes rested. The Countess had no need of the adventitious aid of corsets. Her girdle defined the outlines of her slender waist. Her throat was a challenge to love. Her feet, thrust into slippers, were daintily small. As Maxime took her hand and kissed it, Eugene became aware of Maxime's existence, and the Countess saw Eugene. "Oh, is that you, Monsieur de Rastignac? I am very glad to see you," she said, but there was something in her manner that a shrewd observer would have taken as a hint to depart. Maxime, as the Countess Anastasie had called the young man, with the haughty insolence of bearing, looked from Eugene to the lady, and from the lady to Eugene. It was sufficiently evident that he wished to be rid of the latter. An exact and faithful rendering of the glance might be given in the words, "Look here, my dear, I hope you intend to send this little whippersnapper about his business." The Countess consulted the young man's face with an intent submissiveness that betrays all the secrets of a woman's heart, and Rastignac all at once began to hate him violently. To begin with, the sight of the fair carefully arranged curls on the other's comely head had convinced him that his own crop was hideous. Maxime's boots, moreover, were elegant and spotless, while his own, in spite of all his care, bore some traces of his recent walk. And finally, Maxime's overcoat fitted the outline of his figure gracefully. He looked like a pretty woman, while Eugene was wearing a black coat at 2:30. The quick-witted child of the Charente felt the disadvantage at which he was placed beside this tall, slender dandy, with the clear gaze and pale face, one of those men who would ruin orphan children without scruple. Mme. de Restaud fled into the next room without waiting for Eugene to speak, shaking out the skirts of her dressing gown in her flight, so that she looked like a white butterfly, and Maxime hurried after her. Eugene, in a fury, followed Maxime and the Countess, and the three stood once more face to face by the hearth in the large drawing-room. The law student felt quite sure that the odious Maxime found him in the way, and even at the risk of displeasing Mme. de Restaud, he meant to annoy the dandy. It had struck him all at once that he had seen the young man before at Mme. de Beauseant's ball. He guessed the relation between Maxime and Mme. de Restaud, and with the youthful audacity that commits prodigious blunders or achieves signal success, he said to himself, "This is my rival. I mean to cut him out." Rash resolve! He did not know that M. le Comte Maxime de Trailles would wait till he was insulted, so as to fire first and kill his man. Eugene was a sportsman and a good shot, but he had not yet hit the bull's eye 20 times out of 22. The young Count dropped into a low chair by the hearth, took up the tongs, and made up the fire so violently and so sulkily that Anastasie's fair face suddenly clouded over. She turned to Eugene with a cool, questioning glance that asked plainly, "Why do you not go?" A glance which well-bred people regard as a cue to make their exit. Eugene assumed an amiable expression. "Madame," he began, "I hastened to call upon you." He stopped short, the door opened, and the owner of the tilbury suddenly appeared. He had left his hat outside, and did not greet the Countess. He looked meditatively at Rastignac, and held out his hand to Maxime with a cordial good morning that astonished Eugene not a little. The young provincial did not understand the amenities of a triple alliance. "Monsieur de Restaud," said the Countess, introducing her husband to the law student. Eugene bowed profoundly. "This gentleman," she continued, presenting Eugene to her husband, "is Monsieur de Rastignac. He is related to Madame la Vicomtesse de Beauseant through the Marcillac. I had the pleasure of meeting him at her last ball." "Related to Madame la Vicomtesse de Beauseant through the Marcillac." These words, on which the Countess threw ever so slight an emphasis, by reason of the pride that the mistress of a house takes in showing that she only receives people of distinction as visitors to her house, produced a magical effect. The Count's stiff manner relaxed at once as he returned the student's bow. "Delighted to have an opportunity of making your acquaintance," he said. Maxime de Trailles himself gave Eugene an uneasy glance, and suddenly dropped his insolent manner. The mighty name had all the power of a fairy's wand. Those closed compartments in the southern brain flew open again. Rastignac's carefully drilled faculties returned. It was as if a sudden light had pierced the obscurity of this upper world of Paris, and he began to see, though everything was indistinct as yet. Mme. Vauquer's lodging-house and Father Goriot were very far remote from his thoughts. "I thought that the Marcillacs were extinct," the Comte de Restaud said, addressing Eugene. "Yes, they are extinct," answered the law student. "My great uncle the Chevalier de Rastignac, married the heiress of the Marcillac family. They had only one daughter, who married the Marshal de Clarimbeau, Madame de Beauseant's grandfather on the mother's side. We are the younger branch of the family, and the younger branch is all the poorer because my great uncle, the vice admiral, lost all that he had in the king's service. The government during the Revolution refused to admit our claims when the Compagnie des Indes was liquidated. Was not your great uncle in command of the Vengeur during 1789? Yes. Then he would be acquainted with my grandfather, who commanded the Warwick." Maxime looked at Mme. de Restaud and shrugged his shoulders, as who should say, "If he is going to discuss nautical matters with that fellow, it is all over with us." Anastasie understood the glance that M. de Trailles gave her. With a woman's admirable tact, she began to smile, and said, "Come with me, Maxime. I have something to say to you. We will leave you two gentlemen to sail in company on board the Warwick and the Vengeur." She rose to her feet and signed to Maxime to follow her, mirth and mischief in her whole attitude, and the two went in the direction of the boudoir. The morganatic couple, to use a convenient German expression which has no exact equivalent, had reached the door, when the Count interrupted himself in his talk with Eugene. "Anastasie," he cried pettishly, "just stay a moment, dear. You know very well that—" "I am coming back in a minute," she interrupted. "I have a commission for Maxime to execute, and I want to tell him about it." She came back almost immediately. She had noticed the inflection in her husband's voice, and knew that it would not be safe to retire to the boudoir. Like all women who are compelled to study their husbands' characters in order to have their own way, and whose business it is to know exactly how far they can go without endangering a good understanding, she was very careful to avoid petty collisions in domestic life. It was Eugene who had brought about this untoward incident. So the Countess looked at Maxime and indicated the law student with an air of exasperation. M. de Trailles addressed the Count, the Countess, and Eugene with the pointed remark, "You are busy, I do not want to interrupt you. Good day," and he went. "Just wait a moment, Maxime," the Count called after him. "Come and dine with us," said the Countess, leaving Eugene and her husband together once more. She followed Maxime into the little drawing room, where they sat together sufficiently long to feel sure that Rastignac had taken his leave. The law student heard their laughter and their voices, and the pauses in their talk. He grew malicious, exerted his conversational powers for M. de Restaud, flattered him, and drew him into discussions to the end that he might see the Countess again and discover the nature of her relations with Father Goriot. This Countess with a husband and a lover, for Maxime clearly was her lover, was a mystery. What was the secret tie that bound her to the old tradesman? This mystery he meant to penetrate, hoping by its means to gain a sovereign ascendency over this fair, typical Parisienne. "Anastasie," the Count called again to his wife. "Poor Maxime," she said, addressing the young man. "Come, we must resign ourselves. This evening, I hope, Nasie," he said in her ear, "that you will give orders not to admit that youngster whose eyes light up like live coals when he looks at you. He will make you a declaration and compromise you, and then you will compel me to kill him." "Are you mad, Maxime?" she said. "A young lad of a student is, on the contrary, a capital lightning conductor. Is not that so? Of course I mean to make Restaud furiously jealous of him." Maxime burst out laughing and went out, followed by the Countess, who stood at the window to watch him into his carriage. He shook his whip and made his horse prance. She only returned when the great gate had been closed after him. "What do you think, dear?" cried the Count, her husband. "This gentleman's family estate is not far from Verteuil, on the Charente. His great-uncle and my grandfather were acquainted. Delighted to find that we have acquaintances in common," said the Countess with a preoccupied manner. "More than you think," said Eugene in a low voice. "What do you mean?" she asked quickly. "Why, only just now," said the student, "I saw a gentleman go out at the gate, Father Goriot, my next door neighbor, in the house where I am lodging." At the sound of this name, and the prefix which embellished it, the Count, who was stirring the fire, let the tongs fall as though they had burned his fingers, and rose to his feet. "Sir," he cried, "you might have called him Monsieur Goriot." The Countess turned pale at first at the sight of her husband's vexation, then she reddened. Clearly she was embarrassed. Her answers were made in a tone that she tried to make natural, and with an air of assumed carelessness. "You could not know any one who is dearer to us both." She broke off, glanced at the piano as if some fancy had crossed her mind, and asked, "Are you fond of music, M. de Rastignac?" "Exceedingly," answered Eugene, flushing, and disconcerted by a dim suspicion that he had somehow been guilty of a clumsy piece of folly. "Do you sing?" she cried, going to the piano, and sitting down before it, she swept her fingers over the keyboard from end to end. "Rah!" "No, madame." The Comte de Restaud walked to and fro. "That is a pity; you are without one great means of success. Caro, 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 non dubitare," sang the Countess. Eugene had a second time waved a magic wand when he uttered Goriot's name, but the effect seemed to be entirely opposite to that produced by the formula related to Mme. de Beauseant. His position was not unlike that of some visitor permitted as a favor to inspect a private collection of curiosities, when by inadvertence he comes into collision with a glass case full of sculptured figures, and 3 or 4 heads, imperfectly secured, fall at the shock. He wished the earth would open and swallow him. Mme. de Restaud's expression was reserved and chilly, her eyes had grown indifferent, and sedulously avoided meeting those of the unlucky student of law. "Madame," he said, "you wish to talk with M. de Restaud. Permit me to wish you good day." The Countess interrupted him by a gesture, saying hastily, "Whenever you come to see us, both M. de Restaud and I shall be delighted to see you." Eugene made a profound bow and took his leave, followed by M. de Restaud, who insisted, in spite of his remonstrances, on accompanying him into the hall. "Neither your mistress nor I are at home to that gentleman when he calls," the Count said to Maurice. As Eugene set foot on the steps, he saw that it was raining. "Come," said he to himself, "somehow I have just made a mess of it, I do not know how, and now I am going to spoil my hat and coat into the bargain. I ought to stop in my corner, grind away at law, and never look to be anything but a boorish country magistrate. How can I go into society, when to manage properly you want a lot of cabs, varnished boots, gold watch change, and all sorts of things? You have to wear white doeskin gloves that cost 6 francs in the morning, and primrose kid gloves every evening. A fig for that old humbug of a Goriot." When he reached the street door, the driver of a hackney coach, who had probably just deposited a wedding party at their door, and asked nothing better than a chance of making a little money for himself without his employer's knowledge, saw that Eugene had no umbrella, remarked his black coat, white waistcoat, yellow gloves, and varnished boots, and stopped and looked at him inquiringly. Eugene, in the blind desperation that drives a young man to plunge deeper and deeper into an abyss, as if he might hope to find a fortune issue in its lowest depths, nodded in reply to the driver's signal and stepped into the cab. A few stray petals of orange blossom and scraps of wire bore witness to its recent occupation by a wedding party. "Where am I to drive, sir?" demanded the man, who by this time had taken off his white gloves. "Confound it!" Eugene said to himself. "I am in for it now, and at least I will not spend cab hire for nothing. Drive to the Hotel Beauseant," he said aloud. "Which?" asked the man, a portentous word that reduced Eugene to confusion. This young man of fashion, species incerta, did not know that there were two Hotels Beauseant. He was not aware how rich he was in relations who did not care about him. "The Vicomte de Beauseant, Rue Grenelle," interrupted the driver, with a jerk of his head. "You see there are the hotels of the Marquis and Comte de Beauseant in the Rue Saint Dominique," he added, drawing up the step. "I know all about that," said Eugene severely. "Everybody is laughing at me to day, it seems," he said to himself, as he deposited his hat on the opposite seat. "This escapade will cost me a king's ransom, but at any rate I shall call on my so called cousin in a thoroughly aristocratic fashion. Goriot has cost me 10 francs already, the old scoundrel. My word, I will tell Mme. de Beauseant about my adventure. Perhaps it may amuse her. Doubtless she will know the secret of the criminal relation between that handsome woman and the old rat without a tail. It would be better to find favor in my cousin's eyes than to come in contact with that shameless woman, who seems to me to have very expensive tastes. Surely the beautiful Vicomtesse's personal interest would turn the scale for me, when the mere mention of her name produces such an effect. Let us look higher. If you set yourself to carry the heights of heaven, you must face God." The innumerable thoughts that surged through his brain might be summed up in these phrases. He grew calmer, and recovered something of his assurance as he watched the falling rain. He told himself that though he was about to squander 2 of the precious 5-franc pieces that remained to him, the money was well laid out in preserving his coat, boots, and hat; and his cabman's cry of "Gate, if you please," almost put him in spirits. A Swiss in scarlet and gold appeared, the great door groaned on its hinges, and Rastignac, with sweet satisfaction, beheld his equipage pass under the archway and stop before the flight of steps beneath the awning. The driver, in a blue and red greatcoat, dismounted and let down the step. As Eugene stepped out of the cab, he heard smothered laughter from the peristyle. 3 or 4 lackeys were making merry over the festal appearance of the vehicle. In another moment the law student was enlightened as to the cause of their hilarity. He felt the full force of the contrast between his equipage and one of the smartest broughams in Paris. A coachman with powdered hair seemed to find it difficult to hold a pair of spirited horses who stood chafing the bit. In Mme. de Restaud's courtyard, in the Chaussee d'Antin, he had seen the neat turn-out of a young man of 26. In the Faubourg Saint Germain he found the luxurious equipage of a man of rank. 30,000 francs would not have purchased it. "Who can be here?" said Eugene to himself. He began to understand, though somewhat tardily, that he must not expect to find many women in Paris who were not already appropriated, and that the capture of one of these queens would be likely to cost something more than bloodshed. Confound it all, I expect my cousin also has her Maxime. He went up the steps feeling that he was a blighted being. The glass door was opened for him. The servants were as solemn as jackasses under the curry comb. So far, Eugene had only been in the ballroom on the ground floor of the Hotel Beauseant. The fete had followed so closely on the invitation that he had not had time to call on his cousin, and had therefore never seen Mme. de Beauseant's apartments. He was about to behold for the first time a great lady among the wonderful and elegant surroundings that reveal her character and reflect her daily life. He was the more curious because Mme. de Restaud's drawing room had provided him with a standard of comparison. At 4:30 the Vicomtesse de Beauseant was visible, but Eugene knew nothing of the recognized routine of various houses in Paris. He was conducted up the wide, white painted, crimson carpeted staircase, between the gilded balusters and masses of flowering plants, to Mme. de Beauseant's apartments. He did not know the rumor current about Mme. de Beauseant, one of the biographies told, with variations, in whispers, every evening in the salons of Paris. For 3 years past her name had been spoken of in connection with that of one of the most wealthy and distinguished Portuguese nobles, the Marquis d'Ajuda Pinto. It was one of those innocent liaisons which possess so much charm for the two thus attached to each other that they find the presence of a third person intolerable. The Vicomte de Beauseant, therefore, had himself set an example to the rest of the world by respecting, with as good a grace as might be, this morganatic union. Anyone who came to call on the Vicomtesse in the early days of this friendship was sure to find the Marquis d'Ajuda Pinto there. As under the circumstances, Mme. de Beauseant could not very well shut her door against these visitors, she gave them such a cold reception, and showed so much interest in the study of the ceiling, that no one could fail to understand how much he bored her. And when it became known in Paris that Mme. de Beauseant was bored by callers between 2 and 4 o'clock, she was left in perfect solitude during that interval. She went to the Bouffon or to the opera with M. de Beauseant and M. d'Ajuda Pinto, and M. de Beauseant, like a well-bred man of the world, always left his wife and the Portuguese as soon as he had installed them. But M. d'Ajuda Pinto must marry, and a Mademoiselle de Rochefide was the young lady. In the whole fashionable world there was but one person who as yet knew nothing of the arrangement, and that was Mme. de Beauseant. Some of her friends had hinted at the possibility, and she had laughed at them, believing that envy had prompted those ladies to try to make mischief. And now, though the banns were about to be published, and although the handsome Portuguese had come that day to break the news to the Vicomtesse, he had not found the courage as yet to say one word about his treachery. How was it? Nothing is doubtless more difficult than the notification of an ultimatum of this kind. There are men who feel more at their ease when they stand up before another man who threatens their lives with sword or pistol, than in the presence of a woman who, after 2 hours of lamentations and reproaches, falls into a dead swoon and requires salts. At this moment, therefore, M. d'Ajuda Pinto was on thorns and anxious to take his leave. He told himself that in some way or other the news would reach Mme. de Beauseant, and he would write. It would be much better to do it by letter, and not to utter the words that should stab her to the heart. So when the servant announced M. Eugene de Rastignac, the Marquis d'Ajuda Pinto trembled with joy. To be sure, a loving woman shows even more ingenuity in inventing doubts of her lover than in varying the monotony of his happiness. And when she is about to be forsaken, she instinctively interprets every gesture as rapidly as Virgil's courser detected the presence of his companion by snuffing the breeze. It was impossible, therefore, that Mme. de Beauseant should not detect that involuntary thrill of satisfaction. Slight though it was appalling in its artlessness. Eugene had yet to learn that no one in Paris should present himself in any house without first making himself acquainted with the whole history of its owner, and of its owner's wife and family, so that he may avoid making any of the terrible blunders which in Poland draw forth the picturesque exclamation, "Harness 5 bullocks to your cart," probably because you will need them all to pull you out of the quagmire into which a false step has plunged you. If, down to the present day, our language has no name for these conversational disasters, it is probably because they are believed to be impossible. The publicity given in Paris to every scandal is so prodigious. After the awkward incident at Mme. de Restaud's, no one but Eugene could have reappeared in his character of bullock driver in Mme. de Beauseant's drawing room. But if Mme. de Restaud and M. de Trailles had found him horribly in the way, M. d'Ajuda hailed his coming with relief. "Good bye," said the Portuguese, hurrying to the door, as Eugene made his entrance into the dainty little pink and grey drawing room, where luxury seemed nothing more than good taste. "Until this evening," said Mme. de Beauseant, turning her head to give the Marquis a glance. "We are going to the Bouffons, are we not?" "I cannot go," he said, with his fingers on the door handle. Mme. de Beauseant rose and beckoned to him to return. She did not pay the slightest attention to Eugene, who stood there dazzled by the sparkling marvels around him. He began to think that this was some story out of the Arabian Nights made real, and did not know where to hide himself when the woman before him seemed to be unconscious of his existence. The Vicomtesse had raised the forefinger of her right hand, and gracefully signed to the Marquis to seat himself beside her. The Marquis felt the imperious sway of passion in her gesture. He came back towards her. Eugene watched him, not without a feeling of envy. "That is the owner of the brougham," he said to himself. "But is it necessary to have a pair of spirited horses, servants in livery, and torrents of gold to draw a glance from a woman here in Paris?" The demon of luxury gnawed in his heart, greed burned in his veins, his throat was parched with the thirst of gold. He had 130 francs every quarter. His father, mother, brothers, sisters, and aunt did not spend 200 francs a month among them. This swift comparison between his present condition and the aims he had in view helped to benumb his faculties. "Why not?" the Vicomtesse was saying, as she smiled at the Portuguese. "Why cannot you come to the Italiens?" "Affairs. I am to dine with the English ambassador." "Throw him over." When a man once enters on a course of deception, he is compelled to add lie to lie. M. d'Ajuda therefore said, smiling, "Do you lay your commands on me?" "Yes, certainly." "That was what I wanted to have you say to me," he answered, dissembling his feelings in a glance which would have reassured any other woman. He took the Vicomtesse's hand, kissed it, and went. Eugene ran his fingers through his hair, and constrained himself to bow. He thought that now Mme. de Beauseant would give him her attention, but suddenly she sprang forward, rushed to a window in the gallery, and watched M. d'Ajuda step into his carriage. She listened to the order that he gave, and heard the Swiss repeat it to the coachman, "To M. de Rochefid's house." Those words, and the way in which M. d'Ajuda flung himself back in the carriage, were like a lightning flash and a thunderbolt for her. She walked back again with a deadly fear gnawing in her heart. The most terrible catastrophes only happen among the heights. The Vicomtesse went to her own room, sat down at a table, and took up a sheet of dainty note paper. "When, instead of dining with the English ambassador," she wrote, "you go to the Rochefides, you owe me an explanation which I am waiting to hear." She retraced several of the letters, for her hand was trembling so that they were indistinct. Then she signed the note with an initial C for Claire de Bourgogne, and rang the bell. "Jacques," she said to the servant, who appeared immediately, "take this note to M. de Rochefide's house at 7:30, and ask for the Marquis d'Ajuda. If Monsieur d'Ajuda is there, leave the note without waiting for an answer. If he is not there, bring the note back to me. Madame la Vicomtesse, there is a visitor in the drawing-room." "Ah, yes, of course," she said, opening the door. Eugene was beginning to feel very uncomfortable, but at last the Vicomtesse appeared. She spoke to him, and the tremulous tones of her voice vibrated through his heart. "Pardon me, monsieur," she said. "I had a letter to write. Now I am quite at liberty." She scarcely knew what she was saying, for even as she spoke she thought, "Ah, he means to marry Mademoiselle de Rochefide. But is he still free? This evening the marriage shall be broken off, or else... But before tomorrow I shall know." "Cousin," the student replied. "Eh?" said the Countess, with an insolent glance that sent a cold shudder through Eugene. He understood what that "eh" meant. He had learned a great deal in 3 hours, and his wits were on the alert. He reddened. "Madame," he began. He hesitated a moment, and then went on. "Pardon me, I am in such need of protection that the nearest scrap of relationship could do me no harm." Mme. de Beauseant smiled, but there was sadness in her smile. Even now she felt forebodings of the coming pain. The air she breathed was heavy with the storm that was about to burst. "If you knew how my family are situated," he went on, "you would love to play the part of a beneficent fairy godmother who graciously clears the obstacles from the path of her protege." "Well, cousin," she said, laughing, "and how can I be of service to you?" "But do I know even that? I am distantly related to you, and this obscure and remote relationship is even now a perfect godsend to me. You have confused my ideas. I cannot remember the things that I meant to say to you. I know no one else here in Paris. Ah, if I could only ask you to counsel me, ask you to look upon me as a poor child who would fain cling to the hem of your dress, who would lay down his life for you." "Would you kill a man for me?" "Two," said Eugene. "You, child! Yes, you are a child," she said, keeping back the tears that came to her eyes. "You would love sincerely." "Oh!" he cried, flinging up his head. Section 4 of Father Goriot by Honoré BALZAC, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 4. The audacity of the student's answer interested the Vicomtesse. In him, the southern brain was beginning to scheme for the first time. Between Mme. de Restaud's blue boudoir and Mme. de Beauseant's rose-colored drawing-room, he had made a 3 years' advance in a kind of law which is not a recognized study in Paris, although it is a sort of higher jurisprudence, and, when well understood, is a highroad to success of every kind. "Ah, that is what I meant to say," said Eugene. "I met Mme. de Restaud at your ball, and this morning I went to see her." "You must have been very much in the way," said Mme. de Beauseant, smiling as she spoke. "Yes, indeed. I am a novice, and my blunders will set every one against me if you do not give me your counsel. I believe that in Paris it is very difficult to meet with a young, beautiful, and wealthy woman of fashion who would be willing to teach me what you women can explain so well, life. I shall find a M. de Trailles everywhere. So I have come to ask you to give me a key to a puzzle, to entreat you to tell me what sort of blunder I made this morning. I mentioned an old man. Madame la Duchesse de Longueuil?" Jacques cut the student short. Eugene gave expression to his intense annoyance by a gesture. "If you mean to succeed," said the Vicomtesse in a low voice, "in the first place, you must not be so demonstrative. Ah, good morning, dear," she continued, and rising and crossing the room, she grasped the Duchess' hand as affectionately as if they had been sisters. The Duchess responded in the prettiest and most gracious way. "Two intimate friends," said Rastignac to himself. "Henceforward I shall have two protectresses. Those two women are great friends, no doubt, and this newcomer will doubtless interest herself in her friend's cousin." "To what happy inspiration do I owe this piece of good fortune, dear Antoinette?" asked Mme. de Beauseant. "Well, I saw M. d'Ajuda Pinto at M. de Rochefide's door, so I thought that if I came I should find you alone." Mme. de Beauseant's mouth did not tighten, her color did not rise, her expression did not alter, or rather her brow seemed to clear as the Duchess uttered those deadly words. "If I had known that you were engaged," the speaker added, glancing at Eugene. "This gentleman is M. Eugene de Rastignac, one of my cousins," said the Vicomtesse. "Have you any news of General de Montriveau?" she continued. "Cerizzi told me yesterday that he never goes anywhere now. Has he been to see you to day?" It was believed that the Duchess was desperately in love with M. de Montriveau, and that he was a faithless lover. She felt the question in her very heart, and her face flushed as she answered: "He was at the Elysee yesterday." "In attendance?" "Claire," returned the Duchess, and hatred overflowed in the glances she threw at Mme. de Beauseant. "Of course you know that M. d'Ajuda Pinto is going to marry Mlle. de Rochefide. The banns will be published to morrow." This thrust was too cruel. The Vicomtesse's face grew white, but she answered, laughing, "One of those rumors that fools amuse themselves with. What should induce M. d'Ajuda to take one of the noblest names in Portugal to the Rochefide? The Rochefide were only ennobled yesterday." "But Bertha will have 200,000 livres a year, they say." "M. d'Ajuda is too wealthy to marry for money." "But, my dear, Mlle. de Rochefide is a charming girl." "Indeed?" "And as a matter of fact, he is dining with them to day. The thing is settled. It is very surprising to me that you should know so little about it." Mme. de Beauseant turned to Rastignac. "What was the blunder that you made, monsieur?" she asked. "The poor boy is only just launched into the world, Antoinette, so that he understands nothing of all this that we are speaking of. Be merciful to him, and let us finish our talk to morrow. Everything will be announced to morrow, you know, and your kind informal communication can be accompanied by official confirmation." The Duchess gave Eugene one of those insolent glances that measure a man from head to foot and leave him crushed and annihilated. "Madame, I have unwittingly plunged a dagger into Mme. Restaud's heart. Unwittingly. Therein lies my offense," said the student of law, whose keen brain had served him sufficiently well, for he had detected the biting epigrams that lurked beneath this friendly talk. "You continue to receive, possibly you fear, those who know the amount of pain that they deliberately inflict; but a clumsy blunderer, who has no idea how deeply he wounds, is looked upon as a fool who does not know how to make use of his opportunities, and every one despises him." Mme. de Beauseant gave the student a glance, one of those glances in which a great soul can mingle dignity and gratitude. It was like balm to the law student, who was still smarting under the Duchess' insolent scrutiny. She had looked at him as an auctioneer might look at some article to appraise its value. Imagine, too, that I had just made some progress with the Comte de Restaud. For I should tell you, madame," he went on, turning to the Duchess, with a mixture of humility and malice in his manner, "that as yet I am only a poor devil of a student, very much alone in the world, and very poor." "You should not tell us that, M. de Rastignac. Women never care about anything that no one else will take." "Bah!" said Eugene. "I am only 22, and I must make up my mind to the drawbacks of my time of life. Besides, I am confessing my sins, and it would be impossible to kneel in a more charming confessional. You commit your sins in one drawing room and receive absolution from them in another." The Duchess' expression grew colder. She did not like the flippant tone of these remarks, and showed that she considered them to be in bad taste by turning to the Vicomtesse with, "This gentleman has only just come." Mme. de Beauseant began to laugh outright at her cousin and at the Duchess both. "He has only just come to Paris, dear, and is in search of some one who will give him lessons in good taste." "Madame la Duchesse," said Eugene, "is it not natural to wish to be initiated into the mysteries which charm us? Come now," he said to himself, "my language is superfinely elegant, I'm sure." "But Mme. de Restaud is herself, I believe, M. de Trailles' pupil," said the Duchess. "Of that I have no idea, madame," answered the law student, "so I rashly came between them. In fact, I got on very well with the lady's husband, and his wife tolerated me for a time until I took it into my head to tell them that I knew some one of whom I had just caught a glimpse as he went out by the back staircase, a man who had given the Countess a kiss at the end of a passage." "Who was it?" both women asked together. "An old man who lives at the rate of 2 louis a month in the Faubourg Saint Marceau, where I, a poor student, lodge likewise. He is a truly unfortunate creature, everybody laughs at him. We call him Father Goriot." "Why, child that you are!" cried the Vicomtesse. "Mme. de Restaud was Mlle. Goriot." "The daughter of a vermicelli manufacturer," the Duchess added. "And when the little creature went to court, the daughter of a pastry cook was presented on the same day. Do you remember, Claire? The King began to laugh, and made some joke in Latin about flour. People what was it? People "Eustem Farione," said Eugene. "Yes, that was it," said the Duchess. "Oh, is that her father?" the law student continued, aghast. "Yes, certainly. The old man had 2 daughters; he dotes on them, so to speak, though they will scarcely acknowledge him." "Didn't the second daughter marry a banker with a German name?" the Vicomtesse asked, turning to Mme. de Langeais. "A Baron de Nucingen, and her name is Delphine, is it not? Isn't she a fair haired woman who has a side box at the Opera? She comes sometimes to the Bouffon and laughs loudly to attract attention." The Duchess smiled and said, "I wonder at you, dear. Why do you take so much interest in people of that kind? One must have been as madly in love as Restaud was to be infatuated with Mademoiselle Anastasie and her flour sacks. Oh, he will not find her a good bargain. She is in M. de Trailles' hands, and he will ruin her." "And they do not acknowledge their father," Eugene repeated. "Oh, well, yes, their father, the father, a father," replied the Vicomtesse, "a kind father who gave them each 500,000 or 600,000 francs, it is said, to secure their happiness by marrying them well, while he only kept 8,000 or 10,000 livres a year for himself, thinking that his daughters would always be his daughters, thinking that in them he would live his life twice over again, that in their houses he should find 2 homes, where he would be loved and looked up to and made much of, and in 2 years' time both his sons in law had turned him out of their houses as if he were one of the lowest outcasts. Tears came into Eugene's eyes. He was still under the spell of youthful beliefs. He had just left home, pure and sacred feelings had been stirred within him, and this was his first day on the battlefield of civilization in Paris. Genuine feeling is so infectious that for a moment the three looked at each other in silence. "Eh, mon Dieu!" cried Mme. de Langeais. "Yes, it seems very horrible, and yet we see such things every day. Is there not a reason for it? Tell me, dear, have you ever really thought what a son-in-law is? A son-in-law is the man for whom we bring up, you and I, a dear little one, bound to us very closely in innumerable ways. For 17 years she will be the joy of her family, its white soul, as Lamartine says, and suddenly she will become its scourge. When he comes and takes her from us, his love from the very beginning is like an axe laid to the root of all the old affection in our darling's heart, and all the ties that bound her to her family are severed. But yesterday our little daughter thought of no one but her mother and father, as we had no thought that was not for her. By tomorrow she will have become a hostile stranger. The tragedy is always going on under our eyes. On the one hand, you see a father who has sacrificed himself to his son, and his daughter-in-law shows him the last degree of insolence. On the other hand, it is the son-in-law who turns his wife's mother out of the house. I sometimes hear it said that there is nothing dramatic about society in these days, but the drama of the son-in-law is appalling, to say nothing of our marriages, which have come to be very poor farces. I can explain how it all came about in the old vermicelli maker's case. I think I recollect that Goriot, madame. Yes, that Goriot was once president of the section during the Revolution. He was in the secret of the famous scarcity of grain, and laid the foundation of his fortune in those days by selling flour for 10 times its cost. He had as much flour as he wanted. My grandmother's steward sold him immense quantities. No doubt Goriot shared the plunder with the Committee of Public Salvation, as that sort of person always did. I recollect the steward telling my grandmother that she might live at Grandvilliers in complete security, because her corn was as good as a certificate of civism. Well, then this Goriot, who sold corn to those butchers, has never had but one passion, they say. He idolizes his daughters. He settled one of them under Restaud's roof, and grafted the other onto the Nucingen family tree, the Baron de Nucingen being a rich banker who had turned Royalist. You can quite understand that so long as Bonaparte was Emperor, the 2 sons-in-law could manage to put up with the old 93, but after the restoration of the Bourbons, M. de Restaud felt bored by the old man's society, and the banker was still more tired of it. His daughters were still fond of him; they wanted to keep the goat and the cabbage, so they used to see Goriot whenever there was no one there, under pretence of affection. "Come to day, papa, we shall have you all to ourselves, and that will be much nicer," and all that sort of thing. As for me, dear, I believe that love has second sight. Poor 93! His heart must have bled. He saw that his daughters were ashamed of him, that if they loved their husbands his visits must make mischief, so he immolated himself. He made the sacrifice because he was a father. He went into voluntary exile. His daughters were satisfied, so he thought he had done the best thing he could. But it was a family crime, and the father and daughters were accomplices. You see this sort of thing everywhere. What Could this old Goriot have been but a splash of mud in his daughter's drawing rooms, he would only have been in the way and bored other people, besides being bored himself. And this that happened between father and daughters may happen to the prettiest woman in Paris, and the man she loves the best. If her love grows tiresome, he will go. He will descend to the basest trickery to leave her. It is the same with all love and friendship. Our heart is a treasury. If you pour out all its wealth at once, you are bankrupt. We show no more mercy to the affection that reveals its utmost extent than we do to another kind of prodigal who has not a penny left. Their father has given them all he had. For 20 years he had given his whole heart to them, then one day he gave them all his fortune too. The lemon was squeezed. The girls left the rest in the gutter. "The world is very base," said the Vicomtesse, plucking at the threads of her shawl. She did not raise her head as she spoke. The words that Mme. de Langeais had meant for her in the course of her story had cut her to the quick. "Base? Oh no," answered the Duchess. "The world goes its own way, that is all. If I speak in this way, it is only to show that I am not duped by it. I think as you do," she said, pressing the Vicomtesse's hand. "The world is a slough. Let us try to live on the heights above it." She rose to her feet and kissed Mme. de Beauseant on the forehead as she said, "You look very charming to day, dear. I have never seen such a lovely color in your cheeks before." Then she went out, with a slight inclination of the head to the cousin. "Father Goriot is sublime," said Eugene to himself, as he remembered how he had watched his neighbor work the silver vessel into a shapeless mass that night. Mme. de Beauseant did not hear him; she was absorbed in her own thoughts. For several minutes the silence remained unbroken, till the law student became almost paralyzed with embarrassment, and was equally afraid to go, or stay, or speak a word. "The world is basely ungrateful and ill natured," said the Vicomtesse at last. "No sooner does a trouble befall you than a friend is ready to bring the tidings, and to probe your heart with the point of a dagger, while calling on you to admire the handle. Epigrams and sarcasms already. Ah, I will defend myself." She raised her head like the great lady that she was, and lightnings flashed from her proud eyes. "Ah!" she said as she saw Eugene. "Are you there?" "Still," he said piteously. "Well, then, M. de Rastignac, deal with the world as it deserves. You are determined to succeed? I will help you. You shall sound the depths of corruption in woman; you shall measure the extent of man's pitiful vanity. Deeply as I am versed in such learning, there were pages in the book of life that I had not read. Now I know all. The more cold blooded your calculations, the further you will go. Strike ruthlessly, you will be feared. Men and women for you must be nothing more than post horses. Take a fresh relay, and leave the last to drop by the roadside. In this way you will reach the goal of your ambition. You will be nothing here, you see, unless a woman interests herself in you, and she must be young and wealthy, and a woman of the world. Yet, if you have a heart, lock it carefully away like a treasure. Do not let any one suspect it, or you will be lost. You would cease to be the executioner, you would take the victim's place. And if ever you should love, never let your secret escape you. Trust no one until you are very sure of the heart to which you open your heart. Learn to mistrust everyone. Take every precaution for the sake of the love which does not exist as yet. Listen, Miguel." The name slipped from her so naturally that she did not notice her mistake. There is something still more appalling than the ingratitude of daughters who have cast off their old father, and wish that he were dead, and that is a rivalry between two sisters. Restaud comes of a good family; his wife has been received into their circle. She has been presented at court, and her sister, her wealthy sister, Madame Delphine de Nucingen, the wife of a great capitalist, is consumed with envy and ready to die of spleen. There is gulf set between the sisters. Indeed, they are sisters no longer. The two women who refuse to acknowledge their father do not acknowledge each other. So Madame de Nucingen would lap up all the mud that lies between the Rue Saint Lazare and the Rue Saint Grenelle to gain admittance to my salon. She fancied that she would gain her end through de Marsay. She has made herself de Marsay's slave, and she bores him. De Marsay cares very little about her. If you will introduce her to me, you will be her darling, her Benjamin. She will idolize you. If after that you can love her, do so. If not, make her useful. I will ask her to come once or twice to one of my great crushes, but I will never receive her here in the morning. I will bow to her when I see her, and that will be quite sufficient. You have shut the Comtesse de Restaud's door against you by mentioning Father Goriot's name. Yes, my good friend, you may call at her house 20 times, and every time out of the 20 you will find that she is not at home. The servants have their orders and will not admit you. Very well, then, now let Father Goriot gain the right of entry into her sister's house for you. The beautiful Madame de Nucingen will give the signal for a battle. As soon as she singles you out, other women will begin to lose their heads about you, and her enemies and rivals and intimate friends will all try to take you from her. There are women who will fall in love with a man because another woman has chosen him, like the city madams, poor things, who copy our millinery and hope thereby to acquire our manners. You will have a success, and in Paris success is everything. It is the key to power. If the women credit you with wit and talent, the men will follow suit so long as you do not undeceive them yourself. There will be nothing you may not aspire to. You will go everywhere, and you will find out what the world is, an assemblage of fools and knaves. But you must be neither the one nor the other. I am giving you my name like Ariadne's clue of thread to take with you into the labyrinth. Make no unworthy use of it," she said, with a queenly glance and curve of her throat. "Give it back to me unsullied. And now go, leave me. We women also have our battles to fight. And if you should ever need some one who would gladly set a match to a train for you..." "Well?" she asked. He tapped his heart, smiled in answer to his cousin's smile, and went. It was 5 o'clock, and Eugene was hungry. He was afraid lest he should not be in time for dinner, a misgiving which made him feel that it was pleasant to be borne so quickly across Paris. This sensation of physical comfort left his mind free to grapple with the thoughts that assailed him. A mortification usually sends a young man of his age into a furious rage. He shakes his fist at society and vows vengeance when his belief in himself is shaken. Just then Rastignac was overwhelmed by the words, "You have shut the Countess' door against you." "I shall call," he said to himself, "and if Madame de Beauseant is right, if I never find her at home, well, Madame de Restaud shall meet me in every salon in Paris. I will learn to fence and have some pistol practice and kill that Maxime of hers." "And money?" cried an inward monitor. "How about money? Where is that to come from?" And all at once the wealth displayed in the Comtesse de Restaud's drawing room rose before his eyes. That was the luxury which Goriot's daughter had loved too well, the gilding, the ostentatious splendor, the unintelligent luxury of the parvenu, the riotous extravagance of a courtesan. Then the attractive vision suddenly went under an eclipse, as he remembered the stately grandeur of the Hotel de Beauseant. As his fancy wandered among these lofty regions in the great world of Paris, innumerable dark thoughts gathered in his heart, his ideas widened, and his conscience grew more elastic. He saw the world as it is, saw how the rich lived beyond the jurisdiction of law and public opinion, and found in success the ultima ratio mundi. "Vautrin is right. Success is virtue," he said to himself. Arrived in the Rue Neuve Sainte Genevieve, he rushed up to his room for 10 francs, wherewith to satisfy the demands of the cabman, and went in to dinner. He glanced round the squalid room, saw the 18 poverty-stricken creatures about to feed like cattle in their stalls, and the sight filled him with loathing. The transition was too sudden, and the contrast was so violent that it could not but act as a powerful stimulant. His ambition developed and grew beyond all social bounds. On the one hand, he beheld a vision of social life in its most charming and refined forms, of quick-pulsed youth, of fair, impassioned faces invested with all the charm of poetry, famed in a marvelous setting of luxury or art. On the other hand, he saw a sombre picture, the miry verge beyond these faces, in which passion was extinct, and nothing was left of the drama but the cords and pulleys and bare mechanism. Mme. de Beauseant's counsels, the words uttered in anger by the forsaken lady, her petulant offer, came to his mind, and poverty was a ready expositor. Rastignac determined to open 2 parallel trenches so as to ensure success. He would be a learned doctor of law and a man of fashion. Clearly he was still a child. Those 2 lines are asymptotes and will never meet. "You are very dull, my Lord Marquis," said Vautrin, with one of the shrewd glances that seemed to read the innermost secrets of another mind. "I am not in the humor to stand jokes from people who call me my Lord Marquis," answered Eugene. "A marquis here in Paris, if he is not the veriest sham, ought to have 100,000 livres a year at least, and a lodger in Maison Vauquer is not exactly fortune's favorite." Vautrin's glance at Rastignac was half paternal, half contemptuous. "Puppy," it seemed to say, "I should make one mouthful of him." Then he answered, "You are in a bad humor. Perhaps your visit to the beautiful Comtesse de Restaud was not a success." "She has shut her door against me because I told her that her father dined at our table," cried Rastignac. Glances were exchanged all round the room. Father Goriot looked down. "You have sent some snuff into my eye," he said to his neighbor, turning a little aside to rub his hand over his face. "Any one who molests Father Goriot will have henceforward to reckon with me," said Eugene, looking at the old man's neighbor. "He is worth all the rest of us put together. I am not speaking of the ladies," he added, turning in the direction of Mademoiselle Taillefer. Eugene's remarks produced a sensation, and his tone silenced the dinner table. Vautrin alone spoke. "If you are going to champion Father Goriot, and set up for his responsible editor into the bargain, you had neat be a crack shot and know how to handle the foils," he said banteringly. "So I intend," said Eugene. "Then you are taking the field to day?" "Perhaps," Rastignac answered, "but I owe no account of myself to any one, especially as I do not try to find out what other people do of a night." Vautrin looked askance at Rastignac. "If you do not mean to be deceived by the puppets, my boy, you must go behind and see the whole show, and not peep through holes in the curtain. That is enough," he added, seeing that Eugene was about to fly into a passion. "We can have a little talk whenever you like." There was a general feeling of gloom and constraint. Father Goriot was so deeply dejected by the student's remark that he did not notice the change in the disposition of his fellow lodgers, nor know that he had met with a champion capable of putting an end to the persecution. "Then M. Goriot sitting there is the father of a countess," said Mme. Vauquer in a low voice. "And of a baroness," answered Rastignac. "That is about all he is capable of," said Bianchon to Rastignac. "I have taken a look at his head; there is only one bump, the bump of paternity. He must be an eternal father." Eugene was too intent on his thoughts to laugh at Bianchon's joke. He determined to profit by Mlle. de Beauseant's counsel, and was asking himself how he could obtain the necessary money. He grew grave. The wide savannas of the world stretched before his eyes. All things lay before him, nothing was his. Dinner came to an end, the others went, and he was left in the dining room. "So you have seen my daughter?" Goriot said tremulously, and the sound of his voice broke in upon Eugene's dreams. The young man took the elder's hand, and looked at him with something like kindness in his eyes. "You are a good and noble man," he said. "We will have some talk about your daughters by and by." He rose without waiting for Goriot's answer, and went to his room. There he wrote the following letter to his mother: "My dear mother, can you nourish your child from your breast again? I am in a position to make a rapid fortune, but I want 1,200 francs. I must have them at all costs. Say nothing about this to my father, perhaps he might make objections, and unless I have the money, I may be led to put an end to myself, and to escape the clutches of despair. I will tell you everything when I see you. I will not begin to try to describe my present situation; it would take volumes to put the whole story clearly and fully. I have not been gambling, my kind mother, I owe no one a penny; but if you would preserve the life that you gave me, you must send me the sum I mention. As a matter of fact, I go to see the Vicomtesse de Beauseant; she is using her influence for me. I am obliged to go into society. I have not a penny to lay out on clean gloves. I can manage to exist on bread and water, or go without food if need be, but I cannot do without the tools with which they cultivate the vineyards in this country. I must resolutely make up my mind at once to make my way, or stick in the mire for the rest of my days. I know that all your hopes are set on me, and I want to realize them quickly. Sell some of your old jewelry, my kind mother. I will give you other jewels very soon. I know enough of our affairs at home to know all that such a sacrifice means, and you must not think that I would lightly ask you to make it. I should be a monster if I could. You must think of my entreaty as a cry forced from me by imperative necessity. Our whole future lies in the subsidy with which I must begin my first campaign, for life in Paris is one continual battle. If you cannot otherwise procure the whole of the money, and are forced to sell our aunt's lace, tell her that I will send her some still handsomer," and so forth. He wrote to ask each of his sisters for their savings; would they despoil themselves for him, and keep the sacrifice a secret from the family? To his request he knew that they would not fail to respond gladly, and he added to it an appeal to their delicacy by touching the chord of honor that vibrates so loudly in young and high strung natures. Yet when he had written the letters, he could not help feeling misgivings in spite of his youthful ambition. His heart beat fast, and he trembled. He knew the spotless nobleness of the lives buried away in the lonely manor house. He knew what trouble and what joy his request would cause his sisters, and how happy they would be as they talked at the bottom of the orchard of that dear brother of theirs in Paris. Visions rose before his eyes. A sudden strong light revealed his sisters secretly counting over their little store, devising some girlish stratagem by which the money could be sent to him incognito, essaying, for the first time in their lives, a piece of deceit that reached the sublime in its unselfishness. A sister's heart is a diamond for purity, a deep sea of tenderness, he said to himself. He felt ashamed of those letters. What power there must be in the petitions put up by such hearts! How pure the fervor that bears their souls to heaven in prayer! What exquisite joy they would find in self-sacrifice! What a pang for his mother's heart if she could not send him all that he asked for! And this noble affection, these sacrifices made at such terrible cost, were to serve as the ladder by which he meant to climb to Delphine de Nucingen. A few tears, like the last grains of incense flung upon the sacred altar fire of the hearth, fell from his eyes. He walked up and down, and despair mingled with his emotions. Father Goriot saw him through the half open door. "What is the matter, sir?" he asked from the threshold. "Ah, my good neighbor, I am as much a son and brother as you are a father. You do well to fear for the Comtesse Anastasie. There is one Monsieur Maxime de Trailles who will be her ruin." Father Goriot withdrew, stammering some words, but Eugene failed to catch their meaning. The next morning Rastignac went out to post his letters. Up to the last moment he wavered and doubted, but he ended by flinging them into the box. "I shall succeed," he said to himself. "So says the gambler, so says the great captain, but the three words that have been the salvation of some few have been the ruin of many more." A few days after this, Eugene called at Mme. de Restaud's house. She was not at home. 3 times he tried the experiment, and 3 times he found her doors closed against him, though he was careful to choose an hour when M. de Trailles was not there. The Vicomtesse was right. The student studied no longer. He put in an appearance at lectures simply to answer to his name, and after thus attesting his presence, departed forthwith. He had been through a reasoning process familiar to most students. He had seen the advisability of deferring his studies to the last moment before going up for his examinations. He made up his mind to cram his second and third year's work into the third year, when he meant to begin to work in earnest, and to complete his studies in law with one great effort. In the meantime he had 15 months in which to navigate the ocean of Paris, to spread the nets and set the lines that would bring him a protectress and a fortune. Twice during that week he saw Mme. de Beauseant. He did not go to her house until he had seen the Marquis d'Ajuda drive away. Victory for yet a few more days was with the great lady, the most poetic figure in the Faubourg Saint Germain, and the marriage of the Marquis d'Ajuda Pinto with Mademoiselle de Rochefide was postponed. The dread of losing her happiness filled those days with a fever of joy unknown before, but the end was only so much the nearer. The Marquis d'Ajuda and the Rochefide agreed that this quarrel and reconciliation was a very fortunate thing. Mme. de Beauseant, so they hoped, would gradually become reconciled to the idea of marriage, and in the end would be brought to sacrifice d'Ajuda's morning visits to the exigencies of a man's career, exigencies which she must have foreseen. In spite of the most solemn promises daily renewed, M. d'Ajuda was playing a part, and the Vicomtesse was eager to be deceived. Instead of taking a leap heroically from the window, she is falling headlong down the staircase, said her most intimate friend, the Duchesse de Langeais. Yet this afterglow of happiness lasted long enough for the Vicomtesse to be of service to her young cousin. She had a half superstitious affection for him. Eugene had shown her sympathy and devotion at a crisis when the woman sees no pity, no real comfort in any eyes, when if a man is ready with soothing flatteries, it is because he has an interested motive. Rastignac made up his mind that he must learn the whole of Goriot's previous history. He would come to his bearings before attempting to board the Maison de Nucingen. The results of his inquiries may be given briefly as follows. In the days before the Revolution, Jean Joachim Goriot was simply a workman in the employ of a vermicelli maker. He was a skilful, thrifty workman, sufficiently enterprising to buy his master's business when the latter fell a chance victim to the disturbances of 1789. Goriot established himself in the Rue de la Jussienne, close to the Corn Exchange. His plain good sense led him to accept the position of president of the section, so as to secure for his business the protection of those in power at that dangerous epoch. This prudent step had led to success. The foundations of his fortune were laid in the time of the scarcity, real or artificial, when the price of grain of all kinds rose enormously in Paris. People used to fight for bread at the bakers' doors, while other persons went to the grocers' shops and bought Italian paste foods without brawling over it. It was during this year that Goriot made the money, which, at a later time, was to give him all the advantage of the great capitalist over the small buyer. He had, moreover, the usual luck of average ability. His mediocrity was the salvation of him. He excited no one's envy. It was not even suspected that he was rich till the peril of being rich was over, and all his intelligence was concentrated not on political but on commercial speculations. Goriot was an authority second to none on all questions relating to corn, flour, and middlings, and the production, storage, and quality of grain. He could estimate the yield of the harvest and foresee market prices. He bought his cereals in Sicily and imported Russian wheat. Anyone who had heard him hold forth on the regulations that control the importation and exportation of grain, who had seen his grasp of the subject, his clear insight into the principles involved, his appreciation of weak points in the way that the system worked, would have thought that this was the stuff of which a minister is made. Patient, active, and persevering, energetic and prompt in action, he surveyed his business horizon with an eagle eye. Nothing there took him by surprise, he foresaw all things, knew all that was happening, and kept his own counsel. He was a diplomatist in his quick comprehension of a situation, and in the routine of business he was as patient and plodding as a soldier on the march. But beyond this business horizon he could not see. He used to spend his hours of leisure on the threshold of his shop, leaning against the framework of the door. Take him from his dark little counting house, and he became once more the rough, slow-witted workman, a man who cannot understand a piece of reasoning, who is indifferent to all intellectual pleasures, and falls asleep at the play, a Parisien de l'Aubonne, in short, against whose stupidity other minds are powerless. Natures of this kind are nearly all alike. In almost all of them you will find some hidden depth of sublime affection. Two all-absorbing affections filled the vermicelli maker's heart to the exclusion of every other feeling. Into them he seemed to put all the forces of his nature, as he put the whole power of his brain into the corn trade. He had regarded his wife, the only daughter of a rich farmer of La Brie, with a devout admiration. His love for her had been boundless. Goriot had felt the charm of a lovely and sensitive nature, which, in its delicate strength, was the very opposite of his own. Is there any instinct more deeply implanted in the heart of man than the pride of protection, a protection which is constantly exerted for a fragile and defenceless creature? Join love thereto the warmth of gratitude that all generous souls feel for the source of their pleasures, and you have the explanation of many strange incongruities in human nature. After 7 years of unclouded happiness, Goriot lost his wife. It was very unfortunate for him. She was beginning to gain an ascendency over him in other ways. Possibly she might have brought that barren soil under cultivation. She might have widened his ideas and given other directions to his thoughts. But when she was dead, the instinct of fatherhood developed in him till it almost became a mania. All the affection balked by death seemed to turn to his daughters, and he found full satisfaction for his heart in loving them. More or less brilliant proposals were made to him from time to time. Wealthy merchants or farmers with daughters vied with each other in offering inducements to him to marry again, but he determined to remain a widower. His father in law, the only man for whom he felt a decided friendship, gave out that Goriot had made a vow to be faithful to his wife's memory. The frequenters of the Corn Exchange, who could not comprehend this sublime piece of folly, joked about it among themselves, and found a ridiculous name for him. One of them ventured, after a glass over a bargain, to call him by it, and a blow from the vermicelli maker's fist sent him headlong into a gutter in the Rue Oblin. He could think of nothing else when his children were concerned. His love for them made him fidgety and anxious. And this was so well known that one day a competitor, who wished to get rid of him to secure the field to himself, told Goriot that Delphine had just been knocked down by a cab. The vermicelli maker turned ghastly pale, left the Exchange at once, and did not return for several days afterwards. He was ill in consequence of the shock, and the subsequent relief on discovering that it was a false alarm. This time, however, the offender did not escape with a bruised shoulder. At a critical moment in the man's affairs, Goriot drove him into bankruptcy and forced him to disappear from the Corn Exchange. As might have been expected, the two girls were spoiled. With an income of 60,000 francs, Goriot scarcely spent 1,200 on himself, and found all his happiness in satisfying the whims of the two girls. The best masters were engaged that Anastasie and Delphine might be endowed with all the accomplishments which distinguish a good education. They had a chaperon. Luckily for them, she was a woman who had good sense and good taste. They learned to ride, they had a carriage for their use, they lived as the mistress of a rich lord might live. They had only to express a wish, their father would hasten to give them their most extravagant desires, and asked nothing of them in return but a kiss. Goriot had raised the two girls to the level of the angels, and, quite naturally, he himself was left beneath them. Poor man, he loved them even for the pain that they gave him. When the girls were old enough to be married, they were left free to choose for themselves. Each had half her father's fortune as her dowry, and when the Comte de Restaud came to woo Anastasie for her beauty, her social aspirations led her to leave her father's house for a more exalted sphere. Delphine wished for money. She married Nucingen, a banker of German extraction, who became a baron of the Holy Roman Empire. Goriot remained a vermicelli maker as before. His daughters and his sons in law began to demur. They did not like to see him still engaged in trade, though his whole life was bound up with his business. For 5 years he stood out against their entreaties, then he yielded, and consented to retire on the amount realized by the sale of his business and the savings of the last few years. It was this capital that Mme. Vauquer, in the early days of his residence with her, had calculated would bring in 8 or 10,000 livres in a year. He had taken refuge in her lodging house, driven there by despair when he knew that his daughters were compelled by their husbands not only to refuse to receive him as an inmate in their houses, but even to see him no more except in private. This was all the information which Rastignac gained from M. Mouret, who had purchased Goriot's business, information which confirmed the Duchesse de Langeais' suppositions. And herewith the preliminary explanation of this obscure but terrible Parisian tragedy comes to an end. Towards the end of the first week in December, Rastignac received 2 letters, one from his mother and one from his eldest sister. His heart beat fast, half with fear at the sight of the familiar handwriting. Those 2 little scraps of paper contained life or death for his hopes, but while he felt a shiver of dread as he remembered their dire poverty at home, he knew their love for him so well that he could not help fearing that he was draining their very life blood. His mother's letter ran as follows: "My dear child, I am sending you the money that you asked for. Make a good use of it. Even to save your life, I could not raise so large a sum a second time without your father's knowledge, and there would be trouble about it. We should be obliged to mortgage the land. It is impossible to judge of the merits of schemes of which I am ignorant, but what sort of schemes can they be that you should fear to tell me about them? Volumes of explanation would not have been needed. We mothers can understand at a word, and that word would have spared me the anguish of uncertainty. I do not know how to hide the painful impression that your letter has made upon me, my dear son. What can you have felt when you were moved to send this chill of dread through my heart? It must have been very painful for you to write the letter that gave me so much pain as I read it. To what courses are you committed? You are going to appear to be something that you are not, and your whole life and success depends upon this. You are about to see a society into which you cannot enter without rushing into expense that you cannot afford, without losing precious time that is needed for your studies. Ah, my dear Eugene, believe your mother, crooked ways cannot lead to great ends. Patience and endurance are the 2 qualities most needed in your position. I am not scolding you. I do not want any tinge of bitterness to spoil our offering. I am only talking like a mother whose trust in you is as great as her foresight for you. You know the steps that you must take, and I, for my part, know the purity of heart and how good your intentions are. So I can say to you without a doubt, go forward, beloved. If I tremble, it is because I am a mother, but my prayers and blessings will be with you at every step. Be very careful, dear boy. You must have a man's prudence, for it lies with you to shape the destinies of 5 others who are dear to you and must look to you. Yes, our fortunes depend upon you, and your success is ours. We all pray to God to be with you in all that you do. Your Aunt Michaelides has been most generous beyond words in this matter. She saw at once how it was, even down to your gloves. But I have a weakness for the eldest," she said gaily. "You must love your aunt very much, dear Eugene. I shall wait till you have succeeded before telling you all that she has done for you, or her money would burn your fingers. You, who are young, do not know what it is to part with something that is a piece of your past. But what would we not sacrifice for your sakes? Your aunt says that I am to send you a kiss on the forehead from her, and that kiss is to bring you luck again and again, she says. She would have written you herself, the dear kind-hearted woman, but she is troubled with the gout in her fingers just now. Your father is very well. The vintage of 1819 has turned out better than we expected. Good bye, dear boy. I will say nothing about your sisters, because Laura is writing to you, and I must let her have the pleasure of giving you all the home news. Heaven send that you may succeed. Oh yes, dear Eugene, you must succeed. I have come, through you, to a knowledge of a pain so sharp that I do not think I could endure it a second time. I have come to know what it is to be poor, and to long for money for my children's sake. There, good bye. Do not leave us for long without news of you, and here at last take a kiss from your mother." By the time Eugene had finished the letter he was in tears. He thought of Father Goriot crushing his silver keepsake into a shapeless mass before he sold it to meet his daughter's bill of exchange. "Your mother has broken up her jewels for you," he said to himself. "Your aunt shed tears over those relics of hers before she sold them for your sake. What right have you to heap execrations on Anastasie? You have followed her example. You have selfishly sacrificed others to your own future, and she sacrifices her father to her lover, and of you two, which is the worse?" He was ready to renounce his attempts. He could not bear to take that money. The fires of remorse burned in his heart and gave him intolerable pain. The generous secret remorse which men seldom take into account when they sit in judgment upon their fellow men. But perhaps the angels in heaven, beholding it, pardon the criminal whom our justice condemns. Rastignac opened his sister's letter. Its simplicity and kindness revived his heart. "Your letter came just at the right time, dear brother. Agathe and I have thought of so many different ways of spending our money that we did not know what to buy with it. And now you have come in, and, like the servant who upset all the watches that belonged to the King of Spain, you have restored harmony. For really and truly we did not know which of all the things we wanted most, and we were always quarreling about it, never thinking, dear Eugene, of a way of spending our money which would satisfy us completely. Agathe jumped for you. Indeed, we have been like two mad things all day, to such a prodigious degree, as aunt would say, that mother said, with her severe expression, 'Whatever can be the matter with you, mesdemoiselles?' I think if we had been scolded a little, we should have been still better pleased. A woman ought to be very glad to suffer for one she loves. I, however, in my inmost soul, was doleful and cross in the midst of all my joy. I shall make a bad wife, I am afraid. I am too fond of spending. I had bought 2 sashes and a nice little stiletto for piercing eyelet holes in my stays, trifles that I really did not want, so that I have less than that slow coach Agathe, who is so economical, and hoards her money like a magpie. She had 200 francs, and I have only 150. I am nicely punished. I could throw my sash down the well. It will be painful to me to wear it now. Poor dear, I have robbed you, and Agathe was so nice about it. She said, 'Let us send the 350 francs in our 2 names.' But I could not help telling you everything just as it happened." End of section 4. Section 5 of Father Goriot by Honoré BALZAC, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 5. Do you know how we managed to keep your commandments? We took our glittering hoard, we went out for a walk, and when once fairly on the highway, we ran all the way to Ruffec, where we handed over the coin without more ado to M. Grimbert of the Messageries Royales. We came back again like swallows on the wing. "Don't you think that happiness has made us lighter?" Agathe said. "We said all sorts of things, which I shall not tell you, Monsieur la Parisienne, because they were all about you. Oh, we love you dearly, dear brother. It was all summed up in those few words. As for keeping the secret, little masqueraders like us are capable of anything, according to our aunt, even of holding our tongues. Our mother has been on a mysterious journey to Angouleme, and the aunt went with her, not without solemn councils, from which we were shut out, and Monsieur le Baron likewise. They are silent as to the weighty political considerations that prompted their mission, and conjectures are rife in the State of Rastignac. The Infantas are embroidering a muslin robe with open-work sprigs for Her Majesty the Queen. The work progresses in the most profound secrecy. There be but 2 more breadths to finish. A decree has gone forth that no wall shall be built on the side of Verteuil, but that a hedge shall be planted instead thereof. Our subjects may sustain some disappointment of fruit and espaliers, but strangers will enjoy a fair prospect. Should the heir presumptive lack pocket handkerchiefs, be it known unto him that the Dowager Lady of Marcillac, exploring the recesses of her drawers and boxers, known respectively as Pompeii and Herculaneum, have brought to light a fair piece of cambric whereof she wotted not. The Princesses Agathe and Laurie place at their brother's disposal their thread, their needles, and hands somewhat of the reddest. The 2 young princes, Don Henri and Don Gabriel, retain their fatal habits of stuffing themselves with grape jelly, of teasing their sisters, of taking their pleasure by going a bird nesting, and of cutting switches for themselves from the osier beds, maugre the laws of the realm. Moreover, they list not to learn naught. Wherefore the Papal Nuncio, called of the commonalty Monsieur le Curé, threateneth them with excommunication, since that they neglect the sacred canons of grammatical construction for the construction of other canon, deadly engines made of the stems of elder. Farewell, dear brother. Never did letter carry so many wishes for your success, so much love fully satisfied. You will have a great deal to tell us when you come home. You will tell me everything, won't you? I am the oldest. From something the aunt let fall, we think you must have had some success. Something was said of a lady, but nothing more was said. Of course not, in our family. Oh, by the by, Eugene, would you rather that we made that piece of cambric into shirts for you instead of pocket handkerchiefs? If you want some really nice shirts at once, we ought to lose no time in beginning upon them. And if the fashion is different now in Paris, send us one for a pattern. We want more particularly to know about the cuffs. Good bye, good bye. Take my kiss on the left side of your forehead, on the temple that belongs to me, and to no one else in the world. I am leaving the other side of the sheet for Agathe, who has solemnly promised not to read a word that I have written, but all the same I mean to sit by her side while she writes, so as to be quite sure that she keeps her word. Your loving sister, Laura de Rastignac. "Yes," said Eugene to himself, "yes, success at all costs now. Riches could not repay such devotion as this. I wish I could give them every sort of happiness. 1,550 francs," he went on after a pause. "Every shot must go to the mark. Laura is right. Trust a woman. I have only calico shirts. where some one else's welfare is concerned, a young girl becomes as ingenious as a thief, guileless where she herself is in question, and full of foresight for me. She is like a heavenly angel forgiving the strange, incomprehensible sins of earth." The world lay before him. His tailor had been summoned and sounded, and had finally surrendered. When Rastignac met M. de Trailles, he had seen at once how great a part the tailor plays in a young man's career. A tailor is either a deadly enemy or a staunch friend, with an invoice for a bond of friendship. Between these two extremes there is, alack, no middle term. In this representative of his craft Eugene discovered a man who understood that his was a sort of paternal function for young men at their entrance into life, who regarded himself as a stepping stone between a young man's present and future, and Rastignac in gratitude made the man's fortune by an epigram of a kind in which he excelled at a later period of his life. I have twice known a pair of trousers turned out by him make a match of 20,000 livres a year, 1,500 francs, and as many suits of clothes as he chose to order. At that moment the poor child of the South felt no more doubts of any kind. The young man went down to breakfast with the indefinable air which the consciousness of the possession of money gives to youth. No sooner are the coins slipped into a student's pocket than his wealth, in imagination at least, is piled into a fantastic column, which affords him a moral support. He begins to hold up his head as he walks. He is conscious that he has a means of bringing his powers to bear on a given point. He looks you straight in the face. His gestures are quick and decided. Only yesterday he was diffident and shy, any one might have pushed him aside. Tomorrow he will take the wall of a prime minister. A miracle has been wrought in him. Nothing is beyond the reach of his ambition, and his ambition soars at random. He is light-hearted, generous, and enthusiastic. In short, the fledgling bird has discovered that he has wings. A poor student snatches at every chance pleasure, much as a dog runs all sorts of risks to steal a bone, cracking it and sucking the marrow as he flies from pursuit. But a young man who can rattle a few runaway gold coins in his pocket, can take his pleasure deliberately, can taste the whole of the sweets of secure possession. He soars far above earth. He has forgotten what the word poverty means. All Paris is his. Those are days when the whole world shines radiant with light, when everything glows and sparkles before the eyes of youth, days that bring joyous energy that is never brought into harness, days of debts and painful fears that go hand in hand with every delight. Those who do not know the left bank of the Seine between the Rue Saint Jacques and the Rue des Saint Pierre know nothing of life. "Ah, if the women of Paris but knew," said Rastignac, as he devoured Mme. Vauquer's stewed pears at 5 for a penny, "they would come here in search of a lover." Just then a porter from the Messageries Royales appeared at the door of the room. They had previously heard the bell ring as the wicket opened to admit him. The man asked for Monsieur Eugene de Rastignac, holding out 2 bags for him to take, and a form of receipt for his signature. Vautrin's keen glance cut Eugene like a lash. "Now you will be able to pay for those fencing lessons and go to the shooting gallery," he said. "Your ship has come in," said Mme. Vauquer, eyeing the bags. Mlle. Michonneau did not dare to look at the money, for fear her eyes should betray her cupidity. "You have a kind mother," said Mme. Couture. "You have a kind mother, sir," echoed Poiret. "Yes, mamma has been drained dry," said Vautrin, and now you can have your fling, go into society, and fish for heiresses, and dance with countesses who have peach blossoms in their hair. But take my advice, young man, and don't neglect your pistol practice." Vautrin struck an attitude as if he were facing an antagonist. Rastignac, meaning to give the porter a tip, felt in his pockets and found nothing. Vautrin flung down a franc piece on the table. "Your credit is good," he remarked, eyeing the student, and Rastignac was forced to thank him, though since the sharp encounter of wits at dinner that day, after Eugene came in from calling on Mme. de Beauseant, he had made up his mind that Vautrin was insufferable. For a week, in fact, they had both kept silence on each other's presence and watched each other. The student tried in vain to account to himself for this attitude. An idea, of course, gains in force by the energy with which it is expressed. It strikes where the brain sends it, by a law as mathematically exact as the law that determines the course of a shell from a mortar. The amount of impression it makes is not to be determined so exactly. Sometimes in an impressible nature the idea works havoc, but there are, no less, natures so robustly protected that this sort of projectile falls flat and harmless on skulls of triple brass as cannon shot against solid masonry. Then there are flaccid and spongy fibered natures into which ideas from without sink like spent bullets into the earthworks of a redoubt. Rastignac's head was something of the powder magazine order; the least shock sufficed to bring about an explosion. He was too quick, too young, not to be readily accessible to ideas, and open to that subtle influence of thought and feeling in others, which causes so many strange phenomena that make an impression upon us of which we are all unconscious at the time. Nothing escaped his mental vision; he was lynx-eyed. In him the mental powers of perception, which seem like duplicates of the senses, had the mysterious power of swift projection that astonishes us in intellects of a higher order, slingers who are quick to detect the weak spots in any armor. In the past month Eugene's good qualities and defects had rapidly developed with his character. Intercourse with the world and the endeavor to satisfy his growing desires had brought out his defects. But Rastignac came from the south side of the Loire, and had the good qualities of his countrymen. He had the impetuous courage of the South that rushes to the attack of a difficulty, as well as the Southern impatience of delay or suspense. These traits are held to be defects in the North. They made the fortune of Murat, but they likewise cut short his career. The moral would appear to be that when the dash and boldness of the south side of the Loire meets in a Southern temperament with the guile of the North, the character is complete, and such a man will gain and keep the crown of Sweden. Rastignac, therefore, could not stand the fire from Vautrin's batteries for long without discovering whether this was a friend or a foe. He felt as if this strange being was reading his inmost soul and dissecting his feelings, while Vautrin himself was so close and secretive that he seemed to have something of the profound and unmoved serenity of a sphinx, seeing and hearing all things, and saying nothing. Eugene, conscious of that money in his pocket, grew rebellious. "Be so good as to wait a moment," he said to Vautrin, as the latter rose, after slowly emptying his coffee cup, sip by sip. "What for?" inquired the older man, as he put on his large brimmed hat and took up the sword cane that he was wont to twirl like a man who will face 3 or 4 footpads without flinching. "I will repay you in a minute," returned Eugene. He unsealed one of the bags as he spoke, and counted out 140 francs, and pushed them towards Mme. Vauquer. "Short reckonings make good friends," he added, turning to the widow. "That clears our accounts till the end of the year. Can you give me change for a 5-franc piece?" "Good friends make short reckonings," echoed Poiret, with a glance at Vautrin. "Here is your franc," said Rastignac, holding out the coin to the Sphinx in the black wig. "Any one might think that you were afraid to owe me a trifle," exclaimed this latter, with a searching glance that seemed to read the young man's innermost thoughts. There was a satirical and cynical smile on Vautrin's face, such as Eugene had seen scores of times already. Every time he saw it, it exasperated him almost beyond endurance. "Well, so I am," he answered. He held both the bags in his hand, and had risen to go up to his room. Vautrin made as if he were going out through the sitting room, and the student turned to go through the second door that opened into the square lobby at the foot of the staircase. "Do you know, Monsieur le Marquis de Rastignac-Corama, that what you were saying just now was not exactly polite?" Vautrin remarked as he rattled his sword cane across the panels of the sitting room door, and came up to the student. Rastignac looked coolly at Vautrin, drew him to the foot of the staircase, and shut the dining room door. They were standing in the little square lobby between the kitchen and the dining room. The place was lighted by an iron barred fanlight above a door that gave access into the garden. Sylvie came out of her kitchen, and Eugene chose that moment to say, "Monsieur Vautrin, I am not a marquis, and my name is not Rastignac-Corama." "They will fight," said Mademoiselle Michonneau, in an indifferent tone. "Fight!" echoed Poiret. "Not they," replied Mme. Vauquer, lovingly fingering her pile of coins. "But there they are under the lime trees," cried Mademoiselle Victorine, who had risen so that she might see out into the garden. "Poor young man, he was in the right after all." "We must go upstairs, my pet," said Mme. Couture. "It's no business of ours." At the door, however, Mme. Couture and Victorine found their progress barred by the portly form of Sylvie the cook. "Whatever can have happened?" she said. "Monsieur Vautrin," said to M. Eugene, "let us have an explanation." Then he took him by the arm, and there they are out among the artichokes. Vautrin came in while she was speaking. "Mamma Vauquer," he said, smiling, "don't frighten yourself at all. I am only going to try my pistols under the lime trees." "Oh, monsieur!" cried Victorine, clasping her hands as she spoke, "why do you want to kill Monsieur Eugene?" Vautrin stepped back a pace or two and gazed at Victorine. "Oh, this is something fresh!" he exclaimed in a bantering tone that brought the color into the poor girl's face. "That young fellow yonder is very nice, isn't he?" he went on. "You have given me a notion, my pretty child. I will make you both happy." Mme. Couture laid her hand on the arm of her ward and drew the girl away as she said in her ear, "Why, Victorine, I cannot imagine what has come over you this morning." "I don't want any shots fired in my garden," said Mme. Vauquer. "You will frighten the neighborhood and bring the police up here all in a moment." "Come, keep cool, Mamma Vauquer," answered Vautrin. There, it's all right. We will go to the shooting gallery." He went back to Rastignac, laying his hand familiarly on the young man's arm. "When I have given you ocular demonstration of the fact that I can put a bullet through an ace on a card 5 times running at 35 paces," he said, "that won't take away your appetite, I suppose? You look to me to be inclined to be a trifle quarrelsome this morning, and as if you would rush on your death like a blockhead." "Do you draw back?" asked Eugene. "Don't try to raise my temperature," answered Vautrin. "It is not cold this morning. Let us go and sit over there," he added, pointing to the green painted garden seats. "No one can overhear us. I want a little talk with you. You are not a bad sort of youngster, and I have no quarrel with you. I like you. Take trump, confound it! Take Vautrin's word for it. What makes me like you? I will tell you by and by. Meantime, I can tell you that I know you as well as if I had made you myself, as I will prove to you in a minute. Put down your bags," he continued, pointing to the round table. Rastignac deposited his money on the table and sat down. He was consumed with curiosity, which a sudden change in the manner of the man before him had excited to the highest pitch. Here was a strange being who, a moment ago, had talked of killing him, and now posed as his protector. "You would like to know who I really am, what I was and what I do now," Vautrin went on. "You want to know too much, youngster. Come, come, keep cool. You will hear more astonishing things than that. I have had my misfortunes. Just hear me out first, and you shall have your turn afterwards. Here is my past in 3 words. Who am I? Vautrin. What do I do? Just what I please. Let us change the subject. You want to know my character. I am good natured to those who do me a good turn, or to those whose hearts speak to mine. These last may do anything they like with me. They may bruise my shins, and I shall not tell them to mind what they are about. But, nom d'une pipe, the devil himself is not an uglier customer than I can be if people annoy me, or if I don't happen to take to them, and you may just as well know at once that I think no more of killing a man than of that," and he spat before him as he spoke. "Only when it is absolutely necessary to do so, I do my best to kill him properly. I am what you call an artist. I have read Bonaventuto Cellini's Memoirs, such as you see me, and what is more, in Italian. A fine spirited fellow he was. From him I learned to follow the example set by Providence, who strikes us down at random, and to admire the beautiful whenever and wherever it is found. And setting other questions aside, is it not a glorious part to play when you pit yourself against mankind, and the luck is on your side? I have thought a good deal about the constitution of your present social disorder. A duel is downright childish, my boy, utter nonsense and folly. When one of 2 living men must be got out of the way, none but an idiot would leave chance to decide which it is to be. And in a duel it is a toss up, heads or tails, and there you are. Now I, for instance, can hit the ace in the middle of a card 5 times running, send one bullet after another through the same hole, and at 35 paces, moreover. With that little accomplishment you might think yourself certain of killing your man, mightn't you? Well, I have fired at 20 paces and missed, and the rogue who had never handled a pistol in his life, look here," he unbuttoned his waistcoat and exposed his chest, covered like a bear's back with a shaggy fell. The student gave a startled shudder. "He was a raw lad, but he made his mark on me," the extraordinary man went on, drawing Rastignac's fingers over a deep scar on his breast. "But that happened when I myself was a mere boy. I was 21 then, your age, and I had some beliefs left in a woman's love, and in a pack of rubbish that you will be over your head and ears in directly. You and I were to have fought just now, weren't we? You might have killed me. Suppose that I were put under the earth, where would you be? You would have to clear out of this, go to Switzerland, draw on papa's purse, and he has none too much in it as it is. I mean to open your eyes to your real position, that is what I am going to do. But I shall do it from the point of view of a man who after studying the world very closely sees that there are but 2 alternatives, stupid obedience or revolt. I obey nobody, is that clear? Now, do you know how much you will want at the pace you are going? 1,000,000, and promptly too, or that little head of ours will be swaying to and fro in the drag nets at St. Cloud, while we are gone to find out whether or no there is a Supreme Being. I will put you in the way of that million." He stopped for a moment and looked at Eugene. "Aha! You do not look so sourly at Papa Vautrin now. At the mention of the million you look like a young girl when somebody has said, 'I will come for you this evening,' and she betakes herself to her toilette as a cat licks its whiskers over a saucer of milk. All right. Come now, let us go into the question, young man. All between ourselves, you know. We have a papa and mamma down yonder, a great aunt, 2 sisters, aged 18 and 17, 2 young brothers, one 15 and the other 10. That is about the roll call of the crew. The aunt brings up the 2 sisters. The cure comes and teaches the boys Latin. Boiled chestnuts are oftener on the table than white bread. Papa makes a suit of clothes last a long while. If mamma has a different dress winter and summer, it is about as much as she has. The sisters manage as best they can. I know all about it. I have lived in the South. That is how things are at home. They send you 1,200 francs a year, and the whole property only brings in 3,000 francs all told. We have a cook and a manservant. Papa is a baron, and we must keep up appearances. Then we have our ambitions. We are connected with the Beauseants, and we go afoot through the streets. We want to be rich, and we have not a penny. We eat Mme. Vauquer's messes, and we like grand dinners at the Faubourg Saint Germain. We sleep on a truckle bed and dream of a mansion. I do not blame you for wanting these things. What sort of men do the women run after? Men of ambition. Men of ambition have stronger frames, their blood is richer in iron, their hearts are warmer than those of ordinary men. Women feel that when their power is greatest they look their best, and that those are their happiest hours. They like power in men, and prefer the strongest, even if it is a power that may be their own destruction. I am going to make an inventory of your desires in order to put the question at issue before you. Here it is. We are as hungry as a wolf, and those newly cut teeth of ours are sharp. What are we to do to keep the pot boiling? In the first place, we have the Code to browse upon. It is not amusing, and we are none the wiser for it, but that cannot be helped. So far so good. We mean to make an advocate of ourselves, with a prospect of one day being made President of the Court of Assize, when we shall send poor devils, our betters, to the galleys with a T.F. on their shoulders. Travaux force, that is, forced labor. So that the rich may be convinced that they can sleep in peace. There is no fun in that, and you are a long while coming to it, for, to begin with, there are 2 years of nauseous drudgery in Paris. We see all the lollipops that we long for out of our reach. It is tiresome to want things and never to have them. If you were a pallid creature of the mollusk order, you would have nothing to fear; but it is different when you have the hot blood of a lion, and are ready to get into a score of scrapes every day of your life. This is the ghastliest form of torture known in this inferno of God's making, and you will give in to it. Or suppose that you are a good boy, drinking nothing stronger than milk, and bemoan your hard lot. You, with your generous nature, will endure hardships that would drive a dog mad, and make a start, after long waiting, as deputy to some rascal or other in a hole of a place where the government will fling you 1,000 francs a year, like the scraps that are thrown to the butcher's dog. Bark at thieves, plead the cause of the rich, send men of heart to the guillotine. That is your work. Many thanks. If you have no influence, you may rot in your provincial tribunal. At 30 you will be a justice with 1,200 francs a year, if you have not flung off the gown for good before then. By the time you are 40, you may look to marry a miller's daughter, an heiress with some 6,000 livres a year. Much obliged. If you have influence, you may possibly be a public prosecutor by the time you are 30. With a salary of 1,000 crowns, you could look to marry the mayor's daughter. Some petty piece of political trickery, such as mistaking Villèle for Manuel in a bulletin, the names rhyme, and that quiets your conscience, and you will probably be a procureur général by the time you are 40, with a chance of becoming a deputy. Please to observe, my dear boy, that our conscience will have been a little damaged in the process, and that we shall endure 20 years of drudgery and hidden poverty, and that our sisters are wearing Dian's livery. I have the honor to call your attention to another fact, to wit, that there are but 20 procureurs généraux at a time in all France, while there are some 20,000 of you young men who aspire to that elevated position; that there are some mountebanks among you who would sell their family to screw their fortunes a peg higher. If this sort of thing sickens you, try another course. The Baron de Rastignac thinks of becoming an advocate, does he? There's a nice prospect for you. 10 years of drudgery straight away. You are obliged to live at the rate of 1,000 francs a month. You must have a library of law books, live in chambers, go into society, go down on your knees to ask a solicitor for briefs, lick the dust off the floor of the Palais de Justice. If this kind of business led to anything, I should not say so. But just give me the names of 5 advocates here in Paris who by the time that they are 50 are making 50,000 francs a year. Bah! I would sooner turn pirate on the high seas than have my soul shrivel up inside me like that. How will you find the capital? There is but one way, marry a woman who has money. There is no fun in it. Have you a mind to marry? You hang a stone around your neck, for if you marry for money, what becomes of your exalted notions of honor, and so forth? You might as well fly in the face of social conventions at once. Is it nothing to crawl like a serpent before your wife, to lick her mother's feet, to descend to dirty actions that would sicken swine? Faugh! Never mind if you at least make your fortune. But you will be as doleful as a dripstone if you marry for money. It is better to wrestle with men than to wrangle at home with your wife. You are at cross way of the roads of life, my boy. Choose your way. But you have chosen already. You have gone to see your cousin of Beauseant, and you have had an inkling of luxury. You have been to Mme. de Restaud's house, and in Father Goriot's daughter you have seen a glimpse of the Parisienne for the first time. That day you came back with a word written on your forehead. I knew it, I could read it. Success. Yes, success at any price. Bravo, said I to myself, here is the sort of fellow for me. You wanted money. Where was it to come from? You have drained your sister's little hoard. All brothers sponge more or less on their sisters. Those 1,500 francs of yours, got together God knows how, in a country where there are more chestnuts than 5-franc pieces, will slip away like soldiers after pillage. And then what will you do? Shall you begin to work? Work, or what you understand by work at this moment, means, for a man of Poiret's calibre, an old age in Mamma Vauquer's lodging house. There are 50,000 young men in your position at this moment, all bent as you are on solving one and the same problem, how to acquire a fortune rapidly. You are but a unit in that aggregate. You can guess, therefore, what efforts you must make, how desperate the struggle is. There are not 50,000 good positions for you. You must fight and devour one another like spiders in a pot. Do you know how a man makes his way here? by brilliant genius or by skilful corruption. You must either cut your way through these masses of men like a cannon ball, or steal among them like a plague. Honesty is nothing to the purpose. Men bow before the power of genius. They hate it and try to slander it, because genius does not divide the spoil. But if genius persists, then bow before it. To sum it all up in a phrase, if they fail to smother genius in the mud, they fall on their knees and worship it. Corruption is a great power in the world, and talent is scarce. So corruption is the weapon of superfluous mediocrity. You will be made to feel the point of it everywhere. You will see women who spend more than 10,000 francs a year on dress, while their husband's salary, his whole income, is 6,000 francs. You will see officials buying estates on 12,000 francs a year. You will see women who sell themselves body and soul to drive in a carriage belonging to the son of a peer of France, who has a right to drive in the middle rank at Longchamp. You have seen that poor simpleton of a Goriot obliged to meet a bill with his daughter's name on the back of it, though her husband has 50,000 francs a year. I defy you to walk a couple of yards anywhere in Paris without stumbling on some infernal complication. I'll bet my head to a head of that salad that you will stir up a hornet's nest by taking a fancy to the first young, rich, and pretty woman you meet. They are all dodging the law, all at loggerheads with their husbands. If I were to begin to tell you all that vanity or necessity, virtue is not often mixed up in it, you may be sure, all that vanity and necessity drive them to do for lovers, finery, housekeeping, or children, I should never come to an end. So an honest man is the common enemy. But do you know what an honest man is? Here in Paris, an honest man is the man who keeps his own counsel and will not divide the plunder. I am not speaking now of those poor bond slaves who do the work of the world without a reward for their toil. God Almighty's outcasts, I call them. Among them, I grant you, is virtue in all the flower of its stupidity, but poverty is no less their portion. At this moment I think I see the long faces those good folk would pull if God played a practical joke on them and stayed away at the Last Judgment. Well then, if you mean to make a fortune quickly, you must either be rich to begin with, or make people believe that you are rich. It is no use playing here except for high stakes. Once take to low play, it is all up with you. If in the scores of professions that are open to you there are 10 men who rise very rapidly, people are sure to call them thieves. You can draw your own conclusions. Such is life. It is no cleaner than a kitchen, it reeks like a kitchen, and if you mean to cook your dinner, you must expect to soil your hands. The real art is in getting them clean again, and therein lies the whole morality of our epoch. If I take this tone in speaking of the world to you, I have the right to do so. I know it well. Do you think that I am blaming it? Far from it. The world has always been as it is now. Moralists' strictures will never change it. Mankind are not perfect, but one age is more or less hypocritical than another, and then simpletons say that its morality is high or low. I do not think that the rich are any worse than the poor. Man is much the same, high or low, or wherever he is. In a million of these human cattle there may be half a score of bold spirits who rise above the rest, above the laws. I am one of them, and you, if you are cleverer than your fellows, make straight to your end, and hold your head high. But you must lay your account with envy and slander and mediocrity, and every man's hand will be against you. Napoleon met with a minister of war, Aubrey by name, who all but sent him to the colonies. Feel your pulse. Think whether you can get up morning after morning strengthened in yesterday's purpose. In that case I will make you an offer that no one would decline. Listen attentively. You see, I have an idea of my own. My idea is to live a patriarchal life on a vast estate, say 100,000 acres, somewhere in the southern states of America. I mean to be a planter, to have slaves, to make a few snug millions by selling my cattle, timber, and tobacco. I want to live an absolute monarch, and do just as I please, to lead such a life as no one here in these squalid dens of lath and plaster ever imagines. I am a great poet. I do not write my poems, I feel them and act them. At this moment I have 50,000 francs, which might possibly buy 40 negroes. I want 200,000 francs, because I want to have 200 negroes to carry out my notions of the patriarchal life properly. Negroes, you see, are like a sort of family, ready grown, and there are no inquisitive public prosecutors out there to interfere with you. That investment in ebony ought to mean 3 or 4 million francs in 10 years' time. If I am successful, no one will ask me who I am. I shall be Mr. 4 Millions, an American citizen. I shall be 50 years old by then, and sound and hearty still. I shall enjoy life after my own fashion. In 2 words, if I find you an heiress with 1 million, will you give me 200,000 francs? 20% commission, eh? Is that too much? Your little wife will be very much in love with you. Once married, you will show signs of uneasiness and remorse. For a couple of weeks you will be depressed. Then, some night, after sundry grimacings, comes the confession between 2 kisses. 200,000 francs of debt, my darling. This sort of farce is played every day in Paris, and by young men of the highest fashion. When a young wife has given her heart, she will not refuse her purse. Perhaps you are thinking that you will lose the money for good? Not you, you will make 200,000 francs again by some stroke of business. With your capital and your brains, you should be able to accumulate as large a fortune as you could wish. Ergo, in 6 months you will have made your own fortune and your old friend Vautrin's, and made an amiable woman very happy, to say nothing of your people at home, who must blow on their fingers to keep warm in the winter for lack of firewood. You need not be surprised at my proposal, nor at the demand I make. 47 out of every 60 great matches here in Paris are made after just such a bargain as this. The Chamber of Notaries compels my gentlemen to—" "What must I do?" said Rastignac, eagerly interrupting Vautrin's speech. "Next to nothing," returned the other, with a slight involuntary movement, the suppressed exultation of the angler when he feels a bite at the end of his line. "Follow me carefully. The heart of a girl whose life is wretched and unhappy is a sponge that will thirstily absorb love, a dry sponge that swells at the first drop of sentiment. If you pay court to a young girl whose existence is a compound of loneliness, despair, and poverty, and who has no suspicion that she will come into a fortune, good Lord, it is quinze and quatorze at piquet. It is knowing the numbers of the lottery beforehand. It is speculating in the funds when you have news from a sure source. It is building up a marriage on an indestructible foundation. The girl may come in for millions, and she will fling them as if they were so many pebbles at your feet. Take it, my beloved, take it, Alfred, Adolphe, Eugene, or whoever it was that showed his sense by sacrificing himself for her. And as for sacrificing himself, this is how I understand it. You sell a coat that is getting shabby, so that you can take her to the Cordon Bleu, treat her to mushrooms on toast, and then go to the Ambigu Comique in the evening. You pawn your watch to buy her a shawl. I need not remind you of the fiddle-faddle sentimentality that goes down so well with all women. You spill a few drops of water on your stationery, for instance; those are the tears you shed while away from her. You look to me as if you were perfectly acquainted with the argot of the heart. Paris, you see, is like a forest in the New World, where you have to deal with a score of varieties of savages, Illinois and Hurons, who live on the proceeds of their social hunting. You are a hunter of millions, you set your snares, you use lures and nets. There are many ways of hunting. Some hunt heiresses, others a legacy; some fish for souls, yet others sell their clients bound hand and foot. Every one who comes back from the chase with some game bag well filled meets with a warm welcome in good society. In justice to this hospitable part of the world, it must be said that you have to do with the most easy and good natured of great cities. If the proud aristocracies of the rest of Europe refuse admittance among their ranks to a disreputable millionaire, Paris stretches out a hand to him, goes to his banquets, eats his dinners, and hobnobs with his infamy. "But where is such a girl to be found?" asked Eugene. "Under your eyes; she is yours already." "Mademoiselle Victorine?" "Precisely. And what was that you said? She is in love with you already, you little Baron de Rastignac." "She has not a penny," Eugene continued, much mystified. "Ah, now we are coming to it. Just another word or two, and it will all be clear enough. Her father Taillefer is an old scoundrel. It is said that he murdered one of his friends at the time of the Revolution. He is one of your comedians that sets up to have opinions of his own. He is a banker, senior partner in the house of Frederic Taillefer and Company. He has one son, and means to leave all he has to the boy, to the prejudice of Victorine. For my part, I don't like to see injustice of that sort. I am like Don Quixote, I have a fancy for defending the weak against the strong. If it should please God to take that youth away from him, Taillefer would have only his daughter left. He would want to leave his money to some one or other. An absurd notion, but it is only human nature, and he is not likely to have any more children, as I know. Victorine is gentle and amiable; she will soon twist her father round her fingers, and set his head spinning like a German top by plying him with sentiment. She will be too much touched by your devotion to forget you. You will marry her. I mean to play Providence for you, and Providence is to do my will. I have a friend whom I have attached closely to myself, a colonel in the army of the Loire, who has just been transferred to the Garde Royale. He has taken my advice and turned ultra royalist. He is not one of those fools who never changed their opinions. Of all pieces of advice, my cherub, I would give you this: don't stick to your opinions any more than to your words. If any one asks you for them, let them have them at a price. A man who prides himself on going in a straight line through life is an idiot who believes in infallibility. There are no such things as principles, there are only events, and there are no laws but those of expediency. A man of talent accepts events and the circumstances in which he finds himself, and turns everything to his own ends. If laws and principles were fixed and invariable, nations would not change them as readily as we change our shirts. The individual is not obliged to be more particular than the nation. A man whose services in France have been of the very slightest is a fetish, looked on with superstitious awe because he has always seen everything in red; but he is good at the most to be put into the Museum of Arts and Crafts, among the automatic machines, and labeled Lafayette; while the prince at whom everybody flings a stone, the man who despises humanity so much that he spits as many oaths as he is asked for in the face of humanity, saved France from being torn in pieces at the Congress of Vienna, and they who should have given him laurels fling mud at him. Oh, I know something of affairs, I can tell you. I have the secrets of many men. When I find three minds in agreement as to the application of a principle, I shall have a fixed and immovable opinion. I shall have to wait a long while first. In the tribunals you will not find three judges of the same opinion on a single point of law. To return to the man I was telling you of, he would crucify Jesus Christ again if I bade him. At a word from his old chum Vautrin, he will pick a quarrel with a scamp that will not send so much as 5 francs to his sister, poor girl, and" here Vautrin rose to his feet and stood like a fencing master about to lunge, "turn him off into the dark," he added. "How frightful!" said Eugene. "You do not really mean it, M. Vautrin, you are joking." "There, there, keep cool," said the other. "Don't behave like a baby. But if you find any amusement in it, be indignant, flare up, say that I am a scoundrel, a rascal, a rogue, a bandit, but do not call me a blackleg or a spy. There, out with it, fire away. I forgive you. It is quite natural at your age. I was like that myself once. Only remember this, you will do worse things yourself some day. You will flirt with some pretty woman and take her money. You have thought of that, of course," said Vautrin, "for how are you to succeed unless love is laid under contribution? There are no two ways about virtue, my dear student. It either is or it is not. Talk of doing penance for your sins! It is a nice system of business when you pay for your crime by an act of contrition. You seduce a woman that you may set your foot on such and such a rung of the social ladder, you sow dissension among the children of a family, you descend, in short, to every base action that can be committed at home or abroad, to gain your own ends for your own pleasure or your profit. And can you imagine that these are acts of faith, hope, or charity? How is it that a dandy, who in a night has robbed a boy of half his fortune, gets only a couple of months in prison, while a poor devil who steals a banknote for 1,000 francs, with aggravating circumstances, is condemned to penal servitude? Those are your laws. Not a single provision but lands you in some absurdity. That man with yellow gloves and a golden tongue commits many a murder. He sheds no blood, but he drains his victim's veins as surely. A desperado forces open a door with a crowbar, dark deeds both of them. You yourself will do every one of those things that I suggest to you to day, bar the bloodshed. Do you believe that there is any absolute standard in this world? Despise mankind, and find out the meshes that you can slip through in the net of the code. The secret of a great success for which you are at a loss to account is a crime that has never been found out because it was properly executed." "Silence, sir! I will not hear any more. You make me doubt myself. At this moment my sentiments are all my science." "Just as you please, my fine fellow. I did think you were so weak minded," said Vautrin. "I shall say no more about it. One last word, however," and he looked hard at the student. "You have my secret," he said. "A young man who refuses your offer knows that he must forget it." "Quite right, quite right. I am glad to hear you say so. Somebody else might not be so scrupulous, you see. Keep in mind what I want to do for you. I will give you a fortnight. The offer is still open." "What a head of iron the man has!" said Eugene to himself, as he watched Vautrin walk unconcernedly away with his cane under his arm. Yet Mme. de Beauseant said as much more gracefully. He has only stated the case in cruder language. He would tear my heart with claws of steel. What made me think of going to Mme. de Nucingen? He guessed my motives before I knew them myself. To sum it up, that outlaw has told me more about virtue than all I have learned from men and books. If virtue admits of no compromises, I have certainly robbed my sisters," he said, throwing down the bags on the table. He sat down again and fell, unconscious of his surroundings, into deep thought. To be faithful to an ideal of virtue, a heroic martyrdom. Pshaw! Every one believes in virtue, but who is virtuous? Nations have made an idol of liberty, but what nation on the face of the earth is free? My youth is still like a blue and cloudless sky. If I set myself to obtain wealth or power, does it mean that I must make up my mind to lie and fawn and cringe and swagger and flatter and dissemble? To consent to be the servant of others who have likewise fawned and lied and flattered? Must I cringe to them before I can hope to be their accomplice? Well, then, I decline. I mean to work nobly and with a single heart. I will work day and night. I will owe my fortune to nothing but my own exertions. It may be the slowest of all roads to success, but I shall lay my head on the pillow at night untroubled by evil thoughts. Is there a greater thing than this, to look back over your life and know that it is stainless as a lily? I and my life are like a young man and his betrothed. Vautrin has put before me all that comes after 10 years of marriage. The devil! My head is swimming. I do not want to think at all. The heart is a sure guide." Eugene was roused from his musings by the voice of the stout Sylvie, who announced that the tailor had come, and Eugene therefore made his appearance before the man with the 2 money bags, and was not ill pleased that it should be so. When he had tried on his dress suit, he put on his new morning costume, which completely metamorphosed him. "I am quite equal to M. de Trailles," he said to himself. "In short, I look like a gentleman." "You asked me, sir, if I knew the houses where Mme. de Nucingen goes," Father Goriot's voice spoke from the doorway of Eugene's room. "Yes." "Very well, then. She is going to the Marechal Carigliano's ball on Monday. If you can manage to be there, I shall hear from you whether my 2 girls enjoyed themselves, and how they were dressed, and all about it, in fact." "How did you find that out, my good Goriot?" said Eugene, putting a chair by the fire for his visitor. "Her maid told me. I hear all about their doings from Theresa and Constance," he added gleefully. The old man looked like a lover who is still young enough to be made happy by the discovery of some little stratagem which brings him information of his lady love without her knowledge. "You will see them both," he said, giving artless expression to a pang of jealousy. "I do not know," answered Eugene. "I will go to Mme. de Beauseant and ask her for an introduction to the Marechal." Eugene felt a thrill of pleasure at the thought of appearing before the Vicomtesse, dressed as henceforward he always meant to be. The abysses of the human heart, in the moralist's phrase, are only insidious thoughts, involuntary promptings of personal interest. The instinct of enjoyment turns the scale. Those rapid changes of purpose which have furnished the text for so much rhetoric are calculations prompted by the hope of pleasure. Rastignac, beholding himself well dressed and impeccable as to gloves and boots, forgot his virtuous resolutions. Youth, moreover, when bent upon wrongdoing, does not dare to behold himself in the mirror of consciousness. Mature age has seen itself, and therein lies the whole difference between these 2 phases of life. A friendship between Eugene and his neighbor, Father Goriot, had been growing up for several days past. This secret friendship, and the antipathy that the student had begun to entertain for Vautrin, arose from the same psychological causes. The bold philosopher who shall investigate the effects of mental action upon the physical world will doubtless find more than one proof of the material nature of our sentiments in other animals. What physiognomist is as quick to discern character as a dog is to discover from a stranger's face whether this is a friend or no? Those bywords, atoms, affinities, are facts surviving in modern language for the confusion of philosophic wiseacres who amuse themselves by winnowing the chaff of language to find its grammatical roots. We feel that we are loved. Our sentiments make themselves felt in everything, even at a great distance. A letter is a living soul, and so faithful an echo of the voice that speaks in it, that finer natures look upon a letter as one of love's most precious treasures. Father Goriot's affection was of the instinctive order, a canine affection raised to a sublime pitch. He had scented compassion in the air, and the kindly respect and youthful sympathy of the student's heart. This friendship had, however, scarcely reached the stage at which confidences are made. Though Eugene had spoken of his wish to meet Mme. de Nucingen, it was not because he counted on the old man to introduce him to her house, for he hoped that his own audacity might stand him in good stead. All that Father Goriot had said as yet about his daughters had referred to the remarks that the student had made so freely in public on that day of the two visits. End of section 5. Section 6 of Father Goriot by Honoré BALZAC, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Section 6. "How could you think that Mme. de Restaud bore you a grudge for mentioning my name?" he had said on the day following that scene at dinner. "My daughters are very fond of me. I am a happy father, but my sons in law have behaved badly to me, and rather than make trouble between my darlings and their husbands, I choose to see my daughters secretly. Fathers who can't see their daughters at any time have no idea of all the pleasure that all this mystery gives me. I cannot always see mine when I wish, do you understand? So when it is fine I walk on the Champs Elysees, after finding out from their waiting maids whether my daughters mean to go out. I wait near the entrance, my heart beats fast when the carriages begin to come. I admire them in their dresses, and as they pass they give me a little smile, and it seems as if everything was lighted up for me by a ray of bright sunlight. I wait, for they always go back the same way, and then I see them again. The fresh air has done them good and brought color into their cheeks. All about me people say, 'What a beautiful woman that is!' and it does my heart good to hear them. Are they not my own flesh and blood? I love the very horses that draw them. I envy the little lap dog on their knees. Their happiness is my life. Every one loves after his own fashion, and mine does no one any harm. Why should people trouble their heads about me? I am happy in my own way. Is there any law against going to see my girls in the evening when they are going out to a ball? And what a disappointment it is when I get there too late, and am told that madame has gone out. Once I waited until 3 o'clock in the morning for Nasie. I had not seen her for 2 whole days. I was so pleased that it was almost too much for me. Please do not speak of me unless it is to say how good my daughters are to me. They are always wanting to heap presents upon me, but I will not have it. Just keep your money, I tell them. What should I do with it? I want nothing. And what am I, sir, after all? An old carcass whose soul is always where my daughters are. When you have seen Mme. de Nucingen, tell me which you like the most," said the old man after a moment's pause, while Eugene put the last touches to his toilette. The student was about to go out to walk in the garden of the Tuileries until the hour when he could venture to appear at Mme. de Beauseant's drawing room. That walk was a turning point in Eugene's career. Several women noticed him. He looked so handsome, so young, and so well dressed. This almost admiring attention gave a new turn to his thoughts. He forgot his sisters and the aunt who had robbed herself for him. He no longer remembered his own virtuous scruples. He had seen hovering above his head the fiend so easy to mistake for an angel, the devil with rainbow wings, who scatters rubies and aims his golden shafts at palace fronts, who invests women with purple and thrones with a glory that dazzles the eyes of fools till they forget the simple origins of royal dominion. He had heard the rustle of that vanity whose tinsel seems to us to be the symbol of power. However cynical Vautrin's words had been, they had made an impression on his mind, as the sordid features of the old crone who whispers, "A lover and gold in torrents," remain engraven on a young girl's memory. Eugene lounged along the walks till it was nearly 5 o'clock, then he went to Mme. de Beauseant's and received one of the terrible blows against which young hearts are defenceless. Hitherto the Vicomtesse had received him with the kindly urbanity, the bland grace of manner that is the result of fine breeding, but is only complete when it comes from the heart. To day Mme. de Beauseant bowed constrainedly and spoke curtly. "Monsieur de Rastignac, I cannot possibly see you, at least not at this moment. I am engaged." An observer, and Rastignac instantly became an observer, could read the whole history, the character and customs of caste, in the phrase, in the tones of her voice, in her glance and bearing. He caught a glimpse of the iron hand beneath the velvet glove, the personality, the egoism beneath the manner, the wood beneath the varnish. In short, he heard that unmistakable "I, the King," that issues from the plumed canopy of the throne, and finds its last echo under the crest of the simplest gentleman. Eugene had trusted too implicitly in the generosity of a woman; he could not believe in her haughtiness. Like all the unfortunate, he had subscribed in all good faith the generous compact that should bind the benefactor to the recipient, and the first article in that bond between two large-hearted natures is a perfect equality. The kindness which knits two souls together is as rare as divine, and as little understood as the passion of love, for both love and kindness are the lavish generosity of noble natures. Rastignac was set upon going to the Duchesse de Carigliano's ball, so he swallowed down this rebuff. "Madame," he faltered out, "I would not have come to trouble you about a trifling matter. Be so kind as to permit me to see you later, I can wait." "Very well, come and dine with me," she said, a little confused by the harsh way in which she had spoken, for this lady was as genuinely kind-hearted as she was high-born. Eugene was touched by this sudden relenting, but none the less he said to himself as he went away, "Crawl in the dust, put up with every kind of treatment. What must the rest of the world be like when one of the kindest of women forgets all her promises of befriending me in a moment, and tosses me aside like an old shoe? So it is every one for himself. It is true that her house is not a shop, and I have put myself in the wrong by needing her help. You should cut your way through the world like a cannon ball, as Vautrin said." But the student's bitter thoughts were soon dissipated by the pleasure which he promised himself in this dinner with the Vicomtesse. Fate seemed to determine that the smallest accidents in his life should combine to urge him into a career which the terrible Sphinx of the Maison Vauquer had described as a field of battle, where you must either slay or be slain, and cheat to avoid being cheated. You leave your conscience and your heart at the barriers, and wear a mask on entering into this game of grim earnest, where, as in ancient Sparta, you must snatch your prize without being detected if you would deserve the crown. On his return he found the Vicomtesse gracious and kindly as she had always been to him. They went together to the dining room, where the Vicomte was waiting for his wife. In the time of the Restoration, the luxury of the table was carried, as is well known, to the highest degree, and M. de Beauseant, like many jaded men of the world, had few pleasures left but those of good cheer. In this matter, in fact, he was a gourmand of the school of Louis XVIII. And of the Duc d'Escars, and luxury was supplemented by splendor. Eugene, dining for the first time in a house where the traditions of grandeur had descended through many generations, had never seen any spectacle like this that now met his eyes. In the time of the Empire, balls had always ended with a supper, because the officers who took part in them must be fortified for immediate service, and even in Paris might be called upon to leave the ballroom for the battlefield. This arrangement had gone out of fashion under the monarchy, and Eugene had so far only been asked to dances. The self-possession which preeminently distinguished him in later life already stood him in good stead, and he did not betray his amazement. Yet, as he saw for the first time the finely wrought silver plate, the completeness of every detail, the sumptuous dinner noiselessly served, it was difficult for such an ardent imagination not to prefer this life of studied and refined luxury to the hardships of the life which he had chosen only that morning. His thoughts went back for a moment to the lodging house, and with a feeling of profound loathing he vowed to himself that at New Year he would go, prompted at least as much by a desire to live among cleaner surroundings as by a wish to shake off Vautrin, whose huge hand he seemed to feel on his shoulder at that moment. When you consider the numberless forms, clamorous or mute, that corruption takes in Paris, common sense begins to wonder what mental aberration prompted the State to establish great colleges and schools there, and assemble young men in the capital; how it is that pretty women are respected, or that the gold coin displayed in the money changers' wooden saucers does not take to itself wings in the twinkling of an eye; and when you come to think further, how comparatively few cases of crime there are, and to count up the misdemeanors committed by youth, is there not a certain amount of respect due to these patient Tantalouzes, who wrestle with themselves and nearly always come off victorious? The struggles of the poor student in Paris, if skilfully drawn, would furnish a most dramatic picture of modern civilization. In vain Mme. de Beauseant looked at Eugene as if asking him to speak. The student was tongue-tied in the Vicomte's presence. "Are you going to take me to the Italiens this evening?" the Vicomtesse asked her husband. "You cannot doubt that I should obey you with pleasure," he answered, and there was a sarcastic tinge in his politeness which Eugene did not detect. "But I ought to go to meet some one at the Varietes." "His mistress," said she to herself. "Then is not Ajuda coming for you this evening?" inquired the Vicomte. "No," she answered petulantly. "Very well, then, if you really must have an arm, take that of M. de Rastignac." The Vicomtesse turned to Eugene with a smile. "That would be a very compromising step for you," she said. "A Frenchman loves danger, because in danger there is glory, to quote M. de Chateaubriand," said Rastignac with a bow. A few moments later he was sitting beside Mme. de Beauseant in a brougham that wheeled them through the streets of Paris to a fashionable theatre. It seemed to him that some fairy music had suddenly transported him into a box facing the stage. All the lorgnettes of the house were pointed at him as he entered, and at the Vicomtesse in her charming toilette. He went from enchantment to enchantment. "You must talk to me, you know," said Mme. de Beauseant. "Ah, look, there is Mme. de Nucingen in the third box from ours. Her sister and M. de Trailles are on the other side." The Vicomtesse glanced, as she spoke, at the box where Mlle. de Rochefide should have been. M. d'Ajuda was not there, and Mme. de Beauseant's face lighted up in a marvelous way. "She is charming," said Eugene, after looking at Mme. de Nucingen. "She has white eyelashes." "Yes, but she has such a pretty slender figure. Her hands are large, such beautiful eyes. Her face is long, yes, but length gives distinction. It is lucky for her that she has some distinction in her face. Just see how she fidgets with her opera glass. The Goriot blood shows itself in every movement," said the Vicomtesse, much to Eugene's astonishment. Indeed, Mme. de Beauseant seemed to be engaged in making a survey of the house, and to be unconscious of Mme. Nucingen's existence. But no movement made by the latter was lost upon the Vicomtesse. The house was full of the loveliest women in Paris, so that Delphine de Nucingen was not a little flattered to receive the undivided attention of Mme. de Beauseant's young, handsome, and well dressed cousin, who seemed to have no eyes for any one else. "If you look at her so persistently, you will make people talk, Monsieur de Rastignac. You will never succeed if you fling yourself at any one's head like that." "My dear cousin," said Eugene, "you have protected me indeed so far, and now if you would complete your work, I only ask of you a favor which will cost you but little, and be of very great service to me. I have lost my heart." "Already?" "Yes." "And to what woman?" "How could I aspire to find any one else to listen to me?" he asked, with a keen glance at his cousin. "Her Grace the Duchesse de Carigliano is a friend of the Duchesse de Berri," he went on after a pause. "You are sure to see her. Will you be so kind as to present me to her, and to take me to her ball on Monday? I shall meet Mme. de Nucingen there, and enter into my first skirmish." "Willingly," she said. "If you have a liking for her already, your affairs of the heart are like to prosper. That is de Marsay over there in the Princess Galathionne's box. Mme. de Nucingen is racked with jealousy. There is no better time for approaching a woman, especially if she happens to be a banker's wife. All those ladies of the Chaussee d'Antin love revenge." "Then what would you do yourself in such a case?" "I should suffer in silence." At this point the Marquis d'Ajuda appeared in Mlle. de Beauseant's box. "I have made a muddle of my affairs to come to you," he said, "and I am telling you about it, so that it may not be a sacrifice." Eugene saw the glow of joy in the Vicomtesse's face, and knew that this was love, and learned the difference between love and the affectations of Parisian coquetry. He admired his cousin, grew mute, and yielded his place to M. d'Ajuda with a sigh. "How noble, how sublime a woman is when she loves like that," he said to himself, "and he could forsake her for a doll. Oh, how could any one forsake her?" There was a boy's passionate indignation in his heart. He could have flung himself at Mme. de Beauseant's feet. He longed for the power of the devil if he could snatch her away and hide her in his heart, as an eagle snatches up some white yearling from the plains and bears it to its eyrie. It was humiliating to him to think that in all this gallery of fair pictures he had not one picture of his own. "To have a mistress and an almost royal position is a sign of power," he said to himself, and he looked at Mme. de Nucingen as a man measures another who has insulted him. The Vicomtesse turned to him, and the expression of her eyes thanked him 1,000 times for his discretion. The first act came to an end just then. "Do you know Mme. de Nucingen well enough to present M. de Rastignac to her?" he asked of the Marquis d'Ajuda. "She will be delighted," said the Marquis. The handsome Portuguese rose as he spoke and took the student's arm, and in another moment Eugene found himself in Mme. de Nucingen's box. "Madame," said the Marquis, "I have the honor of presenting to you the Chevalier Eugene de Rastignac. He is a cousin of Mme. de Beauseant's. You have made so deep an impression upon him that I thought I would fill up the measure of his happiness by bringing him nearer to his divinity." Words spoken half jestingly to cover their somewhat disrespectful import, but such an implication, if carefully disguised, never gives offence to a woman. Mme. de Nucingen smiled, and offered Eugene the place which her husband had just left. "I do not venture to suggest that you should stay with me, monsieur," she said. "Those who are so fortunate to be in Mme. de Beauseant's company do not desire to leave it." "Madame," Eugene said, lowering his voice, "I think that, to please my cousin, I should remain with you. Before my Lord Marquis came we were speaking of you and of your exceedingly distinguished appearance," he added aloud. M. d'Ajuda turned and left them. "Are you really going to stay with me, monsieur?" asked the Baroness. "Then we shall make each other's acquaintance. Mme. de Restaud told me about you, and has made me anxious to meet you. She must be very insincere then, for she has shut her door on me." "What?" "Madame, I will tell you honestly the reason why, but I must crave your indulgence before confiding such a secret to you. I am your father's neighbor. I had no idea that Mme. de Restaud was his daughter. I was rash enough to mention his name. I meant no harm, but I annoyed your sister and her husband very much. You cannot think how severely the Duchesse de Langeais and my cousin blamed this apostasy on a daughter's part, as a piece of bad taste. I told them all about it, and they both burst out laughing. Then Mme. de Beauseant made some comparison between you and your sister, speaking in high terms of you, and saying how very fond you were of my neighbor, M. Goriot. And indeed, how could you help loving him? He adores you so passionately that I am jealous already. We talked about you this morning for 2 hours. So this evening I was quite full of all that your father had told me, and while I was dining with my cousin, I said that you could not be as beautiful as affectionate. Mme. de Beauseant meant to gratify such warm admiration, I think, when she brought me here, telling me, in her gracious way, that I should see you." "Then, even now, I owe you a debt of gratitude, monsieur," said the banker's wife. "We shall be quite old friends in a little while." "Although a friendship with you could not be like an ordinary friendship," said Rastignac, "I should never wish to be your friend." Such stereotyped phrases as these, in the mouths of beginners, possess an unfailing charm for women, and are insipid only when read coldly; for a young man's tone, glance, and attitude give a surpassing eloquence to the banal phrases. Mme. de Nucingen thought that Rastignac was adorable. Then, womanlike, being at a loss how to reply to the student's outspoken admiration, she answered a previous remark. "Yes, it is very wrong of my sister to treat our poor father as she does," she said. "He has been a providence to us. It was not until M. de Nucingen positively ordered me only to receive him in the mornings that I yielded the point. But I have been unhappy about it for a long while. I have shed many tears over it. This violence to my feelings, with my husband's brutal treatment, have been two causes of my unhappy married life. There is certainly no woman in Paris whose lot seems more enviable than mine, and yet, in reality, there is not one so much to be pitied. You will think I must be out of my senses to talk to you like this, but you know my father, and I cannot regard you as a stranger." "You will find no one," said Eugene, "who longs as eagerly as I do to be yours. What do all women seek? Happiness." He answered his own question in low vibrating tones. "And if happiness for a woman means that she is to be loved and adored, to have a friend to whom she can pour out her wishes, her fancies, her sorrows and joys, to whom she can lay bare her heart and soul, and all her fair defects and her gracious virtues without fear of a betrayal, believe me, the devotion and the warmth that never fails can only be found in the heart of a young man who, at a bare sign from you, would go to his death, who neither knows nor cares to know anything as yet of the world, because you will be all the world to him. I myself, you see, you will laugh at my simplicity, have just come from a remote country district. I am quite new to this world of Paris. I have only known true and loving hearts, and I made up my mind that here I should find no love. Then I chanced to meet my cousin, and to see my cousin's heart from very near. I have divined the inexhaustible treasures of passion, and like Cherubino, I am the lover of all women, until the day comes when I find the woman to whom I may devote myself. As soon as I saw you, as soon as I came into the theatre this evening, I felt myself borne towards you as if by the current of a stream. I had so often thought of you already, but I had never dreamed that you would be so beautiful. Mme. de Beauseant told me that I must not look so much at you. She does not know the charm of your red lips, your fair face, nor see how soft your eyes are. I also am beginning to talk nonsense, but let me talk. Nothing pleases a woman better than to listen to such whispered words as these. The most puritanical among them listens, even though she ought not to reply to them. And Rastignac, having once begun, continued to pour out his story, dropping his voice that she might lean and listen. And Mme. de Nucingen, smiling, glanced from time to time at de Marsay, who still sat in the Princess Galathionne's box. Rastignac did not leave Mme. de Nucingen till her husband came to take her home. "Madame," Eugene said, "I shall have the pleasure of calling upon you before the Duchesse de Carigliano's ball." "If madame invites you to come," said the Baron, a thick-set Alsatian, with indications of a sinister cunning in his full moon countenance, "you are quite sure of being well received." "My affairs seem to be in a promising way," said Eugene to himself. "Can you love me?" I asked her, and she did not resent it. "The bit is in the horse's mouth, and I have only to mount and ride." And with that he went to pay his respects to Mme. de Beauseant, who was leaving the theatre on d'Ajuda's arm. The student did not know that the Baroness' thoughts had been wandering, that she was even then expecting a letter from de Marsay, one of those letters that bring about a rupture that rends the soul. So, happy in his delusion, Eugene went with the Vicomtesse to the peristyle, where people were waiting till their carriages were announced. "That cousin of yours is hardly recognizable for the same man," said the Portuguese laughingly to the Vicomtesse, when Eugene had taken leave of them. "He will break the bank. He is as supple as an eel. He will go a long way, of that I am sure. Who else could have picked out a woman for him as you did, just when she needed consolation?" "But it is not certain that she does not still love the fatherless lover," said Mme. de Beauseant. The student meanwhile walked back from the Theatre Italien to the Rue Neuve Sainte Genevieve, making the most delightful plans as he went. He had noticed how closely Mme. de Restaud had scrutinized him when he sat beside Mme. de Nucingen, and inferred that the Countess' doors would not be closed in the future. 4 important houses were now open to him, for he meant to stand well with the Marechale. He had 4 supporters in the inmost circle of society in Paris. Even now it was clear to him that, once involved in this intricate social machinery, he must attach himself to a spoke of the wheel that was to turn and raise his fortunes. He would not examine himself too curiously as to the methods, but he was certain of the end, and conscious of the power to gain and keep his hold. "If Mme. de Nucingen takes an interest in me, I will teach her how to manage her husband. That husband of hers is a great speculator; he might put me in the way of making a fortune by a single stroke." He did not say this bluntly in so many words. As yet, indeed, he was not sufficient of a diplomatist to sum up a situation, to see its possibilities at a glance, and calculate the chances in his favor. These were nothing but hazy ideas that floated over his mental horizon; they were less cynical than Vautrin's, notions; but if they had been tried in the crucible of a conscience, no very pure result would have issued from the test. It is by a succession of such like transactions that men sink at last to the level of the relaxed morality of this epoch, when there have never been so few of those who square their courses with their theories, so few of those noble characters who do not yield to temptation, for whom the slightest deviation from the line of rectitude is a crime. To these magnificent types of uncompromising right we owe two masterpieces, the Alceste of Moliere, and in our own day the characters of Jeannie Dans and her father in Sir Walter Scott's novel. Perhaps a work which should chronicle the opposite course, which should trace out all the devious courses through which a man of the world, a man of ambitions, drags his conscience, just steering clear of crime that he may gain his end, and yet save appearances. Such a chronicle would be no less edifying and no less dramatic. Rastignac went home. He was fascinated by Mme. de Nucingen. He seemed to see her before him, slender and graceful as a swallow. He recalled the intoxicating sweetness of her eyes, her fair hair, the delicate silken tissue of the skin, beneath which it almost seemed to him that he could see the blood coursing. The tones of her voice still exerted a spell over him. He had forgotten nothing. His walk perhaps heated his imagination by sending a glow of warmth through his veins. He knocked unceremoniously at Goriot's door. "I have seen Mme. Delphine, neighbor," said he. "Where?" "At the Italiens." "Did she enjoy it?" "Just come inside." And the old man left his bed, unlocked the door, and promptly returned again. It was the first time that Eugene had been in Father Goriot's room, and he could not control his feeling of amazement at the contrast between the den in which the father lived and the costume of the daughter whom he had just beheld. The window was curtainless, the walls were damp; in places the varnished wallpaper had come away and gave glimpses of a grimy yellow plaster beneath. The wretched bed on which the old man lay boasted but one thin blanket and a wadded quilt made out of large pieces of Mme. Vauquer's old dresses. The floor was damp and gritty. Opposite the window stood a chest of drawers made of rosewood, one of the old fashioned kind, with a curving front and brass handles shaped like rings of twisted vine stems covered with flowers and leaves. On a venerable piece of furniture with a wooden shelf stood a ewer and basin and shaving apparatus. A pair of shoes stood in one corner. A night table by the bed had neither a door nor marble slab. There was not a trace of a fire in the empty grate. The square walnut table with the crossbar against which Father Goriot had crushed and twisted his posset dish stood near the hearth. The old man's hat was lying on a broken down bureau. An armchair stuffed with straw and a couple of chairs completed the list of ramshackle furniture. From the tester of the bed, tied to the ceiling by a piece of rag, hung a strip of some cheap material in large red and black checks. No poor drudge in a garret could be worse lodged than Father Goriot in Mme. Vauquer's lodging house. The mere sight of the room sent a chill through you and a sense of oppression. It was like the worst cell in a prison. Luckily, Goriot could not see the effect that his surroundings produced on Eugene as the latter deposited his candle on the night table. The old man turned round, keeping the bedclothes huddled up to his chin. "Well," he said, "and which do you like the best, Mme. de Restaud or Mme. de Nucingen?" "I like Mme. Delphine the best," said the law student, "because she loves you the best." At the words so heartily spoken, the old man's hand slipped out from under the bedclothes and grasped Eugene's. "Thank you, thank you," he said gratefully. "Then what did she say about me?" The student repeated the Baroness' remarks with some embellishments of his own, the old man listening the while as though he heard a voice from heaven. "Dear child," he said. "Yes, yes, she is very fond of me, but you must not believe all that she tells you about Anastasie. The two sisters are jealous of each other, you see, another proof of their affection. Madame de Restaud is very fond of me too, I know she is. A father sees his children as God sees all of us. He looks into the very depths of their hearts. He knows their intentions, and both of them are so loving. Oh, if only I had good sons in law, I should be so happy, and I dare say there is no perfect happiness here below. If I might live with them, simply hear their voices, know that they are there, see them come and go as I used to do at home when they were still with me, why, my heart bounds at the thought. Were they nicely dressed?" "Yes," said Eugene. "But, M. Goriot, how is it that your daughters have such fine houses, while you live in such a den as this?" "Dear me, why should I want anything better?" he replied, with seeming carelessness. "I can't quite explain to you how it is. I am not used to stringing words together properly, but it all lies there," he said, tapping his heart. "My real life is in my two girls, you see, and so long as they are happy and smartly dressed, and have soft carpets under their feet, what does it matter what clothes I wear or where I lie down of a night? I shall never feel cold so long as they are warm. I shall never feel dull if they are laughing. I have no troubles but theirs. When you too are a father, and you hear your children's little voices, you will say to yourself, 'That has all come from me.' You will feel that those little ones are akin to every drop in your veins, that they are the very flower of your life. And what else are they? You will cleave so closely to them that you will seem to feel every movement that they make. Everywhere I hear their voices sounding in my ears. If they are sad, the look in their eyes freezes my blood. Some day you will find out that there is far more happiness in another's happiness than in your own. It is something that I cannot explain, something within that sends a glow of warmth all through you. In short, I live my life 3 times over. Shall I tell you something funny? Well then, since I have been a father, I have come to understand God. He is everywhere in the world because the whole world comes from him, and it is just the same with my children, monsieur. Only I love my daughters better than God loves the world, for the world is not so beautiful as God himself is, but my children are more beautiful than I am. Their lives are so bound up with mine that I felt somehow that you would see them this evening. Great Heaven! If any man would make my little Delphine as happy as a wife is when she is loved, I would black his boots and run on his errands. That miserable M. de Marsay is a cur. I know all about him from her maid. A longing to wring his neck comes over me now and then. He does not love her. He does not love a pearl of a woman with a voice like a nightingale and shaped like a model. Where can her eyes have been when she married that great lump of an Alsatian? They ought both of them to have married young men, good looking and good tempered, but after all, they had their own way. Father Goriot was sublime. Eugene had never yet seen his face light up as it did now with the passionate fervor of a father's love. It is worthy of remark that strong feeling has a very subtle and pervasive power. The roughest nature, in the endeavor to express a deep and sincere affection, communicates to others the influence that has put resonance into the voice, and eloquence into every gesture, wrought a change in the very features of the speaker. For under inspiration of passion, the stupidest human being attains to the highest eloquence of ideas, if not of language, and seems to move in some sphere of light. In the old man's tones and gestures there was something just then of the same spell that a great actor exerts over his audience. But does not the poet in us find expression in our affections? "Well," said Eugene, "perhaps You will not be sorry to hear that she is pretty sure to break with de Marsay before long. That sprig of fashion has left her for the Princess Galathione. For my part, I fell in love with Madame Delphine this evening." "Stuff!" said Father Goriot. "I did indeed, and she did not regard me with aversion. For a whole hour we talked of love, and I am to go call on her on Saturday, the day after to morrow. Oh! how I should love you if she should like you! You are kind hearted, you would never make her miserable. If you were to forsake her, I would cut your throat at once. A woman does not love twice, you see. Good heavens, what nonsense I am talking, Monsieur Eugene! It is cold, you ought not to stay here. Mon Dieu! So you have heard her speak? What message did she give you for me?" "None at all," said Eugene to himself. Aloud he answered, "She told me to tell you that your daughter sends you a good kiss." "Good night, neighbor. Sleep well, and pleasant dreams to you. I have mine already made for me by that message from her. May God grant you all your desires. You have come in like a good angel on me to night, and brought with you the air that my daughter breathes." "Poor old fellow," said Eugene as he lay down. "It is enough to melt a heart of stone." His daughter no more thought of him than of the Grand Turk. Even after this conference, Goriot looked upon his neighbor as a friend, a confidant, such as he had never hoped to find. And there was established between the two the only relationship that could attach this old man to another man. The passions never miscalculate. Father Goriot felt that his friendship brought him closer to his daughter Delphine. He thought that he should find a woman welcome for himself if the Baroness should care for Eugene. Moreover, he had confided one of his troubles to the younger man. Madame de Nucingen, for whose happiness he prayed 1,000 times daily, had never known the joys of love. Eugene was certainly, to make use of his own expression, one of the nicest young men that he had ever seen, and some prophetic instinct seemed to tell him that Eugene was to give her the happiness which had not been hers. These were the beginnings of a friendship that grew up between the old man and his neighbor. But for this friendship the catastrophe of the drama must have remained a mystery. The affection with which Father Goriot regarded Eugene, by whom he seated himself at breakfast, the change in Goriot's face, which, as a rule, looked as expressionless as a plaster cast, and a few words that passed between the two, surprised the other lodgers. Vautrin, who saw Eugene for the first time since their interview, seemed as if he would fain read the student's very soul. During the night Eugene had had some time in which to scan the vast field which lay before him, and now, as he remembered yesterday's proposal, the thought of Mademoiselle Taillefer's diary came, of course, to his mind, and he could not help thinking of Victorine as the most exemplary youth may think of an heiress. It chanced that their eyes met. The poor girl did not fail to see that Eugene looked very handsome in his new clothes. So much was said in the glance thus exchanged, that Eugene could not doubt but that he was associated in her mind with the vague hopes that lie dormant in a girl's heart and gather round the first attractive newcomer. 800,000 francs, a voice cried in his ears. But suddenly he took refuge in the memories of yesterday evening, thinking that his extemporized passion for Madame de Nucingen was a talisman that would preserve him from his temptation. "They gave Rossini's Barber of Seville at the Italiens yesterday evening," he remarked. "I never heard such delicious music. Good gracious, how lucky people are to have a box at the Italiens!" Father Goriot drank in every word that Eugene let fall, and watched him as a dog watches his master's slightest movement. "You men are like fighting cocks," said Mme. Vauquer. "You do what you like." "How did you get back?" inquired Vautrin. "I walked," answered Eugene. "For my own part," remarked the tempter, "I do not care about doing things by halves. If I want to enjoy myself that way, I should prefer to go in my carriage, sit in my own box, and do the thing comfortably. Everything or nothing, that is my motto." "And a good one too," commented Mme. Vauquer. "Perhaps you will see Mme. de Nucingen to day," said Eugene, addressing Goriot in an undertone. "She will welcome you with open arms, I am sure. She would want to ask you for all sorts of little details about me. I have found out that she will do anything in the world to be known by my cousin Mme. de Beauseant. Don't forget to tell her that I love her too well not to think of trying to arrange this." Rastignac went at once to the Ecole de Droit. He had no mind to stay a moment longer than was necessary in that odious house. He wasted his time that day. He had fallen a victim to that fever of the brain that accompanies the too vivid hopes of youth. Vautrin's arguments had set him meditating on social life, and he was deep in these reflections when he happened on his friend Bianchon in the Jardin du Luxembourg. "What makes you look so solemn?" said the medical student, putting an arm through Eugene's as they went towards the Palais. "I am tormented by temptations." "What kind?" "There is a cure for temptation." "What?" "Yielding to it." "You laugh, but you don't know what it is all about. Have you read Rousseau?" "Yes." "Do you remember that he asks the reader somewhere what he would do if he could make a fortune by killing an old mandarin somewhere in China by mere force of wishing it, and without stirring from Paris?" "Yes." "Well, then?" "Pshaw! I am at my 33rd mandarin." "Seriously, though, look here, suppose you were sure that you could do it and had only to give a nod, would you do it?" "Is he well stricken in years, this mandarin of yours?" "Pshaw! After all, young or old, paralytic or well and sound, my word for it." "Well, then, hang it, no!" "You are a good fellow, Bianchon. But suppose you loved a woman well enough to lose your soul in hell for her, and that she wanted money for dresses and a carriage and all her whims, in fact?" "Why, here you are taking away my reason, and want me to reason." "Well, then, Bianchon, I am mad. Bring me to my senses. I have two sisters as beautiful and innocent as angels, and I want them to be happy. How am I to find 200,000 francs apiece for them in the next 5 years? Now and then in life, you see, you must play for heavy stakes, and it is no use wasting your luck on low play." "But you are only stating the problem that lies before every one at the outset of his life, and you want to cut the Gordian knot with a sword. If that is the way of it, dear boy, you must be an Alexander, or to the hulks you go. For my own part, I am quite contented with the little lot I mean to make for myself somewhere in the country, when I mean to step into my father's shoes and plod along. A man's affections are just as fully satisfied by the smallest circle as they can be by a vast circumference. Napoleon himself could only dine once, and he could not have more mistresses than a house student at the Capuchins. Happiness, old man, depends on what lies between the sole of your foot and the crown of your head, and whether it costs 1,000,000 or 100 louis, the actual amount of pleasure that you receive rests entirely with you, and is just exactly the same in any case. I am for letting that Chinaman live." "Thank you, Bianchon. You have done me good. We will always be friends." "I say," remarked the medical student, as they came to the end of a broad walk in the Jardin des Plantes, "I saw the Michonneaux and Poiret a few minutes ago, on a bench chatting with a gentleman whom I used to see in last year's troubles hanging about the Chamber of Deputies. He seems to me, in fact, to be a detective, dressed up like a decent retired tradesman. Let us keep an eye on that couple. I will tell you why some time. Good bye, it is nearly 4 o'clock, and I must be in to answer to my name." When Eugene reached the lodging house, he found Father Goriot waiting for him. "Here," cried the old man, "here is a letter from her. Pretty handwriting, eh?" Eugene broke the seal and read: "Sir, I have heard from my father that you are fond of Italian music. I shall be delighted if you will do me the pleasure of accepting a seat in my box. La Fodor and Pellegrini will sing on Saturday, so I am sure that you will not refuse me. M. de Nucingen and I shall be pleased if you will dine with us. We shall be quite by ourselves. If you will come and be my escort, my husband will be glad to be relieved from his conjugal duties. Do not answer, but simply come. Yours sincerely, Madame de Nucingen." "Let me see it," said Father Goriot, when Eugene had read the letter. "You are going, aren't you?" he added, when he had smelled the writing paper. "How nice she smells! Her fingers have touched it, that is certain." "A woman does not fling herself at a man's head in this way," the student was thinking. "She wants to use me to bring back de Marsay. Nothing but pique makes a woman do a thing like this." "Well," said Father Goriot, "what are you thinking about?" Eugene did not know the fever or vanity that possessed some women in those days. How should he imagine that to open a door in the Faubourg Saint Germain a banker's wife would go to almost any length? For the coterie of the Faubourg Saint Germain was a charmed circle, and the women who moved in it were at that time the queens of society. And among the greatest of these dames de petit chateau, as they were called, were Mme. de Beauseant and her friends, the Duchesse de Langeais, the Duchesse de Maufrigneuse. Rastignac was alone in his ignorance of the frantic efforts made by women who lived in the Chaussee d'Antin to enter this seventh heaven and shine among the brightest constellations of their sex. But his cautious disposition stood him in good stead, and kept his judgment cool, and the not altogether enviable power of imposing instead of accepting conditions. "Yes, I am going," he replied. So it was curiosity that drove him to Mme. de Nucingen; while if she had treated him disdainfully, passion perhaps might have brought him to her feet. Still, he waited almost impatiently for tomorrow and the hour when he could go to her. There is almost as much charm for a young man in a first flirtation as there is in first love. The certainty of success is a source of happiness to which men do not confess, and all the charm of certain women lies in this. The desire of conquest springs no less from the easiness than from the difficulty of triumph, and every passion is excited or sustained by one or the other of these two motives which divide the empire of love. Perhaps this division is one result of the great question of temperaments, which after all dominates social life. The melancholic temperament may stand in need of the tonic of coquetry, while those of nervous or sanguine complexion withdraw if they meet with too stubborn resistance. In other words, the lymphatic temperament is essentially despondent, and the rhapsodic is bilious. Eugene lingered over his toilette with an enjoyment of all its little details that is grateful to a young man's self-love, though he will not own to it for fear of being laughed at. He thought, as he arranged his hair, that a pretty woman's glances would wander through the dark curls. He indulged in childish tricks like any young girl dressing for a dance, and gazed complacently at his graceful figure while he smoothed out the creases of his coat. "There are worse figures, that is certain," he said to himself. Then he went downstairs, just as the rest of the household was sitting down to dinner, and took with good humor the boisterous applause excited by his elegant appearance. The amazement with which any attention to dress is regarded in a lodging house is a very characteristic trait. No one can put on a new coat, but every one else must say his say about it. Cried Bianchon, making the sound with his tongue against the roof of his mouth, like a driver urging on a horse. "He holds himself like a duke and a peer of France," said Mme. Vauquer. "Are you going a courting?" inquired Mademoiselle Michonneau. "Cock-a-doodle-doo!" cried the artist. "My compliments to my lady your wife, from the employe at the Museum." "Your wife? Have you a wife?" asked Poiret. "Yes, in compartments, watertight, and floats, guaranteed fast color, all prices from 25 to 40 sous, neat check patterns, the latest fashion, and best taste, will wash, half linen, half cotton, half wool, a certain cure for toothache and other complaints under the patronage of the Royal College of Physicians. Children like it, a remedy for headache, indigestion, and all other diseases affecting the throat, eyes, and ears," cried Vautrin, with a comical imitation of the volubility of a quack at a fair. "And how much shall we say for this marvel, gentlemen? Twopence? No, nothing of the sort. All that is left in stock after supplying the Great Mogul, all the crowned heads of Europe, including the Grand Duke of Baden, have been anxious to get a sight of it. Walk up, gentlemen, pay at the desk as you go in, strike up the music there. Broom, la la, trin, la la, boom, boom. Mr. Clarinet there, you are out of tune," he added gruffly. "I will rap your knuckles for you." "Goodness, what an amusing man!" said Mme. Vauquer to Mme. Couture. "I should never feel dull with him in the house." The burlesque of Vautrin's was the signal for an outburst of merriment, and under cover of jokes and laughter Eugene caught a glance from Mlle. Taillefer. She had leaned over to say a few words in Mme. Couture's ears. "The cab is at the door," announced Sylvie. "But where is he going to dine?" asked Bianchon. "With Madame la Baronne de Nucingen." "M. Goriot's daughter," said the law student. At this, all eyes turned to the old vermicelli maker. He was gazing at Eugene with something like envy in his eyes. Rastignac reached the house in Rue Saint Lazare, one of those many windowed houses with a mean looking portico and slender columns, which are considered the thing in Paris, a typical banker's house, decorated in the most ostentatious fashion, the walls lined with stucco, the landings of marble mosaic. Madame de Nucingen was sitting in a little drawing room. The room was painted in the Italian fashion, and decorated like a restaurant. The Baroness seemed depressed. The effort that she made to hide her feelings aroused Eugene's interest. It was plain that she was not playing a part. He had expected a little flutter of excitement at his coming, and he found her dispirited and sad. The disappointment piqued his vanity. "My claim to your confidence is very small, madame," he said, after rallying her on her abstracted mood. "But if I am in the way, please tell me so frankly. I count on your good faith." "No, stay with me," she said. "I shall be all alone if you go. Nucingen is dining in town, and I do not want to be alone. I want to be taken out of myself." "But what is the matter?" "You are the very last person whom I should tell," she exclaimed. "Then I am connected in some way in this secret. I wonder what it is. Perhaps yet no," she went on, "it is a domestic quarrel which ought to be buried in the depths of the heart. I am very unhappy. Did I not tell you so the day before yesterday? Golden chains are the heaviest of all fetters. When a woman tells a young man that she is very unhappy, and when the young man is clever and well dressed, and has 1,500 francs lying idle in his pocket, he is sure to think as Eugene said, and he becomes a coxcomb. 'What can you have left to wish for?' he answered. 'You are young, beautiful, beloved, and rich.' 'Do not let us talk of my affairs,' she said, shaking her head mournfully. 'We will dine together tete a tete, and afterwards we will go to hear the most exquisite music. Am I to your taste?' she went on, rising and displaying her gown of white cashmere, covered with Persian designs in the most superb taste. "'I wish that you were altogether mine,' said Eugene. 'You are charming.' "'You would have a forlorn piece of property,' she said, smiling bitterly. "There is nothing about me that betrays my wretchedness, and yet, in spite of appearances, I am in despair. I cannot sleep. My troubles have broken my night's rest. I shall grow ugly." "Oh, that is impossible!" cried the law student. "But I am curious to know what these troubles can be that a devoted love cannot efface." "Ah, if I were to tell you about them, you would shun me," she said. "Your love for me is as yet only the conventional gallantry that men use to masquerade in; and if you really loved me, you would be driven to despair. I must keep silence, you see." "Let us talk of something else, for pity's sake," she added. "Let me show you my rooms." "No, let us stay here," answered Eugene. He sat down on the sofa before the fire, and boldly took Mme. de Nucingen's hand in his. She surrendered it to him; he even felt the pressure of her fingers in one of the spasmodic clutches that betray terrible agitation. "Listen," said Rastignac. "If you are in trouble, you ought to tell me about it. I want to prove to you that I love you for yourself alone. You must speak to me frankly about your troubles, so that I can put an end to them, even if I have to kill half a dozen men, or I shall go, never to return." "Very well," she cried, putting her hand to her forehead in an agony of despair. "I will put you to the proof, and this very moment. Yes," she said to herself, "I have no other resource left." She rang the bell. "Are the horses put in for the master?" she asked of the servant. "Yes, madame." "I shall take his carriage myself. He can have mine and my horses. Serve dinner at 7 o'clock. Now come with me," she said to Eugene, who thought, as he sat in the banker's carriage beside Mme. de Nucingen, that he must surely be dreaming. "To the Palais Royal," she said to the coachman. "Stop near the Theatre Francais." She seemed to be too troubled and excited to answer the innumerable questions that Eugene put to her. He was at a loss what to think of her mute resistance, her obstinate silence. "Another moment, and she will escape me," he said to himself. When the carriage stopped at last, the Baroness gave the law student a glance that silenced his wild words, for he was almost beside himself. "Is it true that you love me?" she asked. "Yes," he answered, and in this manner and tone there was no trace of the uneasiness that he felt. "You will not think ill of me, will you, whatever I may ask of you?" "No." "Are you ready to do my bidding?" "Blindly." "Have you ever been to a gaming house?" she asked in a tremulous voice. "Never." "Ah! now I can breathe. You will have luck." "Here is my purse," she said. "Take it. There are 100 francs in it, all that such a fortunate woman as I can call her own. Go up into one of the gaming houses, I do not know where they are, but there are some near the Palais Royal. Try your luck with the 100 francs at a game they call roulette. Lose it all, or bring me back 6,000 francs. I will tell you about my troubles when you come back." Section 7.